and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Here we go. One knee taken by Stroud. And Arizona's not going to stop it. It's over at NRG Stadium. The Houston Texans have won 3 games in a row. Their longest winning streak in 5 years. They beat Arizona 21-16. And they will play for the lead in the AFC South next week. Bring on the Jaguars.
Hey, when can we not have a heartbreaker? Oh, hey, love it, man, love it. Hey, everything that could have went wrong right there, it doesn't matter. We found a way to win. Yes, sir. We found a way to win. Yes, sir. That's what good teams in this league do. Yes, sir. All right, we find a way to win, it doesn't matter. Defense, way to stand up. Yes, yes. All right, way to stand up. All right, hey, everything about what we do, we have each other back. All right, oh, we got your back. All right, everybody fighting for each other. We play complementary football. This is a family. We keep it tight.
Texas! 4!
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. It's a Reaction Monday and another victorious Reaction Monday. Seth, have you heard the good news? Have you heard the good news, Seth Payne?
What's that?
The Texans are the 6th seed in the AFC right now as we wake up this morning.
Oh, okay.
I
thought they already were. Oh, they're the 7th seed.
They were the 7th
okay.
seed. They moved up a spot in the AFC 16 over the Arizona Cardinals yesterday.
Yeah, this is turned into quite the showdown this week between the Jaguars and the Texans. And the fact that the Texans have owned the Jaguars over how many years is it now? It's like
going
18
back to
of the last 20 matchups?
Yeah, something like that. Going back to, for other than 2017 when the Jags were, popped up and were good for a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pretty much won almost every game.
So the Texans yesterday, it's weird. I was on KHOU last night. We do a little thing every week where we grade whether we were very satisfied,
Yeah,
neutral.
I watched it.
Yeah. And I kind of had to go through a mental exercise of like, well, I'm actually kind of dissatisfied that they keep playing it down to the wire like they are, and that they missed multiple opportunities to slam the door shut. They allowed the Cardinals to keep knocking at the door, and yet the fact that this team is 6-2 over its last 8 games and has gotten to a point where I can feel myself being disappointed in a win somehow made me actually satisfied in the victory.
I'm kind of at the same conclusion you are. Like every caller we had to the postgame show, and make no mistake, this is an awesome time to be a Texans fan. They've won 3 in a row for the first time since 2018, since that 9-game winning streak in 2018. That was kind of the thing on the postgame show, is that most of the callers were just super happy they're winning football games, but there were a few that were like kind of nitpicking the way in which they won. And you got to take a step back and go, okay, this is kind of cool that we're at this spot where we're judging the win like you judge a prize fight.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, okay, well, I think if it were a prize fight, we weren't looking at a scoreboard. But I think I would. And here's the other thing too, Seth. This is where I'm at with the Texans, is that they have become a team where we don't have to sit there before every game and go, they got to win the turnover battle.
Yeah.
They've got to do things on the margins because they're the less talented football team. They're the less explosive football. They're going to need a short field.
Yeah.
They're going to need some of those empty yards in the special teams in the return game. They're going to need some sort of witchcraft in order to win this football game. This is 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
That they have lost the turnover battle, and I would say in fairly cataclysmic fashion. I mean, they've turned the ball over 6 times in 8 quarters, and most of them have been in the opposing team's red zone. The only one that feels...
CJ has turned the ball over 6 times
CJ's turned the ball 6 times have been CJ Stroud turnovers. The one that wasn't in enemy territory was the one that got returned to the 5-yard line at the end of the Cincinnati game last week. So these are not just turnovers. These are turnovers at horrible times, at crucial junctures in the game, and they are still finding a way to win football games. That's the type of team we have right now.
Yeah, it really is a good indication. I think the team is probably better than I thought it was overall, because now at the same time, too, CJ, I mean, they jumped out to an emphatic lead in that game. I'd say for 2 weeks in a row now, they've been winning a lot of physical battles, but it hasn't been reflected on the scoreboard. So it wasn't an emphatic lead in terms of the score. It's just that they've, in the first half, looked like a dominant team. They just haven't translated it to get on the scoreboard. And then in the second half yesterday, I think the defense first and foremost deserves a lot of credit for coming up with 3 4th down stops. That's a big deal. That's clutch football. At the same time, they're kind of bleeding all over the place. It's like they bled all over the carpet. They avoided bleeding to death, but they bled all over the carpet.
Yeah, I don't know if the Cardinals punted in the second half of that game.
Yeah. Like, it had to keep coming down to those moments. Now, the big thing about yesterday that I think people need to understand is that the Texans on defense played the entire game in nickel. Tavier Thomas was their will linebacker. So you've got a guy who on the roster is listed as a cornerback, playing linebacker the whole game. And, and then obviously when they're a normal nickel, he's playing out there. So that's at least a partial excuse for why James Conner and the rest of them were able to run as well as they did. The defense came up clutch in big moments. I actually feel pretty encouraged by yesterday's performance, given how they had to play on defense. They still they've missed tackles with and without their starters. They got to stop missing so many tackles. Yeah. I don't know. I have a really hard time believing that they could go far in the playoffs with missing as many tackles as they are. But it's I don't know if they haven't shown substantial. They've improved a little bit, but they haven't shown substantial improvement. But all in all, yeah, they've won 6 out of their last 8 games. And good teams win ugly games. This is not like a cardiac kids type of Hail Marys and weird turnovers at the end or anything. I feel like we've transitioned from games that have come down to the fourth quarter due to heroics of CJ and versus some of these games have come down to the final moments of the fourth quarter based on the Texans making mistakes, which is on the silver lining is, they've gotten to the point where, okay, they're their own worst enemies. They just got to clean that up. But physically, they're winning a lot of battles.
They're winning. I think the last 2 games, if you were just to watch play to play, down to down, they've clearly been the better football team against the Bengals and against the Cardinals the last 2 weeks.
So they were 69% on third down yesterday, the Texans were. They converted 69% of their third downs. CJ was asked about the defense picking up despite a rough day passing. He had 3 rough interceptions, but otherwise, it was an awesome performance. And I don't want to just completely excuse the 3 interceptions, but it's those don't tell the whole story of what CJ looked like yesterday. He had one of the best passes I've ever seen, 55 yards in the air to Tank Dell with pressure in his face.
He had 269 yards or 259 yards passing at halftime. That's the thing. At halftime, it felt like they were going to name their score.
Yeah,
that's I mean, Devin Singletary had 84 yards rushing at halftime. If you just saw that stat, forget about all the other numbers. You said, man, Singletary's got 84 yards. They are really dictating this game, and they're grinding it, and they are taking it to the Cardinals here. Oh, by the way, CJ had 259 yards passing to go with that 84 yards that they had on the ground. They were moving the ball. A bad play call by Bobby Slowick on a 4th and 2, deep in Cardinals territory, and then the pick, the first of the 3 picks, which Clint Stoerner said in the postgame, that was the only one that concerned him after the game. Mm-hmm. The one where CJ was trying to get it to Nico in the back of the end zone, and the safety just read his eyes and just dropped and picked it off in the end zone.
There's one thing I want to be sure of, and it's that nobody ever tries to say that Bobby Slowick isn't creative enough. Whenever you complain about an offensive coordinator being not creative enough, let's look at what results the creative thinking yields in some of these short yardage situations or down in the red zone.
Dude.
You don't need to get so damn clever on days where you're running over 5. They were running over 5 yards a carry. I think the thing that knocked them down to 4.4 might be all of the little clever gadgetry, the stuff that you do when
Boone and Beck each had 1 carry, and it was those carries in those had-to-have-it situations where they got stuffed. Other than that, Singletary's just piecing.
I feel like Beck is just so much trying to make fetch happen. Why the fullback give? Why the fullback dive? It's a running theme now. How many times has the fullback dive worked? Once out of 3 times.
He scored a touchdown.
He scored a touchdown with
that.
it, right from 6 inches out.
Yeah.
Anybody can give you 6 inches once.
Here was C.J. Stroud after the game on the defense picking him. This is what Seth was just talking about, the defense picking him up.
They did a great job. That's complimentary football right there. in a week out. And, I mean, I thought we threw the ball really well. I don't look at 3 plays and be like, dang, I had a bad game. You know, like, of course, I can't turn the ball that much. Threw for 300 yards again and 2 touchdowns. Like, I don't think I played terrible, but, of course, you can't turn the ball over. But the defense definitely held us up when we needed them to. And this is a great game to learn from.
So this will be one of the narratives you're going to hear from national people today who didn't watch that game. They're going to look at the box score and see 3 C.J. Stroud interceptions. I heard it from 2 different shows on the way in today.
Yeah.
And they're going to go, maybe they're starting to figure out C.J. Stroud. Maybe, finally C.J. Stroud is coming back down to earth. I would say, even if I were worried about how all 3 interceptions came about, and I tend to side with Clint on this, he's the former quarterback, of all the things that still concern me about the Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud all of a sudden having an epidemic. You know, C.J. Stroud all of a sudden like waking up at the end of the season and having 15 interceptions is way, way down on the list for me. Like,
yeah.
I feel like C.J.'s a guy. We've watched it in these first 10 games, Seth. Like, of all the superhero powers C.J. has, and he's got plenty of them in between the white lines, his ability to take things that he does wrong, process them, and then do his best to eliminate them, I think is at or near the top of the things that he does really, really well. Like, I'm still like way more concerned about them running the football when they have to run the football, tackling, like you said. Like, CJ's way, like these interceptions are pretty far down the list.
I also, 2 of them came after that monstrous hit that he took too, where he had to leave the field and came back in. And he had an awesome pass immediately after he came back in.
3rd and 17.
So, yeah, it's not like it play football or anything, but I wonder if at least a little bit of the risk taking might have not been up to whatever he was physically capable of at that moment. But they're also, I mean, we're breaking down the 3 interceptions. I think that Clint had said the only one that he would take back was the one that was like obviously into the between the center and the cornerback. Yeah. That one, looking at the conversation on the sideline on the TV copy, it looked like maybe it was a moment where they really expected something different. You know, sometimes you get it in your head that you're going to see something on defense, and like, because it was, and sometimes quarterbacks will be blind to a defensive back because you just, same way when they put a new stop sign in a neighborhood, people are blind to that stop sign.
Yes.
That happens with quarterbacks sometimes when they're anticipating. Well, it's the same theory of why a fastball looks like it's rising. You expect the ball to be where it is, but it's, because it's not where it is, it looks like it's way up. Yeah, it's a little optical illusion that he played on himself. Good job, CJ. It was a nice little parlor trick you did. Now never do it again.
Yes, please. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Reaction Monday. Texans win. They're 6-4, 6th seed in the AFC, and next week is for the first place in the AFC South. It is Jacksonville week. This is fun. All right, we're off and running. Up next, something happened yesterday at NRG Stadium that has never happened at a Texans game in the history of the football team that I can remember. And we will tell you what it is next. Yellow Rose Distilling.
Action Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
So C.J. Stroud hits Tank before the half on an amazing play. Seth did a great breakdown of it on KHOU last night. You did.
I did?
You did. It was really good. Is that touchscreen? Like when you just touch it, it pauses? Like do you have pretty good? You pretty good at navigating that thing?
Yeah, that's what it does. But no, I don't have a deft touch with it at all.
I know you a little bit, and I had a little anxiety with you operating that screen. I wasn't
afraid I'm going to get it frustrated and punch it.
No. Now that you
like
mention it, I could see where, like, in the moment, like, you know, you're touching that screen and you had multiple cuts of the touchdown and things like that, having to remember the order of all the different cuts and the angles and things like that.
I've found I do better if I don't try to remember it. Like, usually on TV, the problem is if you try to say everything you want to say, you don't say any of it, and you just sound like even more gibberish than typical. So I just try to remember, like, 2 or 3 main points, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you found that and usually I can't remember any of it. It's a lot like football and sex. It's just like you know, it's all a blur. You don't remember it, and then you got to rely on the feedback of others to tell you whether you did a good job or not.
On video.
Yeah.
Right.
You got to look up at the video board.
Yeah.
Let's check the tape.
Right.
What do you mean? What do you mean it wasn't any good for you? We got to check the tape.
Ooh. You need to learn to take criticism and coaching, okay?
Yeah.
No, you did a great job on that. So CJ hits Tank with the touchdown pass to go up 21-10. And we heard something in the stadium that, to my recollection, we've never heard before at NRG Stadium.
Oh.
MVP, really loud chants that we could hear through the glass in the press box.
We've heard it before, but...
For who?
JJ.
Oh, did we?
Second in the odds, yeah.
Yeah. Did they chant for him, though?
Yeah.
They did?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they've chanted for other guys too. People don't need that much motivation or they don't need realism. They don't need realism to chant for an MVP.
It's not a commentary on realism. It's a commentary on the dearth of good players in the Houston Texans history.
I want to say that Deshaun at some point was having some MVP chants.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like he got knocked out almost too early to get to the chant stage of MVP. But either way, there were MVP chants for C.J. Stroud. Okay, I just don't recall the J.J. ones. There were MVP chants for C.J. Stroud yesterday. C.J. was asked after the game about the MVP chants for his performance yesterday.
I really didn't hear it, but I appreciate it.
Liar.
But yeah, it's cool. Hopefully, man, I keep playing good and keep putting wins together, and that's definitely. Of course, in my goals, not only for this year, but, I mean, for every year. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm focused on one play, one game at a time. And knowing how people are so wishy-washy, I don't know if I'm still in that race. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But, nah, man, I think this game, man, it's the testament of, like, who is going to not blink and who's going to just keep going. And for me, I mean, that's how kind of the adversity that I've been dealt, not only in my football career but in life. So I'm going to just keep going, man. And I think I put another great performance together. Due to have a great game throwing the ball. But, of course, you got to eliminate the turnovers. But I appreciate the fans doing that and appreciate them, man. We're going to need them for sure next week. Like, Jacksonville's a great team. Playing them twice, and it's hard to beat a team twice. So we got to bring our A game, and their energy, that definitely helps. So appreciate y'all, God. God bless.
Oops, sorry. I do like the fact that CJ, at least twice a press conference now, mentions kind of the fickle nature of media and or fans and loving and hating.
That was my take in the postgame, too.
Yeah,
the whimsical nature of human beings. He's dialed in on that.
He's trying to, he doesn't want to, ride the highs too high or get too down about the lows. So I think, and sometimes guys will talk about that, and it feels like they're doing it with a little bit of a sneer. I think it's a reminder to himself to be more philosophical about things, and take the good with the bad, all that stuff. The other was November 30th, 2014, Robert Land tweeted MVP chance for J.J. Watt ring through NRG.
Okay.
Yeah, back in 2014 when he was second on the odds.
Gotcha. Okay. So the second time in NRG history. I don't know that there were chants for anybody. Okay. So, yeah, J.J. Watt. We'll get to J.J. in a second. J.J., I think J.J. was at the game yesterday. I don't know if he ever showed up on the telecast or anything like that. But he was definitely in Houston this week. And I can't imagine he'd come all the way to Houston and not go watch both of his former teams play. Here was C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud took a big hit in this game. Big hit. Had to come out. And the wind came out of NRG Stadium for one play.
Yeah.
I mean, but poor Davis Mills. It seems like such a good guy, but boy, when he goes trotting out onto the field to replace C.J. Stroud, I'm like, oh, dude, it's 2022 again.
Honestly, though, and I think there was a smattering of people that tried to boo. It fizzled out real quickly. It wasn't any indication of any kind of sentiment or anything. But I think some people just had a knee-jerk, like it was a quarterback competition or something, and Davis Mills was coming out. They were booing as Davis Mills entered the field.
He just did it involuntarily.
Yeah. I think it was almost like the timing of it was almost that you would sense a bunch of people next to him were like, dude, no, dude.
Like one guy's,
this is a bad look, dude.
Getting
no.
MVP chance. The other guy's getting booed so when he throws a screen pass.
By my estimation, it was about 137 really drunk dudes.
Okay.
To which their less drunk buddies immediately were like, dude, don't.
Yeah, come
don't
on,
do it.
man.
Just,
come on.
No. Yeah.
And then CJ comes back in and everybody's relieved. But here was CJ. Took a big hit in this game. Missed his first snap of the season. Here was CJ on that hit and choosing when to be aggressive.
What was the first question again? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good. I just got the wind knocked out of me. I'm all right. Took a couple little shots, but I mean that's football. I'll be okay. And man, Steph Curry don't ever stop shooting. I'm keep letting it ride. You know, and I don't got no shame in my game. I definitely got to be smarter, but no confidence is taken away from me. I'm gonna keep letting it fly. I mean, there's things where it can go either way, you know, and they got the better of me today. And that's I'm blessed enough to come out here with a dub, and my confidence isn't going nowhere. I'm gonna keep shooting it. I'm gonna keep letting it fly, and that's what I think. That's what makes me great. Is that those times where you either get away with it or you don't, or you make the play you don't. I've been blessed enough to have plays where nobody talks about it because they don't make the play. But this game they made the plays, and that's not gonna skew my confidence one bit. And I'm gonna keep being me. I think I'm a very confident, not only in myself, but how we're playing as offense in the whole. And I'm not going to let my emotions and things get in front of that. And this is a football, man. This is not tennis or anything like that. I'm out there with 11 guys, and those guys always have picked me up, and I appreciate that, you know. So, and I'm still learning as I'm going, and I'm really blessed to be able to do it with such a special group of guys, you know. So, man, my confidence is still there. I'm gonna keep doing what I do.
A lot of this with yesterday's game, Seth, is kind of, for me, it's like, okay, what do you choose to believe when it comes to these 3 interceptions? You can look at it any way you want to. Undeniably, they all happen in horrible parts of the football field. There's no good place for an interception to happen, but when you're driving and in a game where all you need is one score, all they needed was a field goal, and then the Cardinals have to get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to send the game to overtime. Like, that's like 3 points, and you are feeling pretty good about your chances to win that football game. And you weren't able to get it because there were multiple turnovers in the red zone and in plus territory. But one of the things CJ said there was like, yeah, look, some of the games here, I've had throws like that, and they just haven't made the play. This one, they happen to make the play. I tend to believe that. I feel like in every game, he's had 1 or 2 throws where you're like, oh, well, that'd be an interception a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And this was just the game where they happened to secure it the 2 or 3 times where he threw passes like that.
And that's where, you know, luck plays into a lot. Like the whole him having 2 interceptions so far on the season was a little bit of luck into that. Yeah. And I do like the fact that people are starting to track interception-worthy throws. CJ's still low on interception-worthy throws. But like last year, Dak Prescott kind of got screwed where it didn't tell the whole picture. He had a lot of interceptions, but not necessarily that many interception-worthy throws. There was a lot of flukishness and or a lot of other people's fault. So like CJ has had a pretty low interception-worthy throw rate, and that's what really matters over time. He doesn't look like a guy that's going to throw a ton of interceptions in his career. I don't think you're going to have to worry about him, certainly being like one of the extreme guys. But you're going to have days like he did yesterday. And just like Tom Brady had 3 interceptions in the NFC Championship game in the course of like 90 seconds. It's guys are going to have bad days in terms of interceptions. And it wasn't a particularly bad day otherwise. The Texans
was really good otherwise, yeah.
The Texans converted 69% of their third downs. That's awesome. And like they did a lot of really impressive things in the first half. I think the whole the thing is now we've reset our expectations to the point where, okay, if you, like, you're going to have to screw it up to not make the playoffs. They'll have to have a disappointing run to not make the playoffs. And now it's a question of, okay, how good can they to actually make a push and to make a run in the playoffs? A couple things need to happen, and a lot of it's on those things that kind of punctuate a good team. Can you run the ball when you really need to run the ball? Can you stop the run when you really need to run? And what do you do in the fourth quarter? And I think that's where there's still some uneasiness. CJ has been awesome in the fourth quarter on game-winning drives and go-ahead drives, all of that. But the ability of the defense to consistently stop teams in the fourth quarter, the ability to stop the run and to run when you need to run, that's what there's still questions about.
Does yesterday's got to make you feel a little better about the defense, I guess?
It does.
The Cardinals moved the ball, but they came up big when they needed to.
They moved the ball. Okay, this is the thing about the whole team effort is that the Texans easily, in being aggressive, yesterday was kind of one of those days where it's very easy to think, well, gosh, actually, if they'd been conservative and just kicked field goals, and if CJ had just tried not to throw interceptions and they kicked field goals there's 12 to 15 points on the board right there, assuming that kicker could make the field goals. But, if they didn't go for it on fourth down, if they just kicked the field goal instead, if JJ didn't throw the interceptions and they at least kicked field goals, it's tempting to think that way. Over time, though, it's better to be aggressive. Because I think CJ's thinking of it as like, yeah, I threw those 3 interceptions, but like 2 of those were 14 points, The other one, maybe it was at least we would have been in field goal range and it's at least 3 points. So I'm looking, that's 17 points that we could have had up on the board. If you want me to put teams away, then yeah, it's you got to have a little bit of a no risk it, no.
We'll acknowledge a lot of the guys on defense in the 7 o'clock hour and acknowledge me, but it was really nice yesterday too, Seth, to see Derek Stingley Jr. have the game that he had, Christian Harris have the game that he had, and Will Anderson have the game that he had.
Yeah, and Will Anderson versus Paris Johnson, the right tackle, who the Cardinals drafted after they traded back.
3 picks after Will.
And there were all kinds of stories that, hey, that's who we would have taken with the 3rd pick anyway if we couldn't trade out of it. The Cardinals have tried to. Cardinals are much like the Bears in that they've really tried to paint sucking in as magnificent and glorious a way as possible. It's actually, I'm kind of impressed by it. I think the Texans maybe next time around, like 10 years from now when they go in a down cycle, let's just go ahead and dress it up the way Ryan Poles and Monty Ossenfort have.
Yep.
Monty Ossenfort wasn't responsible for them getting to where they are.
No, the social media team was.
But some of the maneuvering since then, they've painted it like they're the most brilliant people in the room.
Yeah, it's text message. Are we done calling Derek Stingley a bust, or do we need to see more? Honestly,
nobody's, no. Like Derek Stingley, it's all about injuries. Can you stay healthy? Yeah. So I don't know who the collective we is. Yeah. Like, I've been optimistic about his ability as an actual player. He's got to stay healthy. He hasn't had a full season since 2019.
That's right.
So my answer is no. We're not done questioning whether he's going to be a good NFL player until he plays an entire season, or at least close to an entire season healthy, which means that you got to come back next year 13 months from now.
Real quick, where do you come out on J.J. Watt during the game? I think this tweet came down after the 3rd touchdown for the Texans. Shouldn't an empty seat in the house. CJ's an MVP level talent as a rookie, playing lights out football, and has asked fans to fill the stadium. D'Amico is one of our own who has the organization headed the right way in the playoff hunt. Pack the house.
Yeah, I just disagree with shaming people about their leisure time.
It was 1:31 p.m. yesterday.
It feels like a whole lot of, you know what else? Like, I don't like that. I also don't like when basically people decide that football needs to be consumed the way they want to consume it. There's always people that are like, someday all of NFL media will be in-depth film breakdowns of the intricacies of strategy. Every play shall take 45 minutes to break down. It's basically like a lot of people standing up and be like, why don't you like math? Yeah. Don't you? How come the math guys don't get all the chicks? That's what it sounds like. That's the jock equivalent of somebody being like, really, women should be more attracted to guys who get A's in calculus, and I don't know why they're not. You know, you must enjoy. It's basically when you're complaining about people not going to a football game. It's like it's like getting angry at a girl that's not attracted to you.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you know? What, you don't like me?
Yeah.
What do you, look at me. I've been working out all day. I got all, and then you start bragging about how much money you make and everything. It's, I don't subscribe
You think
to
it's
that.
going to be packed next week?
I don't care. I don't care. I thought there were more people there. Yesterday than there had been. I know the announced paid attendance was the lowest it's been in a while.
Yeah.
I felt like by the midway through the second, it was as full as it's been in a long time. It was super loud. I think there was there's a delay of game penalty that I would give the NRG crowd that. I actually was pretty pleased with that. And the other thing, honestly, it's Houston. Okay, stop with this fantasy that someday there's going to be a packed stands in the first
like this
quarter.
For good teams.
Never.
Right.
It'll never be like that. Yeah. So shut up. No, and honestly, if you've been covering Houston sports for any amount of time and you take screenshots of the stands at kickoff, go die.
Yeah.
It's like honestly, that's not an indication. Back when the stadium would get packed, you know what it looked like at kickoff? Not that full.
Right.
So that's not the best indication.
That's a horse bleep tactic.
Yeah.
That's a horse bleep social media tactic. All right, headlines. We'll hit the Texans. They won yesterday, 3 in a row now, 6-4. Big game coming up against Jacksonville. We got some Rockets in there. NFL games that mattered to Texan fans as well in headlines. We'll have it all for you next. But first, the headline is Men's Tea Clinic. Get there to get your quality of life back. That's my headline for you. If it's your testosterone level, they do test.
roads.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shopper's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
One knee taken by Stroud, and Arizona's not going to stop it. It's over at NRG Stadium. The Houston Texans have won 3 games in a row. Their longest winning streak in 5 years. They beat Arizona 21-16. And they will play for the lead in the AFC South next week. Bring on the Jaguars.
Vandy is having a hell of a season. Good call, Vandy. That was Mark Vandermeer on the final play, the final kneel down of the game there. CJ Stroud closing out the 21-16 win over the Arizona Cardinals yesterday.
I'm glad you mentioned Vandy having a hell of a season, because I can't wait to do this video I took of him walking up to our stage yesterday at the pregame, wearing his black suit with black shirt and red tie.
Yeah.
And put some dramatic music to it.
Oh, you have to.
He looked like he was on his way to a mob hit.
Yeah.
Either a mob hit or a mob sit down.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, he kicked butt and took names.
He's the only mobster who's stopping to take pictures on his way to a mob hit.
No, but he looks like that kind of, the congenial mobster.
For sure.
Who nobody would ever guess he's just murdered 3 people that morning.
That part has to be, it needs to be in slow motion. That's really good.
It's like he's about to go to a round table where he busts some heads with a baseball bat,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're about to hear more Vandy at the top of the hour. We're going to relive the 3 touchdowns and the 3 fourth downs at the top of the hour. Here's what the Texans have accomplished, Seth, with this 6th win of the season. They have their first 3-game winning streak since 2018. So we've gotten to feel good about the Texans for three weeks in a row for the first time in 5 years. They now have as many home wins this season, 4, as they've had the past 3 seasons combined. 2 in 2020, 2 in 21, 0 last year, 4 this year.
Just
so
call
far.
it a day. They can just pretty much just pack it in for the rest of the year.
Dude, that's a lot of pregame and postgame. My God.
Trying to talk yourself into things.
It's so nice.
So nice to have both of the Rockets and the Texans. How nice is it? I really felt that. I just felt such a weight off of me on Saturday when I started thinking about, even after the Rockets game on Friday, it wasn't like that destroys anything else.
No, they played well.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't expect the Rockets to win 70 games this year.
Yeah.
So, okay. That's but it felt like you just you spend so much time, you get to where your default mode is kind of like, all right, well, okay, maybe 3 years from now, if this guy sticks around and this guy doesn't leave in free agency and they hit on 7 of their draft picks,
we're here.
There's none of that. Yeah, it feels really good. It's fun.
We're here. So the Texans win yesterday. They are the 6th seed in the AFC as we wake up this morning, and it sets up a huge game. This is not an understatement or an overstatement. This isn't hyperbole. This is a huge game against Jacksonville coming up next Sunday. The winner of that game walks out of NRG Stadium in first place in the AFC South. This is what we're saying with the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans have a chance in a season where most of the experts were saying the Cardinals are the smartest team ever in football because they're going to have 2 top 5 picks. They're not. This pick they're going to get from the Texans is going to be in the 20s somewhere because the schedule after the Jacksonville game, quarterback-wise, only gets a whole lot easier. But to have dreamt at the beginning of the year that they could go into December in first place, and if they win on Sunday, in first place with a sweep over Jacksonville, is, DeMeco Ryans for president, man. Unbelievable job.
DeMeco Ryans, I saw Skip Bayless made a post last night about the Rookie of the Year, Coach of the Year. I want to say he threw one other person in there somewhere. But it's you know what the one that really got me, though, was several Arizona people claiming that the officials were making it easier on the Texans because the Texans are the darlings.
Tiny little sign of progress.
Yeah, we've gone from everything that was wrong in the NFL and society at large to now darlings of the league.
Nation.
It goes to show you how stupid Cardinals fans are, honestly. Because, I understand.
7 of them.
I understand your objections to the muffed punt. It was I understand where you're coming from, but you also do have to understand that there wasn't evidence at all. Like, it could have gone either way. I don't know if it hit his hand or not. There's no way you can tell by that view. But even aside from all that, 3 plays after that play, the Cardinals were 24 yards downfield from where the ball would have been.
Yeah, because the interception.
Like, it just wasn't. It didn't hurt you at all.
It worked out.
If you're trying to point to the officiating as screwing you over in that game and that's why you lost, no. Look to the 3 failed 4th down conversions. Look to multiple other places. But that muffed punt had zero to do, honestly, ultimately with the outcome of the game, other than just butterfly effect type stuff.
We'll look back at some of the highlights of the game in the 7 o'clock segment. 7:23. We will acknowledge with a heavy dose of the Texans defense, which came up huge yesterday in the second half of this game. You mentioned the Rockets. They lose last night to the Lakers, 105-104. 2 games in L.A. this week, and you mentioned the one on Friday against the Clippers and this one last night against the Lakers. I'm with you. I'm still at a stage with the Rockets where I'm super encouraged that they went to L.A., played the Clippers. They beat the Lakers by 30-something at home a week and a half ago or whatever. You know, you lose on the road in L.A. You lose in the waning moments of both. Those are things that a young team is going to get better at along the way.
You know what I don't have any doubts or wonders about? I don't sit here wondering, like, okay, is the problem in L.A. that our star player just loves the strip clubs in L.A. too much?
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. None of them are old enough to go.
Is there a chance that every time they go to L.A. they're not going to win because the best player on the team just can't seem to help himself whenever he gets within a 40-mile radius of his hometown?
That's a very good point. So in the record book, a lost weekend for the Rockets, but if you watch the games, you know this is a team that's making a ton of progress here. 6-5 now on the season. NFL games of note for Texan fans.
To be clear, I don't think the issue was with the strip clubs per se. It was with the buffets at the strip clubs. I think that's at the end of the day, that's too many calories, too much gluten, and everything else.
NFL games of note for Texan fans. Cleveland beats Pittsburgh yesterday, 13-10, with Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Boy, if you had to watch that game, we didn't watch much of it because it was during the Texans game. I'm just looking at the box score. That looks like an awful game. Kenny Pickett didn't even throw for 100 yards. DTR, their quarterback in Cleveland, had a very rookie-like game. 13-10 is the final score. Was a last-second field goal. Cleveland's 7-3 now. Cleveland's going to make the playoffs with Dorian Thompson-Robinson at quarterback.
Yeah.
Their schedule's not hard. They're 7-3. And here's the thing, too. They went 6-3. People are acting like Deshaun Watson out for the year. This is over for the Cleveland Browns. But they were 6-3 despite Deshaun Watson. So Cleveland, I think, they're going to have a good record. They're going to get knocked out in the playoffs because you've got to have a quarterback at some point. But Pittsburgh now tied with the Texans in the standings, but the Texans have the head-to-head over the Steelers. That's why they're 6 and Pittsburgh is 7.
The crazy thing is that this year, in which all the things that are supposed to make the NFL so appetizing as a television product, it's kind of falling off. There's the offense is down. There's not as much scoring, and yet ratings are up.
People love football.
Yeah, I was just trying to double check to be sure there hadn't been a recent downward trend or anything. But the TV ratings are just fine. Probably has a lot to do with Taylor Swift. But other than that,
for some of them, yeah.
No, but even men 25-54 and everything.
For tonight's game, metrics. It will.
Yeah. And that is like the matchups in the games always matter a little bit in that. But it's not like it's suffering. There's TV ratings aren't suffering, so the offense hasn't hurt it in that regard, at least.
Jacksonville beats Tennessee 34-14, so that sets up the matchup between the Texans and the Jags at NRG Stadium on Sunday. 2 go in, 1 comes out, man, just like a steel cage match.
You said it's a wash right now?
It is a pick'em, yes.
A pick'em,
okay. Yeah. The odds makers have made these two teams a dead-even matchup at NRG Stadium. All right, those are your headlines for the day. Up next, 6 plays. We got 3 touchdowns. We got 3 fourth-down stops. We look back at the game through the eyes and voice of Mark Vandermeer. We do that next.
Zadok Jewelers at 1801 Post Oak. It's getting to be that.
Under access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610 Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get right into it. The Texans win 21-16 yesterday. When they win, we celebrate the good plays at 7 o'clock. As you get in your car, we want to feel good. You want to feel good going into work, holiday week. If you're not working today, good for you. I salute. We appreciate you getting up with us, though. So let's relive the 3 touchdowns to start off with. This was one of the stranger plays that I've ever seen. I don't know that I've ever seen a player catch the ball at about the 3-yard line, slide on his back into the end zone, while a defensive back was jumping over him instead of touching him at the 1-yard line.
A defensive back trying, like contorting himself to not touch him down. It was
strange.
So weird. Well, it was. There's a guy that's afraid of getting fined. Really,
Yeah,
he saw any kind of sliding motion. He saw Denzel Perryman last week, and without realizing, he's like,
saw him in street clothes losing a paycheck.
Yeah.
Denzel Perryman. Here was Dalton Schultz, first touchdown of the game for the Texans to tie the game at 7.
Stroud barking signals. Here's the snap. CJ throwing over the middle. Caught, sliding catch.
That's a touchdown.
And it's a touchdown. Dalton Schultz caught it inside the 5 and slid across the goal line.
Nobody touched him when he caught the football, and he just kept sliding into the end zone. You do this long enough, you'll see just about everything.
Right.
I've never seen that happen before on a football field.
So Dalton Schultz ties the game at 7. Dalton Schultz has become only 2 catches, 32 yards yesterday, but he had that touchdown. He's been a nice weapon for C.J. Stroud over the last month or so.
No, I mean, everybody.
It's exactly what you thought you were getting when you signed.
There are 5 guys that have become nice weapons for C.J. Stroud, which is a nice thing. So that when one guy is injured like Noah Brown, you don't worry about it. And also, that's illustrated by the fact that I'm talking about Noah Brown in that same.
Yeah.
Hey, if you had told me after week 1 that there will come a time where, don't worry, you'll be cool with Noah Brown missing a game.
Yeah.
But in an entirely different context than I'm telling you right now. You're like, yeah, after week 1, I've been like, yeah, of course. He's a receiving Burkhead, right? Now I'm like, oh, okay, it sucks to lose the guy that had 150 yards receiving last week,
right?
But they've got all these other. Tank Dell's going to get 150 yards this week.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It is crazy how they spread the wealth on this offense.
As you pointed out too, there's a couple videos floating around where people have put him sliding into the end zone in slow motion.
Yeah,
and it almost looks like it's CGI or something.
Yeah. It's a little Trey Turner like. Trey Turner has those slides.
Yeah, he does those beautiful slides. Yeah, if he had done this intentionally, it would be pretty badass.
The Texans got a rushing touchdown in this game yesterday. That was cool to see, and it was from longer than 2 or 3 yards. Devin Singletary had another great game yesterday.
Yeah.
Big ups to Motor Devin Singletary. Here was his touchdown, second touchdown of the game for the Texans, make it 14-7.
CJ feeds
14-10.
Devin straight ahead. Cuts left, 5, fighting for the goal line, and he's got it! Touchdown, Houston!
And he gives it an Arian Foster type bow. Sweet.
Contact was first made at the 8-4 tackles on his way into the end zone.
Wow.
There's I grabbed a still shot off of the replay of this where it looks like he's about to be engulfed by 5, frankly, University of Texas defenders. I don't know if anybody else, did it look like that on television? From the press box, it looked like they were playing UT. The color, that color red, the light was just right that it looked a
Could
little
be orange.
bit more. Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
And they're all whites too. Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, it was like he's had quite a few runs this year where he plays a lot bigger than his size.
Yeah.
Lowers his shoulder and just bulldozes through some people.
What happens this week when Damian Pierce comes back?
I think Damian Pierce gets 5 to 10 carries.
Wow.
Why's wow?
No, it's just crazy. Like this time last year, he was the face on the marquee for this team. I know it's an awful football team. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just going, man, like how the mighty have fallen kind of in a way.
Yeah, and I wonder though too, and this is where I wonder, I think that
maybe they're working him back in too.
Remember a few games ago, Devin Singletary didn't have any carries in the game.
Atlanta.
Yeah, in the Atlanta game. Even though it was pretty clear by that point that it just looked better with Devin Singletary, neither guy was rushing for a lot of yardage or yards per carry because the blocking was such a mess. But it looked like your better option was Devin Singletary. Mm-hmm. This is where I do wonder, and this includes some of the gadget plays. where Bobby Slowick is a passing game coordinator and the passing game is awesome, I feel like the run game just feels disjointed still. And hopefully now that the offensive line is just getting a better feel for everything, they had a nice rushing, the better rushing defense than the Bengals. So it's not like it was the best run defense in the league or anything, but they were much more substantial than the Bengals the week before. So this is a step forward in the run game.
Success will be when they can run the football when the other team knows they want to run the football.
Yeah,
That'll be success. All right, so there's touchdown number 2. Touchdown number 3 is the one that's going to make all the highlight reels. C.J. Stroud to Tank Dell.
Offset eye. C.J. drops back in the pocket, looking, flushed out to the right. C.J. guns it long downfield and caught. Touchdown! Wow. Amazing catch, Tank Dell. What a throw by Stroud. And Dell with the reception jumps into the stands.
Go Cougs, that's my guy. Unbelievable. What a grab by Tank Dell. I mean, he extended every bit of his body to make that catch. Whoa.
All right, it was an amazing catch. We had Tank on the postgame show yesterday, and if you watch the replay of it, especially at ground level, you can see when CJ gets flushed out of the pocket, with his left hand, he's pointing for Tank to go deep. Tank told us in the postgame that somebody told him that CJ was pointing for him. He's like, nah, I already knew where to go.
Yeah, they did. And CJ talked about doing this in the scramble drill. It's not like it's complete improvisation or anything. It's like every team does scramble drills, and some teams are better at figuring it out and being automatic with it. Aaron Rodgers and his guys in Green Bay were always really, really good with the scramble drill. And the relationship that those two have is it goes into that. It feels a lot like, in the way CJ describes it, and Tank Dell when he talks about it, Edelman, Tom Brady, where they spend so much time together and they work out together in the off season and everything else like that they just start to have a sixth sense about things. The cool thing is that this has only been since May that these guys have been able to form that relationship.
Yeah.
So hopefully this should get better with time.
Dude.
There were 4 things about this.
Okay.
1 was his ability to scramble out of the pocket.
Yep.
2 was what we mentioned, just them being on the same page.
Yep.
3, having a defender right in his face as he's throwing the ball. And 4, this ball traveled 54 yards in the air. I mean, it was just...
it was a rope.
And Tank Dell did a magnificent job going up and getting it.
Yes.
There's a combination of a really nice pass, but also an incredible effort by Tank Dell. And then Tank Dell, I guess 5. When he decided to go upfield, Clinton, the press box, said it the best. He's like, "You look like a damn squirrel."
I heard you say that last night.
Because he was. Erratic, serpentine.
Yes.
That's what you're supposed to do, kids, when you're running away from an alligator.
Yeah.
Just run like Tank Dell.
Yeah,
A lot of zigzagging,
serpentine,
okay?
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. Run like Tank Dell.
I like that you pointed out on KHOU that it ended for Tank better than it ends for most squirrels. Yeah, that was nice of you to a little roadkill reference there. That was good. All right, let's get to the 3 4th down stops.
I didn't get to watch it. Did they edit out my part about the sniper?
No, they did not.
Okay,
yeah, they left that in there. And your line at the very end, your little drive-by at the very end where you said glass half full, kind of like my belly.
A drive-by.
You just kind of dropped it in, and then they went right to commercial.
Oh, good.
No, they left your sniper reference in there.
I'll explain that in a minute.
And all your apprehension about using it. It was very, very funny.
One thing I know about television is after 10 p.m. they loosen up a little bit.
Yeah.
They're very uptight about stuff until 10 p.m.
3 4th down stops in the second half were the difference in this football game. Let's go through all 3 of them. The first one was a 4th and 3 at the Houston 23 on a series where there was a play to Higgins, their backup tight end, that was originally called a completion that would have taken the ball down deep into the red zone. It wound up being an incomplete pass and a really good challenge by D'Amico Ryans. So that set up a 3rd and 13. The Texans do what they do, which is they tend to give up a ton of yards on 3rd and long to allow teams very makeable 4th downs.
Yeah, that was...
This is a bad habit that they have.
Well, it's a bad habit, especially because I think they had already established that they'd go for it on 4th. So, you could see that in the entire 4th quarter. They were in a mode where on 3rd down, they were calling the plays with a mind that they would go for it, which is a lot harder to defend. It's easy to defend when you know they're going to punt on 4th.
Yeah.
When they're going on 4th, then okay, they'll take that easy yardage.
Yep, they had shown you their cards earlier in the game for sure. No pun intended. So here was the 4th and 3. where Kyler threw short of the sticks.
Murray in the gun. Jones in the backfield. 3 receivers wide side right. Murray gets the snap. Murray looking. Murray throwing to the right. Got a man, but he's going to be short at the 22-yard line. Texans all over it. Dortch with the catch. Doesn't get there. Tavier Thomas and friends making sure he doesn't get what he needs.
Tavier, listen to that podcast. Tavier Thomas and friends.
It sounds, I don't know if it's like a morning coffee TV show or something.
It just has a ring to it to me.
Tavier Thomas, who deserves credit for playing out of position as a will linebacker all day. And that was one of the reasons. I'm not going to crush a guy who's listed on the roster as a cornerback playing will linebacker. But some of the issues the Texans had versus the run at times were because they were nickel the entire game. So it's harder. But some of the issues, like the tackling, like the guys that you normally expect to tackle well or should tackle well, they were not tackling that well. It's been an issue this entire season.
So the Texans get the ball back after that 4th and 3. They go 3 and out. They punt, but the punt deflects off of, it looked like, an Arizona Cardinal. It gets called a muffed punt. DeAndre Houston Carson falls on it. Or no, Kadar Holman, falls on it in Arizona territory. Unfortunately, 4 plays later, C.J. Stroud throws an interception off of Robert Woods' hands. It gets returned to midfield. Cardinals get 1st and 10 at their own 49-yard line. Turns into a 3rd and 15 because on 3rd and 5 and an incomplete pass, they got called for offensive pass interference. The Cardinals did. The Texans accept the penalty. That was an interesting decision by D'Amico Ryans. I didn't necessarily disagree with it because the Cardinals showed that they were going to go for it on 4th and 4. So he would have rather have them in 3rd and 15, and then they've got to, or on 4th and 5, and they've got to get back to 4th and 5 at best. They get to 4th and 4. They go for it at the Houston 45-yard line. Here's what happens.
Trips right, wide side of the field. Murray in the gun on 4th down and 4 at the Texans 45-yard. Murray looks it over, takes the snap. Murray fires downfield, incomplete.
That ball came out of his hand funny.
Well, you had said this on Friday, Seth, that Kyler Murray, in his first game back, and Kyler Murray in general, it's not like he's known for his pinpoint accuracy. He does have a tendency at times to throw behind open receivers. And fortunately for the Texans, he threw behind Trey McBride on that play.
I spoke to somebody who's in Arizona's locker room. I don't know if this person wants me to name him by name or not. But he said that his opinion was that Kyler Murray was just like as exhausted as he's ever seen him after a game before. Just looked flat out tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that might explain some of his underthrows. Like on the Derek Stingley interception, I mean, that was an under that Derek had to make an incredibly athletic play to get
Catch
that
it.
ball.
Yeah.
It could have turned into an impromptu back shoulder throw, but that was not a planned underthrow.
No.
I think his legs are tired. There were a couple times in that game where on 4th and 2, we're like, why is he not running for this? Like, Kyler Murray should be able to run for this without a hiccup. I think he's running an actual offense, like an NFL offense, for the first time in his life, and there's a lot on his plate, and he's coming back from ACL injury.
Let's get this last 4th down in. So the Texans get the ball back after the Cardinals fail to convert that 4th and 4. They've got great field position at their own 45-yard line. C.J. Stroud throws another interception. So the Cardinals get the ball back. They get it at their own 19-yard line. They drive down the field, and this is it. They got the ball back, and very evident they were going to either win or lose this game on this drive. They did not want to give C.J. Stroud the football back to do to them what he had done to the Bengals and the Bucs in the previous 2 weeks. They drive down to the Houston 27-yard line. It turns into a 4th and 8, 3rd and 8. Christian Harris batted a ball down. So you got 4th and 8. Here we go.
4th and 8 at the Houston 27. Murray in the gun. Murray throwing downfield to his left and incomplete. Knocked away. Steven Nelson and the Texans take over on downs. 21-16. They have the ball with 30 seconds to go.
Texter said Will Anderson looked like he was shot out of a cannon on that play.
Yeah, and they blitzed on the play before too when Christian Harris batted the ball away.
Yep.
From the press box, it looked weird, like it might have been a fumble or something. It was
strange.
So they blitzed twice on consecutive plays there, and it worked out very well for them. I think that somebody after the game had DM'd me and asked about, like, is this a sign that D'Amico has decided to get more aggressive in these moments? They've been aggressive in these moments all season long. At times, it's hurt them. I think they've gotten better at blitzing. It's one of those things that happens, when you start to get comfortable in a defense. It's not the first time at all that he's blitzed in the red zone. They've just, or at the end of the game, they've gotten burned really bad in some previous games. As of late, it's been working a lot better. I feel like that was the solution to keep Kyler Murray from scrambling. Like, okay, if we just send 5 or 6 guys, there's no alleyway for him to get out of here. Blake Cashman talked about that. They kind of reasserted or reaffirmed the need to have disciplined rush lanes in the fourth quarter. And they did a good job all day long for the most part of making it like that amoeba tackle where the pocket just closes in from all sides. And that was, they've been a lot better at that the last few weeks. Acknowledge me. We love this. 7:23-ish every Monday. We acknowledge the big performances from the weekend. This is a heavy, heavy Texans defense edition of Acknowledge Me, and it's next. You can acknowledge a loved one.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, man, we got a lot of acknowledging to do. Acknowledge me. We acknowledge the big performances from the weekend. A lot of Texans flavor in this one this week, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Let's get right to it. Derek Stingley Jr.
Acknowledge me.
Had a nice interception yesterday. Here's what it sounded like.
Four-man front for Houston. Murray fakes the give. Steps back, steps up, now guns it long downfield, wants Brown, and intercepted. Derek Stingley Jr. with the pick. The takeaway by the Texans. Stingley's second career INT.
All right. Second career catch. We just talked about it in the previous segment. Stingley broke up another pass in this game.
Yeah.
Had 6 tackles. That interception, I know that he was probably beat on the play a little bit. He had some catching up to do. It was underthrown. The catch, at least, that part of it, that was 3rd overall pick in the draft kind of stuff, like the actual catch of the football.
There were, and then there have been a couple times with Stingley since he's come back where when he is in tight man coverage, he does a great job of blanketing guys without looking like he's interfering at all. He's just like he's almost hydroplaning on them. Like there's a thin layer of atmosphere or fluid or something like between him and the guy he's covering, but without it ever looking like interference. On that interception, he did the perfect, very veteran move, just a little snatch of the back of the jersey, just enough that they always let that slide. Like that's easy. If you watch him work at this stuff at practice, you can see it's not by chance. You know,
no,
like
he's a very savvy player.
The kid works his butt off.
He does.
It's just a matter of just stay healthy. Yep. I think he's going to end up being a really, really good one if he can just figure out how to stay healthy.
Boy, if you get this Derek Stingley for the second half of the season, that's a real pickup. Will Anderson.
Acknowledge me.
Another sack yesterday. Here's what it sounded like.
Bunch formation, left side as Murray takes the snap. 4-man rush. Murray in trouble. Murray's going to go down. And the Texans get a sack out of Will Anderson, bringing down the quarterback. And the Texans get off the field.
All right, 7 QB pressures for Will Anderson yesterday. He had that sack. He had a couple TFLs. He had a real nice TFL where he went unblocked, pulled the ring back to the ground. 2 QB hits, including one on Kyler Murray on the 4th and 8 play that decided the football game.
I think that sack also was kind of one that he deserves by karma's sake, just for a lot of the sacks that he could have had in the first half of the season, but were when the defense didn't quite have it together yet, and the defensive line wasn't rushing as a unit. Where that was, in a lot of ways, that was a full unit sack. Will Anderson did a really good job of coming back underneath and understanding where it was, but it wasn't like that was his best pass rush or anything. It's as a group, they're really starting to complement each other a lot more, and I think Will is at that point now where his skills have refined, and he's very, very, very active all the time. But I think now that guys are being more disciplined with their pass rush lanes, he's gonna get the fruits of his labor more often.
Yeah, love seeing him have a big game against the team that traded the pick that turned into Will Anderson. Yeah. That was cool, and see him be part of the play that ultimately ended up deciding the game at the very end.
Let's all recall the many, many voices who said it was so dumb for the Texans to trade their own pick, because they were going to be the worst team in the league.
Yes.
So how could they trade their own pick? Why would you not trade that Cleveland pick? Yes.
Yeah, man. A little vindication for Nick Caserio. Actually,
now, it would be even better if the Browns didn't keep finding ways to win, but whatever.
Yeah. I'm not as worked up since the Texans are actually good. Christian Harris.
Acknowledge me.
This has been nice. Since Christian Harris, Seth, I said this in the postgame, he had a play against Tampa Bay where he just completely overran Rachaad White out of the backfield, and it was a 43-yard. I wish Christian Harris would turn into something here. And it felt like after that play, he was really good in the Tampa Bay game. And these last 2 games, he has shown up these last 2 games, including a TFL yesterday.
On first down at the Houston 29, Murray gets the snap. Murray swings it to Connor right side, and he's going to be brought down. What a play by Christian Harris as they get a TFL at a good time.
He's been very solid these last couple of games.
Something has really clicked in him where I don't know if the game's coming to him more slowly or he just understands the angles and leverage better, but he's become a very sound and secure tackler after struggling with that at times. And in coverage, it looks more fluid and seamless. Like he knows where he needs to be, and he's there either to break up the pass or to make the tackle immediately. It's nice to see him start to come into his own. I mean, experience, health, and the effect of DeMeco Ryans. I think all of those things combined, you're starting to see all of it click and come together.
Dude, if you're getting this version of Stingley, Anderson, and Harris for the rest of the season, man, that is a big boost. Now, we've gotten this version of this guy all year long. Blake Cashman.
Acknowledge me.
Let's hear a Cashman sack.
Here's the snap. Texans sending extra people. Murray with a little time and escapes one sack. No, he can't do it. He's tripped up as Cashman got there first. Murray stayed on his feet but then fell. It's a sack for the Texans.
Blake Cashman had 19 tackles yesterday.
19 tackles, a couple QB pressures and or hits, and one of the sacks, right?
And that sack right there.
That was he sometimes, obviously, sometimes tackle numbers are overrated depending on the situation. I don't think this is one of those situations where it was overrated because they had to play nickel the entire game because of injuries. So you've got Tavierre Thomas playing one of the linebacker spots, and Blake Cashman playing Mike really just had to be that guy. He was all over the place, and it wasn't the most. As a group, there was some things they still need to do better as a run defense, but that was a hell of a performance by Blake Cashman.
Did you see the reaction of Christian Harris when he was told that Blake Cashman had 19 tackles?
Yeah, it was immediate and swift, and he
and he JC'd.
Yeah.
I didn't bring the audio. It was very, very funny though. All right, this was actually a request from the text page, and I like the request, so we're adding it here. George Fant.
Acknowledge me.
Let's play the C.J. Stroud interception that got returned to midfield, shall we?
Stroud out of the gun, gets the snap, throws over the middle, tipped and incomplete. No, it's intercepted. Barnes to the right, Barnes across the 20. Barnes wants to go all the way with it, and he's finally tackled at midfield.
Thank you, George Fant, who took the right angle because otherwise he's gone.
Yes, he saved a pick six because that was one of the possessions that ended with a fourth down stop.
Yeah.
George Fant might have saved the game.
He might have, right, because it wasn't.
It was 21-16.
Was there anybody else that had an angle on him?
No, Tunsil was kind of running alongside, but that linebacker was going to boat race Tunsil, you could tell. Fant saved the game, possibly.
It was really a nice effort. That was one of those things where I kind of mumbled it in the press box because I'm excited offensive lineman making tackles like that. And usually when it's your team, the last thing you want to be is the guy jumping up in jubilation after your team just threw an interception, which I did that once as a player because I got so excited about an offensive lineman making a tackle. But it was, it's one of the more, I don't want to call it selfless, but it's one of the things that's underappreciated, just how hard it is for those big guys to do something that's not natural. They don't spend a lot of time dealing in tackling drills other than here and there, and the drills, it's never full speed. So good for him.
Good for Fant.
And it was when you see him out on screens, he gets after it. He's got a lust for violence.
Really solid.
He's got a bloodlust about him that I appreciate.
Absolutely.
Yes. Good job, George Fant.
Said bloodlust may have saved a touchdown yesterday. All right. Brian Cushing's offspring.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, J.J. Watt tweeted this. J.J. Watt was in town this weekend for the game and spent a lot of time with family. For those who don't know, J.J. Watt and Brian Cushing are brothers-in-law. Their wives are sisters. And so J.J. Watt, by marriage, is uncle to Brian Cushing's two kids. So he tweeted this, Seth, with pictures. Great weekend of football in Houston. Caden, which is Brian Cushing's older son, it looks like. Big semifinal win to head to the Turf Bowl. Kai, who is his younger son, scored 9 touchdowns to win the Tully Bowl.
9?
Brian Cushing's kid. And this is padded football, too. Both the kids have shouldered actual football.
Yeah.
Kai Cushing with 9 touchdowns to win the Tully Bowl.
So did they give the final score?
They didn't give the final score. Obviously,
is there a mercy rule in that one, or was it a shootout?
I don't know. If there's a mercy rule, it needs to be revised. If a mercy rule, a kid still scored 9 touchdowns.
Did you happen to see the follow-up tweet to that?
No.
Okay, he said Texas youth football is different. 3rd grade Super Bowl today. One team pulled up in a stretch Hummer with their logos on it. The other team with a full police escort. Sirens and all. We didn't quite do that in Wisconsin.
That's crazy, man.
Some of these.
Love Texas.
I don't know if it's a Texas thing as much as maybe a affluent school district thing.
Could be.
Or whatever it might be. I don't know. It's
Right.
it's a combination of the two.
Tony Soprano would say could be a number of things.
It just feels like these kids are ready to go to Notre Dame, Sean.
Could be
show up. What's your buddy there? Your quarterback friend? Your favorite one that showed up in a limo?
Oh, Jimmy Clausen.
Yeah, little Jimmy Clausen.
Caden Clausen. Right, yeah, Kai Clausen. As long as we're acknowledging,
I bet those kids just have NIL deals.
That's the Christian kids. Yeah. Somebody get them an NIL deal. As long as we're acknowledging youth sports or high school sports, the Portville Panthers.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We got to acknowledge. Now, you gave a shout-out to your hometown of Portville.
I felt like it was, if they had won the state championship this weekend, that it would be a good omen for Houston Texans sports. That was your thought. They won the state championship, and before you go,
This is in volleyball.
Yeah. Small school New York State championship. And when I told you that they're assassins, that they're cold-blooded.
Yeah.
This is Portville's 8th state championship in about the last 12 years, I think.
Dude.
So,
that's culture right
this
there.
Is where, honestly, this is where when, between small school volleyball and the Houston Astros, there's a common bind there when I watch these teams play. And I'm so intrigued by teams that have, legacies in the playoffs now. You do see other teams wilt. Like when you watch, and you imagine it happens on the professional level with the Astros, where you see, okay, the Astros just have more experience than these other teams, and they don't wilt in these high-pressure moments.
Phased, yeah.
Imagine that in high school sports, and you see it on dominant teams. You see it in football. You see it everywhere. These girls get into situations in these games, and you can see it on the faces of their opponents where they just realize, oh, no, we're going to die. So we've got no hope.
It's just unfair.
And then it just goes to, it's like you're watching a nature documentary.
Yeah.
Like it just, they're feeding on this poor team that's never been there before.
This poor gazelle. It's about to get it.
My sister-in-law, Kelly, has won 9 state championships. She won one with another school.
She's a coach?
Yeah.
Wow.
She's been, it's pretty cool.
All right, congratulations. They have been acknowledged. The Portville Lady Panthers.
It's the standard I hold all my sports teams to. So basically, I look at the Astros kind of like, what do you got, 2?
Right.
You got 2 championships?
Yeah. Nice 10 games,
I'm going to have to have the girls go talk to them about maybe
Portville Panthers
before the ALCS next time. Like maybe you won't screw it up this time, guys.
That's right. We had Andre Johnson on the pregame show yesterday. Andre laid out his feelings about where the Texans are going right now, and he said he's really excited. This is what Andre Johnson, super excited, sounds like. You'll hear it next.
Hey, you know who's going to be super excited? If somebody's making a New Year's resolution and they want a little bit of help and support, what if you get them a piece of home fitness equipment from Johnson?
Hey.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shopper's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I got a text message here. Good morning, fellas. The Milner curse has been broken. Have a blessed day. No, I don't think Tyler went to the game yesterday. I know Tyler was scheduled to go to the game. Tyler's in this room right over here, nodding his head. Tyler, did you go to the game yesterday? Did not go. Okay, yeah.
Tyler's, what's his record? Is there teams like 0-19 when he shows up?
No, the problem was, remember, he went to the Carolina game, and they dogged him all week long on the drive that, dude, if they lose this game to winless Carolina, there's officially a Milner curse. So Tyler had done them the service, the Texans that is, and the fans, of not going to the Tampa Bay game, not going to the Cincinnati game on the road, but he had said, I'm going to go to the Arizona game, to which everybody was, Clinton and Ron were both going, why would you do this? Why would you? That's very selfish of you. And ultimately, Tyler was slated to go, but he didn't go, and I know that because Sammy used his tickets.
Oh,
my son,
my
son used his
got
tickets.
proof. That'll hold up in court.
Thank you.
Astros County, who was an Astros, used to be an Astros blogger, now he just tweets about the Astros a lot. But he was taking responsibility himself because he said he hadn't watched a Texans game in a long time, and I think as soon as he started watching is when the Texans started squandering every opportunity to slam the door shut and allowed the Cardinals to keep knocking on the door. Yeah.
Don't let that discourage you from watching. Keep watching. And there's a lot of teams climbing back on board with this football team. And I was about to say, one of them is Andre Johnson. That's the thing about Andre. He's never been off the bandwagon. Like Andre has been on the train with the Texans through thick and thin. And he's one of the guys, Seth, like one of the alums of the team, I'll call it. I'm just super happy to see Andre Johnson happy with this football team.
He was even when there was the unpleasantness between him and former front office members, it was it's not like he cut ties with the team. It remained kind of an awkward, uncomfortable situation. Yeah.
He loves the franchise. This is where he, when he goes into the Hall of Fame, he's a Houston Texan. He was on with us on the pregame show yesterday, and we asked him about the energy surrounding the team right now.
Well, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but that the Texans was going to have 10 wins this year.
Really?
Yeah, before the season even started.
Based on C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just watching practice and just like, being out there and just the energy, like, it's so different. I don't nothing against the Bill O'Brien situation and all that. We went through all that stuff, but like just even like the press conference when D'Amico got hired, like I've never seen a press conference like that before. And I've been to every press conference here besides Dom Capers because he was here before I got here. So everything was just different, man. Like the energy was different. It was just a great feeling. And man, I'm so like amped about where this organization is going, man. Like it's really trending in the right direction. So I'm just excited, man. I don't even really know how to put it into words because I just see great things coming.
When he was talking about it, for one, I feel like him prefacing it by saying, I probably shouldn't tell this story, made it sound worse than it actually was. Yeah. I think, I think he's still in player mode where you're like, you're not supposed to make bets on sports or anything, or gambling or anything.
You're fine, Andre.
Yeah. But the fact that he's been to every press conference from everybody hired in the organization, I don't know why that caught me by surprise. It seemed like there would have been a gap or something at some point in there, but then it occurred to me immediately a plot to a movie came up in my brain where basically like Andre is this 78-year-old guy who's always sitting in the back of the room and never says a thing, but he's watching. He's watching, and at the right moment where he basically has to tell the organization to get their heads out of their ass.
Yeah.
I feel like that's been Andre already. He's done it. He's done it before he's gotten to Morgan Freeman's age, but obviously Morgan Freeman would be playing him in this because of the
Clearly,
boys.
yeah.
So either that or the guy from that movie about the drummer, the white guy with the bald hair and the you know what I'm talking.
J.K. Simmons.
J.K. Simmons, yeah.
Thank you.
That was one of those two guys would play Andre Johnson. So he's been paying attention, and there is a different energy I think about I think what Andre was saying in our interview was that both CJ and D'Amico have just kind of a different energy about them. That's hard to quite explain, and it's hard to really. You can't even really expect people to understand it until they see it. And I think we've seen that with D'Amico. There's benefits to having D'Amico as the coach that rise far above the X's and O's.
Absolutely.
It's just there's a certain. I think a lot of these games that they've won in the fourth quarter, without getting overly dramatic about it, I just think there are other teams that would have collapsed under the pressure, especially young teams that haven't had success yet. I think that is a direct D'Amico Ryans effect.
100%.
Not to mention they've actually managed the clock well, which is weird.
Yeah, he's done it, no doubt. Tank Dell was our guest on the post-game show yesterday, and in a kind of in a roundabout way, sort of echoed what Andre Johnson just said about the organization, but kind of took us more inside the locker room. Andre's kind of talking about it from a macro feeling outside of the locker room. Here's Tank Dell when we asked him right out of the chute yesterday on the post-game show, how did it feel this time around? It was the offense the last 2 weeks. This week it was the defense that came up big. So how did that feel?
It just shows you that from offense, defense, special teams, that we're going to fight all 4 quarters, and we got each other back for sure. 1 week is the offense helping out, and then the next week is the defense who got our back. So that's all that matters. As long as at the end of the game is a win for the Texans, and, that's all that matters. But it shows you, like, we're a brotherhood, man. Each and every week, from starting in practice, our preparation, how we study throughout the week, and then, how we come together and, joke on each other. It's just that brotherhood that we built in the locker room. Start from the top down, even with our coaches, man. Everybody trusting everybody, and, we having fun with it. And when you're having fun with it, going out there to play on Sundays could be a little bit easier. So, and everybody want to play for, especially Coach D'Amico. Everybody want to play for him because what he brings to the table. Great coach. He's a football coach, man. Like, he was in our position before in the locker room playing for the Texans, so he know what it takes. And he's just a great coach, man. You want to play for him, and he brings it to the table. His energy, his execution as being a coach.
So his team was talking there about, a lot of people made quotes about complimentary football. And I think the first question CJ got in the press conference was in regards to the defense. What was the word you used? Did they say bailing out or helping him out?
Yeah, I didn't hear the question. I've only heard
passing.
the answer. Yeah.
So it did become a lot of like, hey, the defense came up big in the second half. I wonder if part of CJ wanted to answer. Did you come to the game late? It was 1 minute and 32 seconds into the game when the score was 7-0.
Yeah.
Like the defense let up a score in 1 minute and 32 seconds. It wasn't
Three
just
plays.
Yeah, it wasn't like it got caught off to a rocket. It's not like the offense was decrepit in this game.
No.
The offense, and this is where these are rich folks' problems. In this victory, the frustrating thing is that the offense really could have scored 35 more points than they did. Between 4 squandered opportunities and a missed field goal. Well, I guess the missed field. They could have scored 31 more points than they did. Like, kind of easily. If they had Fairbairn in the game, if they'd kicked the field goal instead of, or if they'd gone for it on 4th and 2. But like anywhere between 21 to 35 points or so they could have had in this game. That's the frustrating part, is that they just couldn't slam the door shut when they had this victory in hand. But the whole game effort was complimentary. They started off in a 7-0 hole for the second time in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think, to me, the most encouraging thing about the last 2 weeks, other than the fact that C.J. Stroud is right now piloting a juggernaut past the turnovers. The most encouraging thing to me, Seth, is that unlike previous seasons, especially the last 2 seasons, where they have been a team where they need every single win in the margins in a game. They need to win the turnover battle. They have to have fewer penalties. They have to find invisible yards in the return game. They've got to win the special teams battle. All those things that teams that are really just piecing things together to struggle to win on any NFL Sunday, they're not that team anymore. Mm-hmm. Like, they lost the turnover battle the last 2 weeks to Cincinnati and in cataclysmically bad ways and spots on the field and times in the game throughout the second half yesterday when you just need a score. At the end of the game against Cincinnati when you just need to run the clock out, and they're still finding ways to win these football games. That's the thing to me that's most encouraging, is they're not a team that needs all sorts of football gods' intervention to win games. They they, especially on offense, they execute play to play.
This is
Get
where
rid of the turnovers.
the Texans right now are the 6th seed in the playoffs at 6-4. They're ahead of the Steelers, who are at 6-4. So you've beat the Steelers, and you feel like you've got the quarterback advantage there. The Browns are ahead of you, the 5th seed somehow. With all these incredible defensive efforts, with Nick Chubb out for the year, with Deshaun Watson out, with various backup quarterbacks, they're 7-3. But I feel like they're, like the Texans are very obviously and easily in that same category. The top 4 seeds are where we'll start to get a feel for where do the Texans fit in here, because the top 4 seeds right now are the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Jaguars, and the
At this Sunday, right?
You've had a chance to play the Ravens already, and I don't think either of the teams were like who they are now at that point. But the Jaguars are that one team in that category that you've got a head-to-head matchup with this week.
I feel like the Chiefs, if we're like doing tiers here, I feel like the Chiefs and the Ravens are on their own plane right now. The Jags don't scare me. I think the Texans are going to win this weekend against the Jags at home. And the Dolphins are a complete wild card to me. You know that they've got these explosive offensive performances in them, but they underperform against good teams. Hell, they damn near lost to the Raiders yesterday at home.
So, boy, it just in the offseason or in week 1 of the season, the Jaguars you figured would have a good chance of being a good game. Like, let's say hypothetically, if you knew the Texans were going to be good.
Yeah.
But then the Broncos the next week, that's turning into much more of a game than it looked like it would be the first few weeks of the season.
Definitely compared to the first few weeks of the season.
The Jets game might have an Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers wants to start practicing apparently around December 3rd.
Okay.
That game is December 10th.
Okay.
So there's a chance that Aaron Rodgers maybe shows up in that game.
To me, well, finish your thought.
And then the other ones, but the other notable one is the Browns. So of the teams we just talked about, you still face the Browns the day before Christmas.
With that defense, the Jets got blown out yesterday by the Bills, 32-6. I wonder, and I forget who the Jets play this weekend. There's still 2 more games between now and when the Texans play the Jets. I do wonder if the Jets lose the next couple games and they're 4-8, if Aaron Rodgers thinks it's worth it to come back and risk anything.
I think Aaron Rodgers will think it's worth it no matter what. It's whether the team allows him or not.
Yeah.
Like Aaron Rodgers, it seems like he's just going to try to soak up every day on this earth.
Yeah.
The Jets play the Dolphins.
Okay. This weekend?
Yeah, so Friday.
Yeah.
They play Friday.
Oh, that's right. Black Friday, Amazon game.
Then they play the Falcons before the Texans. So there's a chance they could be 1-1 after that.
They could be.
I mean, well, the Dolphins, who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And we'll see if that thing gets flexed to Monday Night Football. I don't know. I don't know if either team did any favors for getting that thing flexed. Yeah, I know the Texans won yesterday, but they had the 3 picks and the Jets got blown out. We'll see. That's conversation for another time. The Bengals music means that it's time for us to get out of here. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, they're up next. A joyous, joyous Texans Monday. It's a reaction Monday all day long here on Sports Radio 610. Seth, antibodies to you, my
Antibodies to you. And Brandy was making fun of you and I for our Susanna Hoffs obsession the other day.
Okay, I just don't care. I love her. I love her to death.
She was just, it was actually pretty funny.
Okay.
I'll send you the recording.
Okay, good. Oh, there's a recording. All right, we're done. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris got you next. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Have a great day, everybody.
It's a Reaction Monday, brought to you by Shoppers John Deere. We're breaking down yesterday's win over the Cardinals on Houston Sports Leader. The best reactions, opinions, and inside information.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Get on down. What happened and why? Welcome to Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
4th and 8 at the Houston 27. Murray in the gun. Murray throwing downfield to his left and incomplete. Knocked away. Steven Nelson and the Texans take over on downs. 21-16. They have the ball with 30 seconds to go.
Oh, yeah. They closed it out. Steven Nelson, backstop on 2 Texans victories this year. Remember the pick at the end of the Saints game when the Saints were driving. Yeah, he's done it twice. Texans win 3 in a row for the first time in 5 years. Let's go. And Johnny, good morning. Before we go anywhere, this is it. We have wanted this, hoped for this. We got this on Sunday. It's a battle for first in the AFC South. This is it. You can enter December, a December to remember. You can enter December with first place in the AFC South in your pocket on your way to play Denver at home, concluding the 3-game home stretch. Unbelievable. If you had told me this in May, I would have spit up my cranberry juice and club soda, Johnny. I don't know what I would have done. This would have been unthinkable to me. You're playing for the division lead in the last weekend of November? What? But it is here. It is Jags week. It is on. It is going to be huge. Can't wait for Sunday. We'll talk about yesterday and how, the ebb and flow of it all. But you got the victory. And you have an opportunity. And it is incredible to think about when you zoom out to that 50,000-foot level that you are right here, right now.
There's a part of me that's stunned. I mean, when we go through training camp, you get stopped everywhere, at the restaurant or, at the grocery store, and somebody sees you, recognizes you. Hey, how's the Texans going to be this year? How are they going to be? The mailman who's a Cowboys fan. Hey, how's the Texans going to be? Everybody, he literally is. He's a Cowboys fan. I'm like, jeez, man. And everybody would ask, and I'm like, well, we're definitely going to be better than last year. I know that. And they're like, well, okay. I also say, well, that wasn't a tough bar to cross, but we're going to be better than last year. How much better? And I said, well, I think we're going to be a lot better than people think. You see these power rankings, and we're sitting down there at 31 and 32, and I'm like, man, I think people have got that wrong. Now, I was thinking, okay, we'll get to 19, 20. You would feel good about that progress that was. How
about
made.
Wins? Do wins now.
And wins, people would ask, and I would say, here's how I broke it down. I would look at each division. Like, okay, we did pretty well in the division last year, so I figured at worst we're 3-3, maybe even 4-2. Okay, then go to the AFC North. Oh, that's going to be a tough one. I mean, 1-3 would be good. Well, right now we're 2-1.
Right.
Then
go to NFC South.
NFC South. Like, okay, maybe we can pick one up there. We can be 3-1 there.
Yeah, but they weren't supposed to be that good. I thought maybe 2-2.
So I thought maybe 3-1, 2-2. We got to 2-2. Okay, what about your crossover games with the teams that you have the same place? We finished in 4th last year, so we faced the Cardinals and the Broncos as a result. Those are all big games because those are crossover games with where you matched up with them the year before in the standings. Well, you're 1-0 in those games. So it's like, okay, it's kind of following what I thought, and I was like, well, that kind of gets us to 9 wins if I do my math that way. How many Texans fans would take 9 wins right now? I think there are a lot of Texans fans going, hell no, I don't want 9 wins.
I'll take door number 2, Monty, because you have 7 games left, and that's 3 and 4. I feel like now I want more, okay?
Right, exactly. Now we're getting greedy because we see what we have, and we realize, well, we could be really good. We could be really good. This
if
could
you
be
get
10,
hot right
wins.
now.
Right. And you've already got 3 in a row for the first time, like you said, since 2018. So that was kind of how I broke it down. And I would come up to 9 wins. And I was like, if this team gets to 9 wins after 4, 4, 3, and they get to 9, boy, that's a massive jump.
I thought that was a lot. That was a lot to expect.
I know
you
would sit there and tell me, like, man, we can't get that. We can get to 9. I was like, oh, I think,
But
maybe.
wins is tough. All right, because, look, the 2021 team, we all know what they did. They were 4 wins, right? Last year, you had 3 wins. Last year's team was better than the team before.
Right.
The year before.
And had 3 wins.
And had fewer wins. But they were better.
Right.
They were playing closer games. They were in those games, Dallas, Kansas City, whatever. So you never know how the schedule is going to play out. And even in the framework within the season, because the Cardinal game was not what playing the Cardinals would be like a month ago. Now that they had Kyler Murray back and James Conner off IR, this was clearly a different bunch you were playing yesterday than what you expected a month ago.
Yeah.
But you got what you got. Look at Denver right now. They're 5-5, and they're coming in here in a couple of weeks, and believe me, they have no desire to roll over. That looked like it was going to be a disaster early on, and it's not like they're playing great, but they're playing much better, and that defense hits hard.
Ooh.
We'll get to them next week. Push that problem aside.
Don't worry about that.
Cross that bridge when you get to it. The bridge you have now is the Jacksonville Jaguars, and since you beat them, they've been very good except for that blowout loss at the hands of the 49ers. But every other game they've won, including yesterday against Tennessee, which we'll get to them as well. McLean joins us at 8:30. Andy Kalu's coming up in a few minutes here, by the way. So the Jags are really tough, and you're going to have to play your best game on Sunday to beat them. We all know
your cleanest game too.
Yeah, clean. I mean, they've been turning it over. They've been getting away with things. They've been playing clutch football. I mean, in the crunch, they are really clutch. Clutch in the crunch. But you're going to have to figure out a way, I think, to not leave it to that, to play clean throughout, to put your foot on the gas and leave it there and find a way to make the game Trevor Lawrence proof at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Calvin Ridley gets in the end zone yesterday for the Jags. They were up, I think, 27-0 before, I think they were up 27-0 before the Titans put one in the end zone. And then, by the way, it was 27-7. And then the Titans threw a touchdown to Jeffrey Simmons, which is weird. Like, wouldn't you want to save that at some point in a game that actually mattered instead of a 34-14 blowout?
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Kind of weird. But
might be all they got, Johnny.
You want some numbers?
Yeah.
First of all, we finished up our season against the NFC. 3-2.
Yeah, 3-2 against.
When's the last time we went against the NFC and had a winning record against the NFC?
You worked hard for it. You got it.
Yeah, you got that.
Saints, Bucks, Cards. Those are the wins.
And the other two, you lost on walk-off field goals. Falcons, Panthers. The Texans are 3-0 in games in which C.J. Stroud has thrown an interception, which is one of the strangest numbers it could possibly
learn while
say.
winning. We'll get to the picks. We'll talk about those. But what about the TDs?
Oh, yeah. The throw to Tank Dell. Okay, here's another one. Speaking of receivers, right? So Tank goes for 149 yesterday.
Yeah.
We've had 6 140-plus yard receiver games, and we've had a couple of them in the same game. No, we didn't. 140-plus yard receivers 6 times. Nico twice, Tank twice, Noah Brown twice.
Yeah.
6. We've also had 2 other 100-plus yard performances in 2 other games as well. Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz also had over 100 in Tampa Bay, the game that Noah had 153. For a basis of comparison, how many 100-plus yard receiving games did we have last year? Just 100-plus.
100-plus. Did Cooks have one?
Cooks had one, Indianapolis. Chris Moore had one at Dallas.
Yeah, and that's it.
2. We did not have a receiving performance last year.
It's crazy.
We've had 6.
If you don't get one, you're going to be surprised now.
Yeah.
Because the numbers, and Stroud 300 yards, okay, great. He makes it a regular thing. You don't want to take it for granted ever, but they are putting up astronomical offensive numbers here. Singletary goes back-to-back over 100. Let's quickly get to your conversation with the head coach after the game, John Harris and D'Amico Ryans.
All right, Coach. Boy, I'm having a few heart problems here. We have a few more that go like this. But take me through that final drive. And we've talked about this a little bit. I always go back to that game in Atlanta and how you approach the end of it. Kyler Murray's back there, and, I mean, if he slips and there's a blitzer, boy, he could be running for a long way. So kind of how's your heart going through that final drive? What was your thought process on that final drive against Murray and the Cardinals?
Oh, can we get him down? Our D-line was relentless. But you with Kyler, man, it's always that second thought of, man, can we get him down? It's all, is he going to run? Yeah. I'm not even more so worried about the coverage.
Yeah.
It's about him scrambling. Yeah. And that was on my mind there at the end of the game. But they made a big play there. We missed some tackles. They got down, across midfield. Just thinking, man, we have to find a way to speed him up. So wanted to just get more pressure on him. Had to send a few guys there to get some pressure, and it ended up working out in our favor.
Derek Stingley today has the pick. We talked a little bit about that at half. I want to expand on that, but he also has got the play on the dig on Dortch where he comes over the top, knocks it down. He's on a 4th down play. He's involved in that. What have you seen from him in the couple weeks he's been back, Coach?
Yeah, I'm happy to see Stings make those plays. I think to get back, you're back into it. You really don't know exactly where you are. So for him to get those opportunities to show up and make plays in a game, I think that really boosts his confidence. And he knows he can be a big-time playmaker for us. He showed that today, and I'm looking for him to continue to improve upon what he did today.
Second week in a row, Motor goes over 100 yards. What was working for you guys in the run game? Felt like early on in between the B gaps, you had what you wanted to. What was working for Motor early?
Yeah, it's the way Motor finishes. It's his mindset. He's finishing runs with a physical mindset, falling forward. O-line again,
great job there creating those lanes for them. So we just have to stay with it. Motor, 2 weeks in a row, just running the ball. That's what we want to see. We continue to do that more. It continues to just open up the passing game for us.
Okay, your family's sitting in here watching us do this interview, and they didn't get a chance to watch you play. I mean, your wife got a chance to watch you play, but they didn't get a chance to see you watch you play. How meaningful is it for you, for them to watch you coach and lead this organization?
Oh, it means everything for me, right? To allow them to see me doing what I love to do, right? Seeing the passion that I have, and I just want the best for them, and I want them to see that whatever they want to do in life, just have passion about it, be the best at what you're doing, and have fun doing it.
I want to look ahead just a little bit. It's Jacksonville coming here. There's a lot on the line. To be playing a game of this kind of magnitude, I know it's one ball game, but I know it's huge for the fans, and the fans were great today. Your thoughts about facing Jacksonville next week?
Excited, right, for the opportunity. I think our guys they've been working their tails off, and they put themselves in position to have this opportunity. You have to earn the right to play meaningful football. Late in the season, earned it, right? We've been in a lot of close games, found a way to win, and now, no game more important than this one coming up versus Jacksonville. So I'm happy for our guys just to have this opportunity in our first year together with the young team, just to see how we stand up, right, against a game that everybody's going to be watching, everybody's tuned in for. How are we going to stand up and play ball?
Coach, Ryan's family, happy Thanksgiving. I know we'll talk tomorrow, but happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
All right, D'Amico Ryan's show will be at 5 p.m. today. It's going to be great to catch up with the coach and talk about Thanksgiving and the game on Sunday. All right, let's talk about this. Following the Texans' victory over Arizona, 3 wins in a row, huge matchup on Sunday, noon kick, Jacksonville right here. Tickets at HoustonTexans.com. And Andy Kalu joins us. Andy, this is big. What are your thoughts on Sunday? I want to get to the future first. We go back to the future. Jacksonville, Sunday at noon. Your thoughts. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. You talk about a meaningful game. I mean, the implications as far as the AFC South getting into the playoffs. I mean, it's going to be huge. And we always wonder, who are the Texans' rivals? Who are the Texans' rivals? Some people say the Titans. Some people say the Colts. And you also have to throw in the Jacksonville Jaguars in there. So you have a rivalry game. And like D'Amico said, they've earned the right to play meaningful football late November. I'm so pumped up for this game. And I like the fact that Jacksonville's been playing well also. So, you have two and huge implications as far as the division with this game coming up.
It's obviously the biggest regular season game at home since what, Mark? It's 19.
I was trying to think about
Patriots
this.
Sunday night?
The Patriots Sunday night was a big game for this team, so I would go there. That year they clinched the division at Tampa Bay.
Right.
The year before, when did you clinch in 2018? Was it home against the Jags or something like that? But
home against the Jags.
But that was not a good Jaguar team.
No.
Let's put it this way. This is the biggest game you've ever played against the Jaguars, period, for both teams. And it's not a clincher because you still have a bunch of games to go. But it's who's got pole position heading down the stretch here.
Indy, at that point, as a player, when you play these kind of regular season games, everybody gets up for the playoffs, and it's the playoffs, it's do or die, But this kind of game, as Mark said, it's a little different. The season's not over. You still got a lot to play after this. But as a player, how fun are these games to go into knowing, well, there's a little bit more on the line when you're going good on good, and the top of the AFC South is really at stake at the end of November?
You know what? It makes the week fun because here's the thing about most professional players. If you're 0-16 and you have one more game left to finish off the season, once that kickoff happens, you're going to get up for it because it's football. It's you're getting paid to do it. But like you're talking about with this game and everything that what you can benefit from winning, it makes the week. It makes your preparation on Wednesday more enjoyable. It makes what you do on Thursday, you're fighting through it. Late in the season, you don't want to go through those tough practices, and Wednesdays and Thursdays are typically your really tough practices, but you're enjoying it. You understand, man, I'm getting ready to play the best team in the division during a year where everybody said this was going to be a rebuild year, and now we have a chance to actually get atop of the division and get into the playoffs. So what it does, it makes you a little bit more excited during the week of practice and getting through those hard days.
ND, yesterday they beat the Cardinals. This was a different Cardinal team that we saw a month ago. You got Kyler Murray, you got James Conner, and they were having some success, but you built the halftime lead. You didn't score in the second half. You rode it to the finish with the defense. What do you think of the performance yesterday? It was a first half, second half kind of thing, but the defense held strong. You look up at the end of the day, you held them to 16 points and got out of there with the W.
You know what? I don't want to make like some kind of hyperbolic statement just for reaction or some hot take, but you can argue that that win yesterday was bigger than the Cincinnati win. And what I mean by that is, yes, you beat a 2-8 team, but Kyler Murray looks like Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray looks pretty good. And when your star quarterback, when everybody's saying MVP, has 3 interceptions and you still win, that lets you know it's not just about one guy. It's the entire team that stepped up. Devin Singletary getting another 100-plus yard game. You can argue because of the way they responded to C.J. Stroud having 3 interceptions, that game really proved that this team isn't just about one person.
Along those lines, Andy, you mentioned him. Devin Singletary goes 150 at Cincy, 122 yesterday, I think was the number he had. 22 carries, 112, sorry. Your thoughts on the run game? What have you been seeing from the run game? Obviously, Devin adds a little bit to it, but what are you seeing from the up front, the big uglies, and what they've been able to do the last couple of weeks?
You know, you see that daylight, and Singletary's doing a good job finding that daylight, and he doesn't hesitate. I mean, he just hits it. As soon as that hole opens up, whether it's a 6-inch gap or a 6-foot gap, he's just going to hit it hard, and you see the explosiveness. You see why he had the success that he had in Buffalo, but you're seeing a lot of consistency and man-on-man. There's been a couple of times where, and John, you watch the game so close, and so do you, Mark. I'm sure y'all noticed it. The holes weren't huge, but the offensive linemen were on defensive linemen, so I don't care how big the hole is. It is hard to make a tackle when you still have that 315-pound guy on you. So you just saw man-on-man, and you see that they're opening these gaps, and Devin's just hitting them so quickly.
ND, C.J. Stroud with the 3 interceptions. He's 22 years old. There's going to be an ebb and flow to every campaign, no matter how old or how experienced he is. And here he is throwing the picks yesterday. And, look, it didn't look good at those moments, but he did some other great things for this team yesterday. And obviously he's been a huge reason, if not, one and 1A and 1B, whatever the reasons are, however you want to rank them, why this team has been so successful. How does he shake that off? And what's important psychologically for him moving forward to say, all right, I threw some picks, but we won the game? He talked about Steph Curry, have that mentality. What do you think of all of that?
You know what? I keep going back to something D'Amico said about him in the preseason that really impressed me. He said that he's a guy that stays in the film room. You know, you have your gym rats, you have your guys that stay outside really focusing on the physical, and I'm sure CJ does that. But the fact that he's always watching film, and then Dalton Schultz, I had a chance to talk to him a couple of weeks ago during our podcast. He said that he's a guy that doesn't make the same mistake twice. So when you ask that question, Mark, I think of those two statements. And I see that C.J. Stroud's probably going to go watch film. He's going to watch those 3 interceptions probably 10 times each, a minimum. And you're just not going to see that same mistake twice. And I say those 3 interceptions, there were 3 on paper, but one of them he doesn't really need to look at because he came off the hands of the receiver. And I felt like it was actually a pretty good pass. So, 2 mistakes. I think he's going to look at it. He's going to understand what he was thinking at the time. He's going to make sure when he sees that defense, when he sees that situation in the future, because he will see it, he doesn't make those same mistakes. And I love the fact that they won after he threw 3 interceptions, and that he's the type of player that's going to take it serious. And he's going to go in there and say, okay, what did I do wrong here? And let's make sure this never happens again.
Indeed, Derek Stingley gets the interception. He has the knock away on the dig route. He then comes up big with Tav on the 4th down stop. Obviously, we know the history, the injury history, and then being back the last couple of games. How important was a game like that for Stingley and also for the Texans, for him to start to break out a little bit at this time of year?
No, what you said towards the end of your question, this time of year, because when you talk about playoff teams, when you talk about teams that have success late in the season and go deep into the playoffs, there's a lot of luck involved, and luck as far as having your good players on the field playing at their peak. And for Stingley to be out there making plays, it helps his confidence. It reminds him that, like, hey, there's a reason why I was drafted so high. let me continue to prove why I was taken before Sauce Gardner. So he gets that confidence, that swag, and the rest of the team gets that. The rest of the defense realizes, oh, yeah, this is one of our star players. So the big thing is just keeping him on the field, and I love that he's making those plays so he understands and realizes that he's still that guy.
All right, ND, back to it. The Jags on Sunday. What's really important for D'Amico Ryans to stress to the team this week? I got to think that, people were talking about yesterday being some sort of look-ahead game or whatever. I don't know. I think they were fully focused for that one, and it's clear the way they came out in the first half. I know they allowed the opening touchdown, but that's going to happen in this league. What about for the Jaguars here? Because it's not like you're in the playoffs if you win. It's not like you clinch anything, but it is certainly a step up, a huge step in the right direction for the postseason.
Just not to overthink it and to get too tight. I'll keep it clean since, this is a family show. You don't want your backside to get too tight because of everything that may happen with the victory or the loss and who you're playing. So during the week, he has to keep it light with the team. And I think he's going to do that. You and I and the fans, when we're talking up standings and we see that the Jacksonville Jaguars are a game ahead of the Texans, we're going to put a little bit more on this game, but it's going to be very important just to make sure that the team understands that, hey, even if you lose, you can still go achieve your goals. Obviously, you don't want to lose to the Jacksonville Jaguars, but there's still a scenario where if you lose this game, you can still win the division. You can still get into the playoffs. So if it was me throughout the week, I would obviously, narrow in on the detail, which they do every single week, but I would also try to keep it a little bit lighter because they're going to put that extra pressure on themselves.
Andy, when you play a team, and you've experienced this a lot in the league, where you play your division opponent the second time, and it's been a few weeks since we played the Jags, and, you could argue the Texans' butt-kicking in Jacksonville kind of got the Jaguars going, but what's most key when you play a team a second time, especially when you've beaten them the first time? How difficult is that second game? Well, you don't beat a team twice in a year. How tough is that second game when you play a division opponent?
No, it is tough because, like you said, they beat them so bad. And take out all the X's and O's and take out, all the tendencies. There's a lot of pride on NFL teams. And Jacksonville's like, y'all are the guys that kicked our tail not too long ago. They get excited because they get a chance to, avenge that loss. And then you just have to realize, hey, that was a whole different team. And most NFL teams, in my opinion, they know that, hey, if 6 weeks ago I beat a team by 30, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to happen again. So what I would do and what Coach Reed used to do when I was in Philadelphia and we had those you beat a division team and we're playing them again in a few weeks, you're only showing their highlights. The coaches are reminding you why they're a good team. I mean, obviously, this is the number one team in the AFC South right now, so you shouldn't need those reminders. But you also need to see that, hey, even though we had success against them a few weeks ago, that this is what could happen if we don't go out there and, give them the same respect that we gave them the first time we played them. So you really focus on what they've been doing good and remind this team, like, hey, this Jacksonville team is not the same team that we beat a few weeks ago. They're playing some good ball, and you really highlight those plays that have them winning. I forgot what their win streak was, but they're number one in the division right now, so they're obviously playing some good ball. So you look at those highlights.
Hey, ND, it's time to give the alma mater a plug here because the Owls have Florida Atlantic on Saturday, and if they get this one, they're 6-6, bowl eligible. FAU comes in at 4-7. A huge matchup in the American Athletic Conference. How do you see it?
You know what? I love the fact that they need this game. You talk about, like we said, with the Texans playing meaningful ball at the end of the season. Well, the Rice Owls, they've had some downs. That UConn loss still bothers me, but because they have won the games that they've needed to, they're playing really meaningful ball late in the season. They just have to have this. When I saw it, and my buddies and I were like, oh, we're going to a bowl. Which bowl is it going to be? It's like, we still got to win against FAU. The Owls are kind of like the Texans where, you know what, they could beat almost any team on their schedule, but team on schedule. So you really have to take this game serious. I had a few interns that I still keep in touch with throughout the week. And after I congratulated them on their last win, they know that this game is huge. So I really think they're going to be focused in and locked in, and the Owls will go bowling again this season.
Well, as far as guests we're having this morning who are potentially bowl eligible, you're the only one because McLean's Baylor Bears are out of it and Andre's UH Cougs 7 losses. So congratulations just for being in it, and good luck on Saturday, Andy.
I mean, we're used to that. Rice is always the college football program that keeps Houston up, and, you know, no matter where you go in the country, when they think college football in Houston, they always think Rice first. So we're used to being in that position. But thanks, we appreciate that.
Yeah, nice.
Of course. Thanks, Andy. And we'll see you tomorrow as on the Huddle Players Show. It's going to be good. You have DHC, DeAndre Houston Carson, who's been starting and making a lot of noise. So it's going to be fun. Thanks, Andy.
All right. See you all tomorrow.
So speaking, just real fast, going to the locker room yesterday, and everybody's excited. And so I went and put my stuff in here first, and I went to the locker room. So as I did, I just happened to be going into the locker room at the same time as Matt Burke did. Matt Burke did not forget that Dartmouth hammered Brown on Saturday.
Oh, guess what? I mean, his defense had a great day yesterday.
Yeah.
One of the things he said to me walking into the building, hey, tell Johnny Dartmouth beat up on Brown. The alma mater thing is strong.
He looks at me and he puts up 2 fingers, and I'm like, what's he talking about? He's like, I got 2 great wins this weekend. I'm like, oh, you.
That's nice. That's nice.
Bad choice.
All right, McLean is next. The general joins us. Let's get to him. And what a bummer. But Houston Methodist here to help with virtual urgent care visits. That's right. You have the flu, colds, or you think you do, sinus infections. Not a bad way to go at all. You go virtual care with Houston Methodist. They are available whenever you need care, even on holidays. So log on, HoustonMethodist.org/virtual care. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
Back with more of Texans Monday in a moment.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
The Whataburger Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit is back. But some folks have yet to try it. So let's not do the thing where we're like, you've never this before? You know what? It's okay. Let's just invite them to try this flaky, cheesy, and slightly spicy goodness for themselves. The Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit, available as a sandwich or on its own from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. for a limited time at participating locations. Whataburger, just like you like it.
The Houston Texans know a little something about H-Town. We know that football isn't just a hobby here, but a lifestyle. When the heat started to rise, you didn't run. You turned it up and supported our growth every step of the way. The Texans are only looking to charge ahead. And we want you rocking NRG Stadium with us. Be in the stands this season and get your hands on single game tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets. H is up, H-Town.
Lots more to break down next on Texans Radio.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
The BMW i4 M50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding at a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected. The pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
Lease a 2024 BMW i4 for $499 per month. Visit HoustonBMWDealers.com today.
The Texans are on a roll. C.J. Stroud and company took down the Cardinals for their third straight win. Can they make it 4 with a rematch against the Jaguars coming up on Sunday?
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Texans live here on Texans Radio.
Stroud barking signals. Here's the snap. CJ throwing over the middle. Caught, sliding catch.
That's a touchdown.
And it's a touchdown. Dalton Schultz caught it inside the 5 and slid across the goal line.
Nobody touched him when he caught the football, and he just kept sliding into the end zone. You do this long enough, you'll see just about everything. I've never seen that happen before on a football field.
I slide, but I just thought the defense, from where we are in outer space calling a game, it just looked like the defender might have touched him,
Yeah.
But eventually he just kicked him in the head.
I had a good view on it. I was telling you guys they didn't touch him. I was like, they didn't touch him. So that meme is, in fact, Dalton put it on his Twitter, sliding into Victory Monday. And it's just him. It's awesome. It's like the Collinsworth slide in. And it's just Dalton just
I put it on our show promo.
Yeah,
tweet,
same picture. That picture's going to be used a lot. That was good.
It's a great image, excellent image of Schultz sliding into the end zone for touchdown pass number 1. The second one went to Dell. We'll hear that. We'll talk to Andre at 9, and we'll talk to the General, John McClain, right now as the Texans have won 3 in a row. General, what do you think of the streak and the matchup on Sunday against the Jags?
Well, as I wrote my lead on my column on Sports Radio 610 today, I can't believe that I said the Texans are playing for first place in the AFC South, and I couldn't believe I wrote that sentence, so I wrote it a second time because I still can't believe it. And what a week, what a game it's going to be. The Texans have owned the Jaguars. Jaguars coming off one of their best games after they came off one of their worst games. Texans beat them. They own the tiebreaker. Boy, that would make a great stretch drive for both teams in the division. And the Jaguars are tired of losing to the Texans. They're tired of hearing about it. They were humiliated by 20 points in the first victory. But it is so exciting right now what they got going on. And I'm guessing Sunday will be the most people in the stands and the loudest the stadium has been because fans know the team needs their help.
Okay, I hate to break this to everybody in Houston.
All right, go ahead.
But the Texans are going to lose on Sunday.
Why?
I mean, it's just going to happen.
Because the General just said that?
Well, no. Trevor Lawrence Trevor Lawrence has catered Waffle House for the entire Jaguars building today.
Oh, no.
That's as good an omen for them.
No, they're going to be all carbohydrate filled and then turkey. It's just way too much for them.
I just love it. You could pick anywhere. He picked Waffle House. So that's pretty awesome.
I know. I love the Waffle House thing, too, but enough.
Yeah,
enough.
Stop, Trevor. Stop. Be the Trevor that Mark thinks you are. General, speaking of quarterbacks, CJ has 2 touchdowns, a glorious one to Tank Dell. He does have the 3 interceptions. Do you have any worry? What's your level of worry about that heading into this one with Jacksonville? The CJ's thrown 4 in the last couple of games.
6 turnovers in the last 2 games after 3 in the first 8. And, one bad one against Cincinnati at the end of the game. The one I thought, with the one ricocheted off Robert Woods over the middle. He can't help that. The one on the sideline was a bad pass. And the one in the end zone he shouldn't have thrown. But it's like he said, Steph Curry don't stop shooting, and he's not going to not stop throwing, and that's good. Sometimes when you have success and you start to throw passes before because you kind of feel like Superman, which he has been. But I think that Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson will work closely with him this week about that and show him what he did wrong and what he's done right. They did everything they could to give that game away. And the red zone was awful, 1 out of 4. They were great on third down, 69%. But the fact that the defense came up so big, I can't remember with the Oilers or the Texans stopping a team on fourth down 3 times in the fourth quarter. Maybe it happens more than I think, but it was amazing. Cashman with 19 tackles, 13 unassisted, a sack, 2 hit, 2 knockdowns on the quarterback. I asked Cashman last week about being hurt his whole career with the Jets and being healthy here. He said as soon as he got here, they had him doing things on his soft tissue muscles that he hadn't done before, and he's really poured time into it. Obviously, he's working. It's working. And Will Anderson, a sack, 2 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback hits, and on the last play by Arizona, Anderson just drilled Kyler Murray, and that caused him to throw the ball up higher and gave Steven Nelson a chance to get over and knock it away from Hollywood and Hollywood Brown in one of the great plays the Texans have had this season. So the defense really, really stepped up, and I'll guarantee you Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans are staying to make that great interceptions, 6 tackles. He knocked away 2 passes, and he looked like a guy who was picked 3rd overall in the draft.
He looked good yesterday. So did Devin Singletary. Motor had 112 yards, 5.1 per carry, back-to-back games over 100. How will they use Dameon Pierce and Singletary when Pierce gets back into the lineup, John?
I would say you do not cut back on Singletary. He's been too good. He's figured out the scheme that they run, how to operate. He's got moves. If you give him a breather, let Pierce come in. But right now, you got to stick with a hot hand. If all of a sudden they were to start Pierce and let him carry 15 times, I think you would remove what they've got going on offense. When that's the first time they've had a back rush back-to-back since 2018 with Lamar Miller. And so they've got to stick with Devin Singletary as the main guy. The Jaguars already know what Tank Dell can do because he victimized them 2 times in that slaughter in the first game. And hopefully Noah Brown will be back because they missed his 20-yard average. So this team, it's good, and it starts with D'Amico, and he goes out of his way to say it's not him, but it is him. They're a mirror image of what he was as a player. He's tough, he's smart, he's resilient, and that's what this team has become. And it's like he said after, and they start all these different players, nobody flinches. They just step up. They don't look like a team missing 3 of its top 4 safeties. It's just amazing how well they're playing, how confident they're playing, and playing in all these close games, and winning recently after losing those 2 on the field goals with no time left. It's hard on the heart, but boy, it's good for them when they get in those situations.
Yeah, my heart can only take so much.
You keep saying that, and then it happens every week, and you just take some.
I know, and they're ending up with W's, and so that definitely helps. General, you talked about the safeties being down, but I want to talk about a corner. Derek Stingley Jr. Was
mother-daughter.
Whoops. There we go. Derek Stingley Jr. was absolutely fantastic yesterday. General, what did you think about his play in just his second game back from the hamstring injury?
Thought he was terrific. He slipped on that long touchdown pass, and Petrie couldn't get over quick enough. And then, of course, he gave up a touchdown in the first game, but that was his first game back after 6. But making that big play on that long pass, that was a great catch. I mean, he looked like a wide receiver. And, Stingley, if he can avoid the hamstring injury that's hampered him the last 2 years and stay healthy the rest of the season, man, with Tavier Thomas and Steven Nelson playing the way they are, if they get Jimmy Ward back and keep him healthy, this secondary can be on the quarterback, but Stingley is really stepping up. And based on what happened in that game, there can't be anybody more excited than Nick Caserio. I wrote a column last week about he ought to be seriously considered for Executive of the Year. This week I'm writing one with Cal and Adam there. Now, happy they are with the team's success and all the controversy behind them. So everybody's happy with what's happening with the Texans, and it's hard to believe they got a chance to be in first place. Peter King wrote today in Football Morning America, thought he'd never say this, but the Jaguars and Texans are playing one of the biggest games on Thanksgiving weekend, and they sure are.
Well, the Monday night game is Vikings and Bears, or the Sunday night game. Is it the Sunday night or the Monday night? I think that's the Monday night game. So wait a minute. What did they not flex to allow the Texans? It's Ravens and Chargers. That's
Ravens,
not too
Chargers.
bad.
Monday's night is Vikings, Bears.
Yeah, so the Sunday night game, yeah, I get it. I suppose I get it. Chargers, who knew what they were going to do this weekend? They could have been 5-5, but they're not. But anyway, General, they're not happy in Nashville. They lost to the Jaguars. It was not pretty at all. They're going no place fast. And Derrick Henry, I don't want to blame it all on him, of course, because they have quarterback issues, but he just doesn't look right. That running game doesn't look right. I got to think the line has a lot to do with the lack of productivity for Henry.
Yeah, up there they say it's all because of the line. They're blasting the offensive line. But, you can't make chicken salad out of, what season. Now, the Texans, because of Stroud, there's no team. I was listening to the whine about the Jets, all these injuries they've had in their offensive line. No team's gone through what the Texans have. It's the rookie quarterback playing with his fourth center going back to the start of camp. It's just amazing. By the way, a shout-out to George Fant, the right tackle who ran all the way across the field to make the tackle on the guy Barnes returning that interception. I don't know that I've seen a tackle run that far and make a tackle on a cornerback who'd made interception. But the offensive line, the pass protection, the run blocking, they got it going on right now. And there's a lot of assistant coaches doing a great job at starting with Ben McDaniels, who going in, we all thought wide receiver was an issue. Now it's the strength of the team, and there's a lot of coaches. I'm hoping after the season's over, the McNair family will give them all a bonus.
General, why won't the Browns die?
Because they got great attitude. They've been galvanized, circle of wagons, great defense. Myles Garrett, leading candidate for Defensive Player of the Year. They lose Nick Chubb. People talking about Dan Campbell, number one for Coach of the Year, and he's doing a great job. But they started their turnaround. They're 16-4 over the last 20 games. Now, Stefanski is doing a great coaching job, but it's because of his defense and running game. And he's going to be right up there with DeMeco Ryans for Coach of the Year. The special teams are good, and they can still run the ball with Jerome Ford without Nick Chubb. Everybody thought that was going to be the end. And they act like it's the end of the world. Fans do, and the media with Deshaun being out. Deshaun had played one great half. And so the quarterback, DTR, they just don't want him to lose the game. And he hit some passes on the winning field goal drive. So they're playing with a lot of confidence, and they believe they can beat anybody. And with that defense, they can.
General, thanks so much for the time. We'll catch up later in the week.
My pleasure, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving. It's Texans Monday. All right, Andre Ware joins us at 9. Next up, a couple of things that happened yesterday, things that need to be cleaned up, things that we're really happy about heading into the showdown of the season, for now, Jacksonville, Sunday at noon. It's Texans Monday.
This is Texans Monday.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane.
Monday.
Stroud out of the gun, gets the snap, throws over the middle, tipped and incomplete. No, it's intercepted. Barnes to the right, Barnes across the 20. Barnes wants to go all the way with it, and he's finally tackled at midfield.
Thank you, George Fant, who took the right angle, because otherwise he's gone.
I think I was willing the ball to drop to the earth after it went through the hands of Robert Woods, and it didn't, Johnny. It wasn't incomplete. It was like, oh my gosh, he's got it!
That was one of the that's one of the Texans' pet plays. They've run that a lot this year. And it's been open all year, but the Cardinals played it perfectly. Marco Wilson made a really nice play, getting there to the ball and hitting Woods and the ball at the same time. Barnes was, Chris Barnes on the spot, and then he took off running. I'll tell you this, there were two offensive linemen hauling,
Titus was the other one.
Titus was the other one.
And then he went into the 10.
He went into the 10 a little bit, so I was worried about that.
Needed a rest.
Yeah,
Listen,
maybe.
I just ran a lot, okay?
He went in for a little bit.
Get some privacy here?
He was not wanting to go in the tent, and they were like, you need to go. And he did, and like CJ, when CJ got smashed, CJ he kind of put both arms out at one point to the trainers, like, "No, I'm good, I'm good."
Bills came in for
not
one
want
play,
to go out of that game.
One completion, and Stroud right back in and got the first down. Right? I mean, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, he made that throw to Tank Dell right after that. So I mean, look, you don't know. I mean, this is the tough thing when you see a hit on somebody, a quarterback in particular. You don't know what the effects are down, later in the game. I'm not talking about concussion, a physical. You sit there while the defense is on the field for a while.
Remember the shoulder?
Yeah.
Once upon a time, he was on the injury report, and was he questionable with a shoulder? We were all worried. Was this week 2 or 3? It seems like 100 years ago, but I'm sure that probably doesn't feel great. You're going through a football season, taking enormous hits from gigantic individuals. It's got to have an effect, but he's put up unbelievable numbers.
Yeah.
He continues to win. I know interceptions.
I'm not losing sleep.
No. They're playing the Jags this week. I know they beat them soundly last time, but they see what's happened since. The Jaguars have not slowed down. They got slowed down by San Francisco big time. Was that coming off a bye for them too?
Yeah, that was off a bye for them.
They got right yesterday against the Titans.
Okay,
and here we go for first place, and it doesn't win you anything other than you'll be in first place entering December, which is nice, and you'll have pole position. But guess who's waiting in the weeds? They're waiting. And they just can't wait to jump up and surprise you, the Horseshoe.
Yes.
Because they're in a bye this week, and they're going to play Tampa Bay on Sunday, and they'll be right behind you. Win or lose, they'll be right. And in fact, if you lose, guess what? After all you've done, as the Texans are on this 3-game winning streak, as they've won, 6 of 8. After all you've done, you will be in third place if the Colts win and you lose.
Yep.
Because the Colts have beaten you.
Yeah.
Somehow, with Anthony Richardson exiting the game, Gardner Mitts, and you lost to the Colts, and you'll be in third. You can either be in first or third or second if the Colts lose to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this Sunday. So that's life in the NFL. It's all going to be about what happens down the stretch anyway, but it would be really great to get this one on Sunday.
There's no question. The thing about it is the Jags have played the Colts twice and beaten the Colts twice. So I just think the Colts are going to get – I think they're going to get better and better. But as you look at the Jaguars, look, after the Texans woke them up or whatever you want to say, whatever they were relying on, they beat the Falcons. All right. The one to me is they went over to London, they beat the Bills and the Colts, okay? But then they came back and they won at the Saints on a Thursday night, and if Derek Carr wouldn't have had a drop pass, they would have gone into overtime.
Yeah.
And then they beat the Steelers 2010. Look, I'm not going to – I know. I'm not going to poo-poo that they're not a good football team. But you hear your winning streaks and all that kind of stuff, and you're like, oh, yeah, they were the champ last year. You went there and you dismantled them. So you've got that. And as soon as you put the ball in the end zone in the first quarter against them, there's going to be this, here it comes again.
Yeah.
And that's what you need. You need to have them feeling, here it comes again.
It's Houston. They own us.
Right.
I know they played well
That's what you have to do.
In the second game last year when they visited here during a difficult season. I mean, they flexed their muscles in that one when they're on their second half run.
Yep.
So you have to step on their neck.
Yep.
You've got to give them everything you got.
Cut off their football air.
This place is going to be jacked. All right, with this, because, I hate them like poison.
Yes.
They're going to play Tampa this week at home. You want to hear the rest of the schedule?
Yeah.
At Tennessee.
I don't know.
Cincinnati on the road, and Jake Browning, Cincinnati. Pittsburgh Steelers, who cannot gain anything or do anything offensively, but they can win games, but anything offensively. At Atlanta, they might be dead and buried by then.
Yeah.
In fact, aren't they already kind of?
Kind of.
The Raiders at home. Okay, that's a tough one. The Raiders, look, they had the ball in the end zone. It got picked off, but they had a threat going against Miami yesterday. And then against the Texans at home, Week 18. You know it's all coming down to that, Johnny.
Week 18
it's all coming down to the horseshoe in Week 18, no matter what happens.
Week 18 is going to matter for a lot of different reasons than last year. It's going to matter this year. So we'll see how it goes.
I'm going to have to be tethered to the ground. You're going to have to, I'm going to have to wear weights because I'm going to be flying into that game. Are you kidding? Playing the horseshoe in Week 18 all right, stop. So, Mark, 1 week at a time. D'Amico would not like it if I was talking like this.
No,
Sunday
he would not
the
like
Jags
it.
At noon.
No, I was the one that broke the news to him that they were playing, 4 of their next 5 at home, and he was like, "Oh, breaking news!" I'm like, "What?"
He's so focused on the next one,
and that's the way you need to be. And the one thing, and I don't think this Texans team takes anything for granted, especially after the last few years. But I get the sense that. I got the sense a little bit yesterday, some of the sloppiness. So
we can set it up.
So next week sets up to be that game.
Well, I think at the half, though, here's the thing. At the half, people in the press box were smiling at me I don't know, like I just won the Super Bowl or something. You know what I mean? It was such a great feeling at the half.
Yeah.
For what you did.
Yeah, Tank's touchdown before the half.
Everybody was jacked, and they were so happy, and I get it. I was happy too, and I thought, what an opportunity. You get the ball in the third quarter, you can really put some distance there and have a blowout second half, and wouldn't that be nice and cozy here at NRG Stadium? Nope. Because the missed field goal to start the third quarter sparked an Arizona drive, and then you're in a game. Nobody scored after that Arizona drive because Murray ran it in. They went for 2, didn't get it. But there was plenty of drama the rest of the way. The fourth down stops, the picks, and finally Steven Nelson knocking the ball away on fourth down, preserving the victory. Man, that was one heck of a game as it turned out. Another stress-filled afternoon, but it's all good. It's good stress. It's football stress. We love it. It's entertainment, and you're 6-4 playing for the division lead on Sunday. Let's get Andre in here. Talk about the quarterbacking. Talk about the matchup with the Jaguars. A little bit of college football stuff. How are we doing with the Tax Act Texas Bowl projection? Who's coming to Houston? We'll get to all of it next. It's Texans Monday presented by Houston Methodist.
Keep it here for more exclusive info on your Texans. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Whether running a marathon, every movement matters. But when you're in pain,
needed to be. But a win's a win. You check it off. There, as we say in golf, there's no room for comments on a scorecard. So you keep it moving and get to next week.
No room for it. I've never heard that.
I've never heard that, but that is absolutely 100% right on. We just heard, Andre, the Tank Dell touchdown, which, by the way, Tank was all the way into the stands.
Yeah, all the way in.
He leaped up all the way.
He had a seat.
Here's the other thing that was funny about that. There was a guy sitting there at the far corner wearing a Jake Plummer Cardinals jersey, and he was celebrating with Tank. It's like, what?
Because
can you do that?
Tank wins people over.
He
That's
does.
what he does.
Tank does win people over. But, Dre, what has Tank meant to this offense? I mean, what are they allowed to do because they have Tank Dell at wide receiver?
I think it's what all the receivers do for the offense. Tank is certainly doing his every week. There's like somebody different. Tank makes some spectacular catches. Yesterday, the acceleration, and people always ask me, what's different about Tank Dell? And the way I explain it is he's got a little bit left when everybody else is at top speed. And so there's always separation when CJ decides to go to him. And so when you look at it from that standpoint, and then you're moving the ball around, as much as CJ is, it's hard to defend that group. So every week there's somebody else, Noah Brown, Nico Collins, Tank Dell. It's been great to see.
It's been amazing to see. And, look, I was watching Tyreek Hill highlights yesterday, and he's different, but what you just described Tank Dell to do, it sounds Hill-like.
Whenever
he's got that extra gear at the end of it when everybody else is top speed. That's a really great description.
Whenever he went in motion yesterday, I watched the Cardinals secondary. They were on high alert because other guys went in motion. They just moved. When Tank went in motion, you could see their antenna go up. It was incredible.
And what about that, Dre? Because Tank in motion, it's like, Tank, run around the backfield, like behind everything for a while and see what happens. It is organized, I get it, but it just seems like it does create chaos mentally for the defense.
It does, but it's also the genius of Bobby Slowick because he was setting up a play with that orbit motion all game long. In first half, he used it several times, and then finally they swung it to Tank, and he ran. And so then all of a sudden, later in the game, they swing it to Tank, and he's looking to throw. Fortunately for the Cardinals, no one was open. But it's just kind of one of those things where everybody and everything seems to be clicking at the exact right time. Defense just giving enough. The offense with Bobby Slowick, the imagination, the however you want to call it, where every week there's something a little bit different about it that's challenging for a defensive coordinator. And then you start looking at the motion with Tank and what it's doing and how it messes with defenses. One player now all of a sudden, or the defensive coordinator thinks one player is the key to unraveling this Texans offense, and it couldn't be further from the truth because of what I said. Somebody else each week is making a splash, so it's hard to see where it's coming from.
Defensively, yesterday, Dre, there are a lot of different heroes. I mean, Will Anderson was fantastic. Sting was great. But Blake Cashman, 19 tackles. 19 tackles. Now, I know a lot of people, he's going to win AFC Defensive Player of the Week. No, Rasul Douglas had 2 interceptions yesterday and a couple other breakdowns and TFLs. I think he's going to get it for the Bills. But Cashman playing Mike, that was a big deal, Dre, him playing Mike linebacker, because he's got to communicate in a loud building. It's not something he's done all year. He's not been the Mike linebacker this year, but Cashman continues to make plays. I don't know that I even want to think about this defense without Blake Cashman, but how much has he meant to the defense this year?
Certain games, they fit, and when it happens, I mean, boy, if it's a value signing in the offseason or a value draft pick, it makes it that much better. Cashman's on the all-wear team right now. I mean, he has got himself a spot at the front of the bus, and he may be driving that sucker at some point. He's playing that well. That's how much I think of him as just a player that every single week, and I'm in agreement with you, this defense is nowhere near as productive as it's been without Blake Cashman making plays, not just defending the run, but he's covering tight ends backs out of the backfield, diving to make plays in the passing game, contributing everywhere, just about in every phase of this defense. So the 19 tackles doesn't surprise me. It's a huge number. In the grand scheme of things, it just means he had one heck of a game.
Dre, C.J. Stroud, this just in, is human. He bleeds. So I think a lot of fans felt like, oh, my gosh, multiple interceptions. There's a disturbance in the force. He's not flawless.
He's not human. He's not human. He just – everybody started talking about him like he was from somewhere else, so he had to throw us off and go and throw 3 interceptions. But he still won yesterday. So, it totally worked in his favor. Everybody now, he's got you thinking that way.
That's true, Dre. That's true. All right, but what about that, and how does he learn from this?
No, here's the deal. A quarterback on a certain day you through a hole that only a BB would go through. And he was feeling that way yesterday. If you've been there, you kind of know. And it's like I can throw it and fit it anywhere. And so the heat check came with the first interception to Nico in the back of the end zone. Well, that should have been the indicator that, okay, let me settle back in and get back to fundamentals, because you are playing outside of the fundamentals, because it's a place and a space that you don't go to often. And so then he tries to fit the one in, the tipped one that on Robert. I don't count those. Those just kind of fade away in my mind. And then he got hot again during the game, so he tried it one more time. Whereas I told you guys that out and up had been sitting there, and they were jumping routes, and they were just primed for a double move. If he uses it there or just gives a little hint with his shoulders or some type of signal where he pumps the football to Tank and he turns up the sideline, there's nobody behind the kid that intercepted it. There's nobody back there, and it's 6 as opposed to the interception. But he went ahead and threw it, thinking again that he could squeeze it, and that's when immediately he knew he wanted back.
All right, Dre, it's Jacksonville on Sunday, and, I mean, it's going to be hard not to talk about this 24/7, 365, but Jacksonville comes in pretty hot. I know that San Francisco took care of them a couple weeks ago, but they jumped all over Tennessee last week in preparation for this one. And then, unfortunately, you and I get to see the guy that we think the league, Mark, is still poo-pooing. We'll see how that goes on Sunday, and hopefully it's more of what Mark thinks than what we think. But your thoughts about Jacksonville and Trevor coming on Sunday with a lot on the line?
When did Mark come around on Peyton Manning? Because it may have taken him a little while for him.
Good question.
I don't remember.
I arrived in the league, and Peyton Manning was already well established, so I had firm respect for Peyton Manning. He was a nightmare. He's the all-time Texans villain still, in my opinion. He's number 1 on my list.
Yeah.
The Vander list of Texans villains. Peyton Manning occupies the top spot. He's 16-2 against the Texans as a Colt.
I'm glad he's decided to. They moved him to Denver at that point in time. Then he went there.
And you know who isn't? You know who isn't 16-1 against the Texans? Trevor Lawrence.
I knew it was coming.
Not 16-1 and 2. He doesn't have that record against the Texans. Texans have beaten him with some bad teams.
Here's the comeback on that. You admitted, we just admitted that Peyton was already in the league and established when you got in. You were already in when Trevor Lawrence got in, and he has to come. He went to a bad team as Peyton did, but had years, and then he came in. You were already in the league when Trevor got in the league, so he deserves some cushion on that record.
Okay, all right, I'll buy it. But what do you think of this Sunday? Because you had the blowout win earlier.
This is as good a matchup, I think, that you can get excited as any on the schedule and at this point in time, because of what the game means. It's an opportunity to sweep Jacksonville, that first and foremost. And then secondly, a place at this point in the season, and I say that because there's more to play out, to move into first place, a tie for first place with the team, and you would already have the head-to-head in terms of the tiebreaker if you ended up with the same record somehow at the end of the season. So it's huge, and who's coming where it's being played, because we get them at home, the place is going to be beside itself. And yesterday, it started to feel like, the years of old when it was really working and moving around here. It's inching ever so close to that place.
It's so good. It's so good to see what is happening at NRG Stadium, and it's going to be awesome on Sunday when the Jags invade. Dre, let's get to what happened with them yesterday, playing the Tennessee Titans, who had Will Levis. He threw a couple of touchdown passes, but it was really when the game was over. They're really struggling right now, and O-line not able to block for Derrick Henry. It looks like it might just be it for the season for them, that they're just going to limp into the finish here and recalibrate as far as the quarterback position goes. I don't know what's going to happen with them, but they're in a tough spot right now.
Well, when they started playing roulette with the quarterbacks every week, then you kind of knew they were just kind of mailing the season in. They didn't move Derrick Henry before the trade deadline. So, with that being said, they're going to always fight you because of who they have as their head coach. Vrabel's it's just in him, and his teams are going to play that way. But I just think they have kind of, and I think it started with A.J. Brown, that move. They were still competitive because of Henry, but just bits and pieces of that team that were important that maybe they didn't see, either left by free agency or they allowed them to leave or were traded or cut, whatever it was. But they're just not the same team. So when you start that quarterback carousel, that you're on the clock then of, hey, we're just going to get through this one and get into the offseason, make some changes and start to rebuild. But Levis may be the future. I know Tannehill's not. And I'm pretty sure the other kid, what's his name?
Malik Willis.
Drawing a blank from Liberty. Willis. I don't think he is either. So they may have the one that they're going to roll with. But it's a team kind of I think they're headed for rebuilding mode.
Okay, I ask you guys this a lot. I'm going to ask you, but I'm going to make it different questions for both of you. Okay, because I do feel like the top two teams in the AFC are pretty clear. I feel like it's Chiefs Ravens. Okay.
Yep.
After that, who is the best team in the AFC? Is it the Miami Dolphins at 7-3? Is it the Buffalo Bills at 6-5? Is it the Browns at 7-3? Is it the Jaguars at 7-3? Chiefs and Ravens I'm taking away from you because I think it's pretty clear they're 1-2, depending on how you want to put the order. But they're 1-2 right now. Who's the next best team in the AFC? And along those lines, how close do you think the Texans could be to being that next best team in the AFC?
Who's first here? Who's going first, me or Dre?
Dre go first.
Dre.
Dolphins for me. They've got some explosiveness on offense, obviously. I mean, there are times I just don't think they can be stopped. And when the way Tua is playing, he's playing out of his mind and operating that thing well. And then defensively, we know firsthand that they can get after you. They've got a really, really good defense. So for me, it's an easy one. It's the Dolphins, and I'm not sure the Texans are very far off that. They're starting to play there. There's that level, and then there's one a tier just a finger snap away from it. And I think the Texans are right there.
All right, so here's the thing. I am not ready to throw dirt on the Buffalo Bills just yet. I know they're 6-5.
That's why I brought them up.
They're the 8th seed right now, but I think the Bills still have a lot going for them, and no one wants to play them, especially up there, but no one will want to play them in the postseason, and Josh Allen wrecking the game as a quarterback and running all over you or whatever he can do.
But you have that to contend with. Here's the Bills.
The schedule sucks. Yeah, that's right.
At Eagles, at Chiefs, Cowboys, at Chargers.
It's a tough schedule. Yeah, we'll see how they do, because they got the Jets yesterday. That was a get-well game and a post-Ken Dorsey celebration game for them, and I feel horrible for Kenny.
Yeah.
But the Bills made the most of it yesterday. I would say, though, I'll answer it Sunday afternoon. How about the Texans? If the Jacksonville Jaguars come in here and look good beating the Texans, they can certainly lay claim to that. They're in the 3 seed right now anyway. But I'm with Dre. I think it's the Dolphins. If I had to pick one, it's the Dolphins. But how about this, guys? If the Eagles win tonight, the Chiefs go 7-3, and things start to get a little tighter. You know, we need the Ravens to come back down to earth. Dre, I don't think the Cleveland Browns can live like this. I know they have been, and it's a good story for them that they're doing this without Watson and Chubb and everybody else they're missing. And somehow, some way, DTR, you know, he has that final field goal drive in a game that otherwise he didn't play very well in. The Steelers cannot do anything on offense. So I don't think the Browns can really live like this for very long.
No, I don't think so either. Sooner or later, your quarterback's got to play. He's got to be a big, big part of it. Yesterday he was, but part of that I mean is that the longer he's in the lineup, the longer defensive coordinators are going to get film on him and figure out how to exactly stop him. And now you know who the guy is to go prepare for that week. So that production is going to slow down. Can they win if that position isn't producing? And it's already producing at a rate that's lower than what they needed. So I don't think a defense is once you get there, you can win a championship with, but you need to get there, and you get there by scoring points. And so that's a way that I think they've been winning. I don't know that it sustains you the entire rest of the season, because you're going to start having injuries, bumps, bruises here and there, things that you can't account for that are going to start factoring in the defensive side of the ball.
We got TV on in studio, Dre, and an analyst on this particular show said, and I quote, Russell Wilson is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL right now. I know they won last night. I know the Broncos have gotten hot. Do you agree with that? Do you think Russell Wilson has gotten back into that top 10 class in the NFL?
No. And that analyst who said it probably was burying him about a month or so ago. So they'll say things just for effect, you know. So I don't buy that. I can probably get to 12 real quick, just without really even thinking about it before I even think to get to Russell Wilson's name. Yeah, it's been a nice comeback story. I don't know that he ever went anywhere other than the fact that he just didn't fit the system that they had last year, and it's taken him a while to get adjusted to Sean Payton's system. How many times have you guys heard me say that when you change offensive coordinators in the offense, it's like playing as a rookie again for a certain amount of time, because there is a huge adjustment to just being able to call a play in the huddle. The terminology is complicated if it's different, and all it needs to be is different. And so that's what Russell Wilson is experiencing in Denver, or did experience when Sean Payton first got there. Now you're starting to see where he's comfortable in the offense and with everything about it.
Wow. All right, so Dre, TaxAct Texas Bowl coming up. I'm trying to find the bowl projections here. What are we thinking here, guys?
Well, I would, so if none of the Big 12 teams get to the playoff, then the TaxAct Texas Bowl has, I think, the fourth pick. So the New Year's Day 6 games will get one, and then the next 3. So they're fourth in that. So the TaxAct Texas Bowl could have either Texas, probably not, Oklahoma, probably not, Oklahoma State, or Kansas State. They'd have their pick. Now, Fletch picks the Big 12 side, the SEC picks for the game. So you can have one of those 4 at least on the Big 12 side. That would make for a nice game. Those 4 have stood out and done pretty
Kansas
well.
State brings people, right?
Yeah, very much. They
like
bring
to
a lot
travel.
of people. Yep.
No doubt about it.
So you're telling me, Johnny, wait a minute, the SEC flexes its muscle all the way down to that?
Oh, yeah, they picked their bowls.
That's crazy. So the bowls picked one opponent, in this case, Oklahoma State, and then the SEC, the conference, picks who they want to go?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. That's the deal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We need to go back to the old ways, guys. I mean, we really, really do. This is getting ridiculous.
I love the old way in that I was telling
you had to go romance the school to come to your bowl if they were eligible. Why do you even have bowl representatives or these guys they're walking around wearing these orange jackets or whatever it is for the Orange Bowl, and they do zero. They do nothing because there's a system already in place that we know the third place team for the SEC is going to this bowl, conference is going to play them in this bowl. I don't get it. We need to go back to where the schools have control of where they want to go, and the bowl system has to go romance the schools into choosing their bowl. And it just kind of, once a match is made, then the next bowl and however you do it. But I don't like the current way of how it smells right now.
Well, I don't even know if they have enough bowl teams that have gotten to bowl eligibility to fill all the bowls.
Are they going to do the 5 and 7 thing if you have certain academic standards or whatever?
They might.
Really?
That might have to happen.
It's all a TV show.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, this one is a really great one. This is a great non-New Year's Day bowl here. Yeah, it's always been good.
It is. I mean, I've been a part of the bowl game from, it seems like, since it came into existence, and it's always been a good matchup. It's always been a good crowd. It's always been a good bowl game. Just an overall college football experience to go to. So if you're a college football fan, check it out, and I'll get all the information online. But it's one that you definitely want to see. I guarantee it'll be a good matchup. And if it happens to be Oklahoma State, I have them this weekend. Oklahoma State, BYU in Stillwater. Ooh. And on Saturday on ABC, not Friday night. So a little adjustment because of the Thanksgiving holiday this week.
Who wins between Ohio State and Michigan at the Big House, Dre?
Ooh, if that was in Ohio State, if it was at Ohio State, I think it makes it a tougher, closer football game in the Big House. But I've liked Ohio State over Michigan all season long. I think it's going to be a close game, like 2-point game. But I think Ohio State wins it.
I got to give my due to Steve Sarkisian here with the Longhorns. They're 10-1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They've had I think this is a better than expected season. I don't know what the expectations were at the 40 acres, but I did not expect 10 wins, and I think that they've done a nice job. You got to give them his due. 5-game winning streak going into Saturday against Texas Tech.
Ooh, this is a big one. Texas Tech is playing really,
yeah, they've gotten hotter, no question about it.
For sure. Yeah.
Trey?
Yeah, I like what he's done. That's a tough game. Tech just presents a lot of different problems schematically on offense for Texas on that side of the ball, on the defensive side of the ball. So they're going to be able to score points. Can they slow Texas down? Without the running back who's out for the year, I think they've got a chance defensively to do that. And can they go into Austin, pull an upset? I think so. I just doubt it. And Texas is going to be right there in the conversation. This is going to be one of those years where you're going to hear all this talk about how this should have been a year for expansion. Look at this team and that team. Mm-hmm. They're going to be centered right in the middle of all that talk.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, Dre, Heisman race. One guy, unfortunately, I would imagine, given what happened on Saturday, is going to be out of it, and that's unfortunate. And it's Jordan Tate. He actually tweeted a little while ago his thanks to the Seminole fans, and he said, all of the injury I sustained on November 18th marks the end of my Seminole playing career, and then he goes on from there. A guy that's been just a great representative of Florida State, I would imagine that he's out of it, but I know you don't want to give up your vote, and I don't want you to, but who do you think is kind of in the conversation to go pick up the trophy that you won a few years ago?
Yeah, I think it's basically boiled down to a three-man race, and I hate the way that it happened for Travis Hunter with the injury, because of the trajectory he was on at Colorado. I know their season hasn't gone the way everyone may have thought it would, but I think it's different if he's healthy for those 3 games as well, and in the conversation at the end of the season. And then you look at a guy named the big tight end from Georgia, who very well might be the best player in the country, but he gets injured. And so it just happens that way. If there are games left, Jordan Travis is no different. He was playing at a very, very high level, and certainly on a list of those that were headed, at the very least, headed to New York to experience all of what comes with being there during the Heisman year. But 3 names have emerged for me: Penix, Daniels, and Nix. And so those 3 have had outstanding seasons. What Jaden Daniels has done at LSU is unbelievable. We haven't seen it in a long, long time, if at all. Bo Nix and how productive he's been at Oregon and getting them back in a playoff conversation. It's been phenomenal. Only thrown, I think, two interceptions the entire season, which is just sick. And then there's Penix, who just physically is just gifted. And you just want to – it's poetry in motion watching him throw a football and play the position of quarterback. So those are three names that have kind of emerged for me.
Excellent. Dre, thanks a lot for the time, and we'll catch up later in the week.
All right, guys.
All right, Andre Ware joining us on Texans Monday. Derek Stingley Jr. had an interception yesterday. What did he have to say after the game as well to John Harris? That's coming up, among other things, here on Texans Monday.
Stay tuned for more Texans Radio.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist,
knew we were going to pull it up at the end, and we did.
Derek, take me through that interception, because that's a big one. That felt like a really big momentum swing. Did you know they were going to try and test you deep on that one? Take me through that interception.
Nah, I mean, I was just on Hollywood, and he took off and had his head down, so I was like, oh, yeah, it's probably a deep throw. And then I just waited till I caught back up to him, and then looked for the ball and caught it.
You saw his eyes, because I could see you, because you had your head down. What did you see? What made you turn back for the ball at that point?
I mean, just knowing, like, the trajectory of, like, you know, like, where he's looking at. And I just looked at that same spot he was looking at, found the ball.
And then you got to catch it, which is a whole different thing. But you got athletic skills. You can play receiver if you wanted to. Take me through the pass breakup, the big one on Dortch going across there on that final drive. What happened on that one?
I mean, we was in, you know, match coverage, and I seen somebody else go away. So then I just kind of figured he was about to run dig. And just made a play.
Confidence, and been back for a couple of weeks. How you been feeling? How's your game kind of rounding into shape right now?
It's good. Still got some ways to go, but, you know, let me get there.
What does it feel like to just walk in here after a win like this, Derek? I mean, defense has got to come up big in the second half, and it does. What does it kind of say about your defense, the way that they came through in the second half?
I mean, we all believe that we could come together and win. So, I mean, we didn't have no doubts at all on the field. So, you know, we kind of just knew it.
People calling you out in the locker room, Derek. I know that's time, man. Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations.
Sure, thank you. Thank you.
Derek Stingley Jr. comes up with the pick. And, Johnny, he's so athletically talented. Yeah. You know, I'm watching the Denver Vikings game last night, and the touchdown pass to Sutton at the end, that ball was quacking coming off the arm of
that was a duck.
Russell Wilson. And that could have, would have, should have, I think, been picked off or at least broken up. The DB, I mean, I know it's easier said than done.
Blackman.
But I think if that's Stingley, he's jumping up and knocking that thing down or even picking it off because he had time to react. And usually you don't see that kind of time for a DB to react. But Blackman didn't get it. I think a guy like Stingley would have. Steven Nelson, how good has he been? Down the stretch against the Saints, comes up with the pick, at least broke up the play. Yesterday, broke up the play as the team is driving for a go-ahead touchdown. Really nice campaign by him. And it's all hands on deck. Griffin available. Stingley, Nelson, safety, a little bit of a different deal. DeAndre Houston Carson's been starting. He's going to be the show tomorrow with N.D. Kalu and Drew Doherty, so looking forward to hearing from him. But they really do need Jimmy Ward back. I mean, you can feel it that it would be great to have him back, even though yesterday was a really terrific defensive performance. I know they got some rushing yards, whatever. You're still a top 8 rushing defense in this league. And you got the Jaguars coming in with Travis Etienne, who is a nightmare for a lot of teams, and you want him to not be a nightmare for you.
Well, your tackling has got to be much better than it was. If I were John McClain, the general, and I was talking about tackling, and I was giving out grades, tackling would be an F. Tackling an F for not so good. The tackling wasn't great yesterday. There were times it was good. There were times it was not so good. James Conner got a decent – now, one other thing, they didn't set the edge early on in the game. They started doing a little bit better later on. But I'll tell you one of the most physically impressive plays that I've ever seen. This was in the fourth quarter. And the Texans had 3 stops in the fourth quarter on downs. One of them, I think, was earlier in the fourth quarter, and the Cardinals were about midfield, and they ran a zone read with Conner. And so the read on that play is Will Anderson Jr. They're going to read Will Anderson Jr. It's not a good thing to do. Because Will does something that a lot of guys can't do or do as well. Basically what Will does is when he gets a zone read like that, he runs to the mesh. And that makes it hard on the quarterback because the quarterback's got to decide, do I pull it and get it out of there?
Right.
Because this is happening fast. Will is on them really fast. Well, he decided to leave the ball in Connor's belly. Will hits Connor, and it looking out. Oh, man, here we go. Will has him by the back of the shoulder pads and literally snatches him to the ground. 230 pounds, and Will Anderson just snatched him and threw him to the ground for a tackle for a loss. And I thought, whoa, I haven't seen anybody ever do that to Connor. Not like that, and just brought him right to the ground. And that was a huge tackle for a loss because that set them up at second and 13. They ended up getting it down like 4th and 4, and they got one of those stops. I think Sting and Tavia Thomas tackled Dortch sort of the sticks. But that play by Will Anderson Jr., my goodness. And I know, like you, Mark. I mean, we all, you and I, we get asked a lot about people in this building, and everybody wants to talk about CJ with us and all that. But the next group of people that people ask about are Derek Stingley and Will Anderson Jr.
High draft choices.
High draft choices, number 3 overall, both of them. They both were studs yesterday. And the other guy, and we talked about Cashman, and I don't want to take Cash for granted because 19 tackles, playing Mike, communicating everything. He did a great job. Christian Harris played one of his best games as a Texan yesterday.
So what's happened with him? Because late last year comes along, has the pick against Tennessee. Early this year, look, I know you have some talented guys around here, and it looked like it just wasn't happening for him just yet.
Yeah.
But he's really rounded into form. I don't know what's happening. It's year 2, and he improves, and he's available, and he didn't have all of his rookie year to improve. So is that what's happening? We're just seeing a talented player rise up to meet his potential or get closer to it?
That's definitely part of it. I think the other part of it is, and I think people forget about this part, is confidence. When you're projected to be a starter, and then all of a sudden you hit some kind of roadblocks early, and all of a sudden you have gone from, well, you're not starting to you're not playing a bunch.
Yeah.
Your confidence takes a pretty big hit. And it was in the Tampa Bay game, I felt like, where I started seeing Christian he started to have some hop in his step. You started seeing that. So I think at the intersection of confidence and learning the system and knowing what your expectations are, all of a sudden I think you started to see him start to blossom. And it's getting to a point now where I don't think you could take him off the field, you know?
Wow.
And that's really been impressive to see him. He had the 2 bat downs when he was blitzing.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I thought it was one of the better games that he's played, just all over the place. And if you see that from him, and Sting's playing at that level, and Will's taking his game up, JG has played extremely well. The interior guys have been pretty good. They played the game in nickel yesterday. It's not really surprising that Connor had some of the rushing yards. They played the whole game in nickel.
But every once in a while they brought in Littleton.
A little bit, yeah.
3 linebackers.
Yeah, they were in 3 linebackers a little bit. I was looking.
Because it was so obvious to me when Littleton was coming in. I was thinking, well, are the other 2 still in there? Yeah. Because they'd pull Tav off and put Littleton
that was it.
in an obvious run.
It wasn't much, though.
When they had the tight ends in there, when they went heavy at tight end.
That's I want to say decent. That's a good football team with Murray pulling the trigger.
Oh, yeah.
With Murray
They're
pulling
totally
the trigger,
different.
that is a really different football team than 2-9.
Yeah.
And that's a team that beat the Dallas Cowboys, oh, by the way.
He's a playmaker. He is a playmaker. And just like D'Amico's conversation with you that we played earlier, it was right talked about his concern with Murray down the stretch. Murray wasn't running it much. If I'm them, and I know it's easier said than done, all this stuff that I want people to do. Like, just do this, player. Right. It's easy. You just run around and score. If I'm them, though, I'm thinking, I need to run that guy a little bit more, but maybe he's just getting back and all of that other stuff.
I'm telling you, he's tough. He took that hit from Christian Harris. I could see it coming. I could see Murray trying to get to the marker, and I could see Christian in the corner of my eye, and I'm standing 5 yards away.
Oh, yeah.
And that collision, oh, my gosh. And Murray popped right up.
What about the one at the
he popped right
at the goal line, 2-point conversion when they stopped them?
I know that was. I mean, think about it. How important were those 5 inches that they kept him out of the end zone?
Yeah,
because you stop him there. Now all of a sudden it's 21-18. Now they're driving for a field goal at the end, and that changes the calculus of this entire game.
But it changes the universe.
Everything.
So does going for a field goal instead of a touchdown or a 4th down conversion like they did earlier. Right? Why not just kick it, cut it to where you only need a field goal? Right. I didn't get that at all. I mean, obviously they felt like, why do you go for it on 4th down? You feel like you can get it.
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon was asked about that after the game. One of the things that he said, because I listened to his entire press conference, it was like 4.5 minutes. I'm always curious.
Your voice sounds like Chris Berman.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it.
What is it with guys from Brown? You know, they have the voice problems. I don't know.
Well, Tommy. Yeah. That was listening to Jonathan Gannon, and one of the things he said, and it sounded like maybe just kind of a flippant comment, or he said he was asked about having chances, not getting the win, etc. And he didn't miss a beat. And he goes, well, that's a playoff team over there, and we hung with them for 4 quarters.
What a compliment. Thank you very much.
I ran that back. Gannon. I went, wait. I ran it back. Did he say what I think he said?
Yeah.
He was like, that's a playoff team, and he pointed kind of over in our direction. He said, that's a playoff team over there, and we hung with them for 4 quarters.
Teams are getting moral victory, losing to the Texans.
You talk about hurdles that we've crossed.
I'm putting up a banner. A Colts-like banner.
Yes.
Arizona got moral victory for losing to us. It's going in the rafters for next week. Done.
I was dumbfounded. I mean, he gave a lot of credit to the Texans. He also pointed out, hey, we had our chances too. We had our chances. But when he said that, because he had kind of a couple short answers before that, people talking about injuries, and he's like, I don't know, we'll look at it. And then he got to that question, and he just kind of perked up, and he went, hey, that's a playoff team over there, and we went toe-to-toe with them. I was like,
nice.
Okay.
There you go, Coach.
Thank you, Jonathan Gannon.
Now, compare and contrast with Brandon Staley at Green Bay yesterday, who's basically
needs a
done.
podium clinic.
He's basically, I'm not here to talk to the fans. What do you think you're doing at the podium? You're literally at the podium to talk to the fans.
Right.
That's it. Never mind the me. That's what the first thing is people need to learn in any walk of life, sports life.
Mm-hmm.
When you're at a podium, you're talking to the fans.
Yes.
It might be some media person that really irritates you, but you're still talking to the fans.
Exactly.
So talk to them, and don't take the bait.
Don't act like you're smart to it.
They were asking about defensive play calling, and he was talking about, they had so many drops yesterday. The Chargers were just drop city yesterday at Lambeau Field, and they're a mess.
The media asks about the play calling and all that kind of stuff. It's like, you're asking a head coach about that. Like, he's going to take heat no matter what play call is called, offense, defense, special teams. He's going to take that heat no matter what. But his reaction, when I heard that, I went, you got to understand who you are talking to. Yes, you're talking to a group of people asking questions, and you're right. You might have this beef with a media member or whatever, but you got to remember who you're actually talking to. The people and the fans out in Los Angeles are already a question for the Chargers anyways. And so you're going to anger the small section of fans you have there as it is?
All right, next up, smoking hot players of the game. And what about the flexing possibility? Some things happened yesterday that I would think would eliminate that, but we can discuss. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Texans Radio continues in a moment.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With
not a team record. Didn't Kamu Grugier-Hill get to 20 one time?
Maybe, all right.
I mean, like
so
half of them were like 7 yards downfield, but whatever. But either way, Cashman is definitely there for sure. Tang, 9 yards receiving, touchdown, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Now I'm going to give a Group 1, the offensive line, Motor, 112 yards rushing, second straight week. And this one, Motor made some moves. There's no doubt he always does. But the offensive line was given that touchdown run. They ran what's called duo, and they knocked people back. I mean, knocked the first line back at least 2-3 yards to give Motor some time. Like, Motor got to the second level at the same time Shaq Mason did. Like, he and Shaq are almost colliding because Shaq is getting off a block at the second level, and Motor's already there because they had moved the line so much. So the offensive line, and as I said to start the game yesterday, congrats to Titus Howard, has third child on Saturday. And then turned around and play on Sunday.
And still gave away tickets.
Yeah, gave away tickets, and then
busy.
And then then
he needs a personal assistant, Titus Howard.
He does. He does. Maybe Titus should put that out there.
Stroud, 336, 3 picks, 3 sacks, 2 amazing touchdowns. Well, the one to Tank Dell was just one for the ages. That was one we'll talk about for a while. It's just fun to watch. It really is. 37 throws in the game. He'll clean up the smudges and get ready for next week against Jacksonville. Everybody knows how big this one is. And there's no better opponent right now to get your attention, your full attention, than the Jacksonville Jaguars and where they sit right now atop the division. Tom Brady and C.J. Stroud got together on the Brady podcast last week with Jim Gray watching and throwing in occasional live reads for endorsements. But give advice of, hey, you're not here to entertain people. You know, out-of-town guests, I'm paraphrasing here, whoever, comes over to the house. What you have a job to do. Their job is to watch the game. Your job is to play as well as you possibly can. That means all the prep work and everything else. So Thanksgiving, this is the old, is Thanksgiving a distraction? We'll talk to D'Amico about that and how he's handling the holiday this week at 5 o'clock today. I'm eager to find out what he has to say about that, but they're practicing. They're going to be at work on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I came to grips with that a long time ago. Just Thanksgiving. Like, it's great. You got football, you got food, you got all that, but you got practice first.
Well, I've always said to the family here, it's Hyman Roth and Godfather Part 2. This is the business we've chosen. If you're in this business, the holidays, you're the entertainment. You are the entertainment. Get used to it, right? I found this out, quote, the hard way early on in the business. I remember doing a Great Alaska Shootout when I was at UMass in the 90s. And that was a wild one, by the way. Vince Carter was there. It was really cool. It was cool, man. It was cool.
Wow.
Very cool, Great Alaska Shootout. And it's a little chilly up there, but it's fun. And you're there for the Thanksgiving holiday, and you just make the most of it. And you're doing what you love. So if you can find a job that you love, just cling to it, love it, work it, enjoy it, live your life. All right. Any other smoking hot players of the game here that we have to get to?
No, I think we hit it.
I think Steven Nelson, just the play at the end was amazing. You talked about Harris. Stingley, good. Great defensive performance. I mean, when you look at them to 16 points, they ran for 123. Murray had 51 of that. He's going to do that. Murray's going to Murray. James Conner, as concerned as we were, 62 yards, 4.5 per pop. You have to do well against ETN. He's 4th in the league in rushing. He's 5th in TDs. He's tough. You got to buckle up and get ready for him. I am more concerned about him than I am about Trevor Lawrence. Now, it's a collective thing. I get it with the Jaguar offense, but I'm way more concerned about the running game with ETN than I am about Trevor Lawrence. Not that I'm not concerned about Lawrence. I want to be clear on this, but ETN has my full attention here in this matchup. You cannot allow them to get going on the ground because that's just going to make life so easy for Trevor Lawrence. Ridley had another big day yesterday against the Titans, and they were giving it all they had because that was kind of a last house on the left game for them.
Yeah, there's no question, and they spanked the Titans. Now, Mike Vrabel said in his press conference this morning, well, it wasn't as bad as, when we went back and watched the film.
27-0 at one point, and they're 3-7 now, by the way.
Yeah. How about this? How about they're 3-14 in their last 17 games?
Yeah, that's big.
That's not good.
And what's the quarterback situation for them? Is Levis going to turn into something? A lot of teams out there have big questions at the most important position on the field, and the Steelers are certainly one of them.
Oh, that's not good. But to your point about the Jags, I'm with you, Mark. I think ETN, You know what I think about Trevor. I think Trevor could turn it on and be unbelievable. ETN, the only time the Jaguars have beaten the Texans in the last how many ever years was here last year. And ETN dominated that game and then jumped out in the third quarter because they had to get ready for the Titans next.
That's going to do it for the show. In the Loop is next. You know what they're going to be talking about. It's awesome. Hang in and listen to them, and we'll be back with the D'Amico Ryans program, 5 o'clock. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist,
big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
and John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Things are changing around here. Things are changing. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Yesterday, the Texans, they went into that game riding shotgun when it comes to their playoff hopes, their aspirations. They were riding shotgun. Now, they're driving the mofo. They are in the driver's seat, and we've gone from playoffs to perhaps higher aspirations for this Houston Texans team. OG, you were out there. Figgy, you were out there. Biggest takeaway from yesterday's game, which, by the way, CJ Stroud, 3 interceptions in the red zone. Texans still find a way to win the game at the end. Biggest takeaways.
Yeah, that ties directly to my biggest takeaway. This is kind of weird sounding. It's weird to say it. I think there might be more reason than ever to believe that this team is not just a threat to make the playoffs, but should be probably at this point expected to make a playoff push. Despite the 3 interceptions, first of all, C.J. Stroud played terrific. The interceptions were part of what happened, and they were red zone, and one of them was tipped and all that. But he was terrific. His first half was MVP caliber. But there's more reason to believe that this team actually has what it takes to make a run. Let me just bounce a couple things off of you and Figgy. The defense made fourth quarter stops. And it wasn't against a chump at quarterback. Kyler Murray was feeling it and doing good. CJ, as I said, threw 3 picks. The offense couldn't finish drives. That's more reason than ever to believe that with CJ being himself, the defense starting to come into their own and making stops in the fourth quarter, which we had talked about in previous games, that this team is really becoming more than just CJ and fingers crossed, in a lot of places,
Yeah, I mean, when you can win ugly, I think it's a good thing. You're not just completely CJ dependent. You're not dependent on one guy. I think that is good. I don't think CJ played good yesterday. I think he played
His
okay.
First half was
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
You throw 3 interceptions in the red zone. You didn't play good.
Well, yeah, those are.
I hold him to a higher standard. You're not going to win very many games where that happens. So I don't mean this as bad. Obviously, his good is better. His bad is better than most quarterback in the league's good. But I do not think C.J. Stroud played good yesterday. Yeah, I think the standard is such to where it's okay to say C.J. did not have his A game yesterday, and he made some mistakes. Teachable now that you got the dub, but I don't think, and I think it's even better from a Texans perspective. I think it's even good from a CJ perspective to say I don't think he played great yesterday.
Yeah,
I don't think he played well.
I thought he was outstanding in the first half. Overall, you're right. But here's another reason that I feel like there's more reason than ever to be optimistic about this team in the playoffs. CJ is a weapon when he's standing on the sidelines. That was huge.
Was the biggest takeaway for me is at the end of that game, and I was watching it with you, and we were watching the game. Shout out to all the loopholes who came by and said what's up yesterday as well. It is Reaction Monday here on In the Loop, 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. YouTube, Twitch, all that as well. Get those comments coming through. At the end of that game, make no mistake about it.
Yeah.
They were thinking about C.J. Stroud, they being the Arizona Cardinals. They were at the 30-yard line with 2 minutes remaining, and the Texans were thinking it. How much time are they going to leave on the clock?
Yeah.
Arizona, I credit C.J. Stroud as much as I do the defense for
Absolutely.
that stop.
He's a weapon when he's on the sideline.
They stopped running their offense. They ran that janky-ass sideways pass that lost 5 yards. Then they dumped it down. Then they got themselves in a 3rd and long, and then they got themselves in a 4th and long, and the Texans ended up winning.
Yeah.
The Cardinals stopped trying to score when they got to the 30, and C.J. Stroud was on the back of their mind. We've talked the last couple of weeks about how the Texans have a quarterback where, you left too much time. You left too much time for him. I think Arizona was thinking about that.
That was on their minds. they got out of their skin.
If Davis Mills is the quarterback, I think Arizona scores and they don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I think they started thinking, okay, how much time are we going to leave on the clock? And I think there was a C.J. Stroud factor at the end of that game.
Absolutely. So that's another reason why I felt so good about yesterday's game. A couple more real quick for you. Texans have a running game, and Devin Singletary is it. Like, Devin Singletary is the dude. The offensive line plays better for him. I think that's pretty clear. You get a running game consistent like C.J. Stroud, that's another reason. There's more reason to feel optimistic than ever with this game.
Another 100-yard game for Devin Singletary, to the point where now, you're kind of wondering, okay, are the Texans going to be able to run the ball every week? Because that adds a whole new element. Like the way that Devin Singletary is running the ball right now, if you can have that type of balance where you have a guy that's capable of getting 100 yards and then you have a quarterback who's capable of playing at an MVP caliber level, that's where you kind of crank it up a notch.
That's
and I don't know
exactly
that this happens if Dameon Pierce doesn't get hurt.
That's exactly right.
I don't know that this happens if Dameon Pierce doesn't get hurt. But what we're seeing from Singletary right now and the way that he's running that rock, I know they've faced some very, very suspect run defenses, but it does seem like between that and the guy on the other side that I think stuck out the most.
We'll get to that in a second. That's another reason.
If those two things are pleasant surprises to where they're playing elite caliber ball, you're talking about getting in the playoffs and making noise.
Yeah.
It's not just about getting in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You're talking about getting in the playoffs.
So you're with me. You feel better
noise.
about the squad overall despite CJ's, whatever game, whether it was average, below average, or whatever. Here's another one. Oh, by the way, Devin Singletary, the last two games, averaging 26 carries, 126 yards, 5 yards per carry.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Derek Stingley broke out. That was a breakout game, and I'm not even just talking about the interception. He was great in coverage. He seemed to be feeling it. If you have Derek Stingley playing like that, and the Steven Nelson we know,
no, all bets off, and that's the whole thing. Steven Nelson and these DBs, they've done a good job of holding it down.
Mm-hmm.
But if that dude's going to go out there and he's going to look like the number 3 overall pick, it's a complete different element. Not only did he have the interception, he had the big tackle on 4th down.
Right.
He was in pursuit of Kyler Murray before he got tackled.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Stingley yesterday he looked like a dog. Like if you'd have been watching him yesterday, and we didn't anticipate Derek Stingley coming back and looking like this. I don't even know if we anticipated Derek Stingley coming back. And after the game, I'm telling you, I don't want to over-romanticize, but you go in that locker room yesterday and you see the way that Derek Stingley's looking.
Yeah.
He's almost looking like, and I put the video out at Landry Locker on Twitter, like he's almost looking like he knows something and he's starting to feel himself because he was smiling ear to ear. And I asked him, was that the best game that you've ever played? The answer is obviously yes. That's the best game of his NFL career.
Yeah.
But here was what Derek Stingley had to say, and you can hear the smiling in even in his voice over the radio. But here was Derek Stingley yesterday.
Big game coming up, sir.
Oh yeah. That's the
major divisional.
Implications.
That was, Do you think that's the best game of your young career?
I say it's definitely a step in the right direction. Still got a lot to clean up. So once I get that taken care of, we'll be good.
All right, I'm just telling you, if he's good and if Singletary's going to keep doing this.
Part of what I walked away thinking, damn, this is a squad. It's not just CJ and cross your fingers here or there. Maybe Noah Brown, maybe the defense, maybe Will Anderson will get a sack. It's damn.
I'll say this. I'll say this with how this week has shaped up, and I guess I'm just going to start this off with a hot take. I'll just start it off immediately with a hot take.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I didn't anticipate this being the case,
Mm-hmm.
but if they're gonna continue to play the way that they've played, and if you're going to be able to mix in some Stingley and some Singletary with what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
And controlling what you can control on top of stuff that you don't control going your way. With Deshaun out for the season and Joe Burrow out for the season, this team, it is Overreaction Monday.
Let's go.
I think they have as good of a chance of making an AFC championship game than this team has had since the Kubiak prime days. I think they have as good of a chance as anything, and that's 2 playoff wins.
Yeah.
But a lot of times you get breaks, and you're not going to have to go through Joe Burrow. You're not going to have to go through Deshaun Watson. I still think no one wants it with Cleveland because they're still a good squad.
Yeah.
But you're going to have the quarterback advantage more times than not.
Mm-hmm.
This team right now, with if those two elite elements are in the mix, this team has as good of a chance as they've ever had of perhaps going to an AFC Championship game.
Oh my! He's on fire. Put a pin in that for passing thoughts later. And there's 3 more that you put it that I think are gonna tie into what you said right there. Foremost, look, we've been high on Tank Dell from the very first week we saw him. He's reaching an altogether different level. Like he's averaging almost 12 targets and 7 catches and 106 yards his last 3 games. Tank Dell. To be able, we've said, Noah Brown, big play. You know, obviously Robert Woods does what he does. Oh, Nico Collins can really stretch the defense. Tank Dell every week. Every week you can count on him. Like, think about it.
Who can you not count on? Like that's my thing with this receiving core. Who can you not count on?
Yeah.
You've won a game without
he's
all
starting
of them.
a little separation there in terms of boom, he's going to be targeted 12 times. Boom, he's going to catch 7 or 8. Boom, he's going to go for about 100 yards. That's the last 3 games he's averaging that. That's and the catch he made yesterday was just stupid, and it showed confidence because that was a scramble from C.J. Stroud. It showed the confidence. I'm going to throw it out in that corner, and I know Tank Dell's going to go get it because of speed, because of his athleticism, or whatever. A couple more real quick, and this one to me is really, really, really important. Blake Cashman is
Pro Bowler.
Dude,
he's playing like a Pro Bowler.
He's not even just playing like a Pro Bowler. I mean, he's putting up stupid numbers.
I caught up with Blake Cashman. I caught up with Devin Singletary. You'll hear those throughout the show. Dude had media around him like he was a damn quarterback.
Because
yesterday.
the game plan from D'Amico put a lot on Blake Cashman, like a lot. They covered the edges a lot more. They were nickel almost every snap. I think go dominate. He tied the franchise record for tackles in a game. 19 tackles. That's stupid, man. That's crazy.
And not only did he do that, like we talk about receivers stepping up. I mean, he did that without To'o and Perriman out there.
Yeah.
So I mean, when they needed him the most, and you were thin at the linebacker position, he puts on one of the best linebacker performances that we've seen.
Yeah.
So it is insane. Like we talk about these short-term contracts that Nick Caserio's given out, and they extended Cashman last year. This is a guy that you want around for a while.
Yeah.
Like this is a foundational piece. What Cashman is doing right now, he is definitely a foundational piece, and he's doing his thing. Like he is playing Pro Bowl caliber ball,
easy,
and he's one of the faces of this thing.
Last one, and this is, you asked, what was my big takeaway? My big takeaway is there might be more reason than ever to believe this team can make a run to the playoffs. You said maybe even AFC Championship game, and I didn't even blink. Here's the last one. Will Anderson's getting frisky. Will Anderson
he could have had a couple sacks yesterday.
Will Anderson's getting a little frisky.
He could have had a couple sacks yesterday.
He had one, right?
He had one, and he was all over the place.
Losses.
Yeah, he was all over the place.
I thought two, and you'll hear about this in a little bit as well. I thought 2 of his biggest plays, he never hit the stat sheet, and I'm not trying to go advanced analytics
Win rate,
because it was like obvious. I'm not going win rate, all that stuff, but he's starting to feel pretty dang good about things out there, and pretty confident and comfortable.
He's feeling very good. And we're feeling 572-4610. If you want to get in, we'll hear from CJ at 11. We'll hear from some of the stars of the game. I was working the locker room yesterday. Another story, another talking point. CJ didn't get his wish.
I could go on this for a while.
All right. Well, you got all the time in the world.
I could go on this for a while.
CJ asked for Texans fans to pull up. They didn't quite pull up. It was not full. It was loud. You could kind of feel the electricity a little bit in the air. It was a little bit more electric than it's been. But as far as butts in seats, CJ Stroud did not get his wish.
Let me tell you why it was even worse than that. Let me tell you why it was really one of the saddest, most inexplicable things I've seen at NRG Stadium.
Oh, my.
No, I'll say it again. This was one of the saddest, most inexplicable things I've ever seen at NRG Stadium, and there's one reason why. Not only was it not full, the tickets sold, the paid attendance was the smallest of the year. So you know what that means? There were 70,247 paid tickets. You know what that means? That it's not even about people selling their tickets to the other team or fans from the other team. That means that there were tickets on the market for the taking that went unsold. That's humiliating. Like for a team that has C.J. Stroud and all the MVP discussion. See, it's kind of a hidden little factoid. The fact that it was the fewest tickets sold. That means that it wasn't like, oh, wow, all the Steelers fans bought the tickets. No. It means that tickets weren't even sold.
I'm proud of the people.
Oh, we're not talking about them.
I know you're. I know you're upset. I'm proud of the people because I like that. It's not just all is forgiven with the way that things have functioned the previous years. Mm-hmm. You have the POS lurking around, putting signs up, doing whatever the hell he wants to do. You're peeing on me and telling me it's rain. I'm glad that the people are letting the organization know, look, y'all screwed up. Yeah. We're not sheep. We're not just going to show up. We're not just going to show up because you tell us to.
Mm-hmm.
We're not just going to do that. So I'm actually proud of the people. I'm also proud of the people that are showing up and showing out. But I'm glad they're just not completely off the hook.
It's sad. Like for everything going on, you want a winner. This is a football city, and you've sold out hundreds of games. I don't know how many it was. A lot of games in succession until Jack got here and B.O.B. started messing with stuff. And you had almost, 4,000 or 5,000 tickets that were probably face value or very little above face value that were just that just went to the trash. What is going on here, man? Like, what's happening?
Oh, my God.
What's that?
Text line 713-572-4610. I think y'all are underestimating how bad the economy is right now. And we're going into a holiday week and have Christmas coming up. People can't afford it. There's some people, but give me a break. Come on.
I was actually thinking something else. Do y'all feel like it was a lot of Cardinal fans there?
It was more than I expected. It wasn't a ton.
Because I felt like we probably wouldn't be having this conversation if they had like a better fan base.
But we would because of the opposing crowd. My thing is, I keep going back to like there were tickets to be had and were completely unsold. That to me is the saddest thing of all.
You got to earn it, man. And they're very close. It's very close though. Like it is electric in there though. It is electric, and the people are into the game. Like, they are into the game.
It is loud. It was loud on defense, man.
Close. It is so close. But look, what y'all did the last few years is embarrassing. Like, the fact that y'all let it get to where it got, it's embarrassing. And J.J. Watt coming out and calling out people, brother, you didn't want anything to do with this organization a few years ago. Mm-hmm. You understand. Like, you got to understand how people felt the last few years. You know how garbage it was. You know Jack Easterby's a POS.
Yeah.
You know all that. Come on. You know that it was a wasted year in 2020. You called it that yourself.
Yeah.
So they're going to get there. They will get there. It will be sold out every game next year. It might be
next
sold out this week. But right now you're suffering for the sins of the past. But it is electric, and it is very close.
Well, and I get it. Look, I got another text here. Hey, Lopez, do you know what how much the cost of living has gone up in the last few years? Oh, my God,
dude.
No, but here's
that
the
person's
thing.
being silly.
Okay, but here's the deal.
You know, there's how many people are in Houston? I mean, come on, man.
That's been recessions since 2002. People continue. There are people who still want to put their money.
Come on.
People still who want to put their money in this product. So there still are now. They're just not.
I mean, I get it. I mean, but look, if people believed the disposable income can come between some people, but we'll see what happens. Appreciate the economic lessons, though, here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Much love, much appreciation. Thank y'all so much for taking me to, what is it, NBC Business, where that dork goes up there and gives stocks. Thanks. Appreciate that. Let's cleanse my mind quickly here on Reaction Monday. Let's get the OG passing thoughts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Make that 3 straight. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, John Lopez, passing thoughts. Here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Texans get the dub. Texans 6-4. Jacksonville coming to town. Opened as a pick'em. So no one favored. It's a pick'em. We'll see where the money shifts. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud at 11 o'clock. The OG passing thoughts on Reaction Monday.
All right, good buzz. You mentioned it in the last segment, but walking around the stadium before the game, not just the tailgating, because we always talk about the tailgating, and it's always good, even when the team wasn't good. Those who showed up to tailgate were strong. But Figgy, you were out there a lot. I mean, didn't you just forget the tailgating? That's part of it. Just like the energy.
Yeah, I think
just energy.
This was probably the first time where a lot of people was actually talking about what's going on. Y'all was out there the last couple years, and people were just like, yeah, it sucked on the field, but we have fun tailgating.
I don't know how much you walked around, Landry, but usually the last couple of years it's been, hey, man, we're taking shots, we're having fun, have some barbecue, have some tacos, whatever. It was like, hey, come on in here, man. Hey, what do you think about C.J. Stroud? Do you think Devin Singletary? I mean, it was like the energy of the game was next level.
Yeah, the energy of the game was there, even with the empty seats. It was higher than it's been in a long time. That's why I say they're close. They're very, very close. People are close to coming through.
It felt like a big college football game atmosphere. Like two real good teams facing, a lot on the line, etc. Next passing thought. I got to give it to Larry and Stafford, man. That was awesome.
What did he do?
You didn't see he came out. He was riding with Toro on the cart, leading out the team, and he was into it. Like, into it. Our guy Larry and Stafford, man.
Okay.
That smile on his face. Figgy, did you notice it?
Yeah.
What, he was on the motorcycle
on
or
the
what?
little four-wheeler.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he was like, he was going nuts. He went around the stands.
I was listening to the post-game show, and Sean mentioned it, and I thought he was joking around.
No.
And I actually seen the video. I'm like, what in the world?
I did not see that.
That was pretty awesome.
I did not see that.
Next passing thought. I think it's you, man. Maybe it's one of us. Anyway, I think it's you. These uniforms were a lot better in person.
Yeah, they were better in person. I was wrong about that. Those look good.
They were
Those are nice.
Really nice.
Those were real nice. I was very wrong about that.
Talking like that just 2 minutes ago.
I wasn't.
Yeah, I wasn't either.
The Christian Harris picture didn't do it justice. The in person, it was a nice look.
It was a real good look. We're going to get back into this, but these are my passing thoughts, sort of just the way I go down as I'm watching the game. Jalen Petrie got on the box score. He also got on some highlight reels of the other team.
He's bad.
That was not good.
He's bad.
It wasn't good. He stood out in some very bad ways.
Well, and the problem for me with the Jalen Petrie thing, and this is my biggest concern moving forward, is opening drives, they're typically either scripted or it's a result of the film study throughout the week where you really see flaws.
Yeah.
And last week, Cincinnati, they picked on Jalen Petrie in coverage, scored a long touchdown on their opening drive. And then this week, the Cardinals did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at Jacksonville and what they got Christian Kirk, they got Calvin Ridley. I anticipate this is going to be something that is going to be stressed by opponents. So it's something to keep an eye on. He also whiffed on the Kyler Murray touchdown. He's just had a lot of he hasn't really made like a huge play this year. I'm sure he's solid.
He did get in on 4 tackles this time.
Yeah, well, that's good. He's averaging 2 the last 2 weeks. I think he's a solid player, but I do think there are some limitations, and it seems like teams are kind of making note of it.
Absolutely.
It's just something to keep an eye on moving forward. Look, I mean, you overcame it the last couple of weeks, but it's something to keep an eye on.
So we mentioned in the last segment the Cardinals while he was standing on the sideline. He affected me while he was standing on the sideline. The Cardinals went boom, 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 touchdown, first drive. I didn't even shrug, dude. I was like, all right. All right.
I did.
Did you?
I did.
I didn't even sit in my damn seat before they scored.
No, I think it's
like,
a testament.
90 seconds.
I think it's a testament to the confidence I had in C.J. Stroud.
I was pretty concerned.
But like
really
in years past, wouldn't you be going like, okay, it's over?
I was really damn concerned.
That was a fun game.
For sure was concerned.
Yeah. Another passing thought. D'Amico decided to go for it on 4th and 2 early.
Yeah.
I liked the decision. I hated the play.
I had no problem with it. Like, I thought it was weird that you don't hand it to the AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Yes, that's part of it.
That's averaging, 5.5 yards a carry the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Mike Boone can't even get carries on specific days.
Yeah.
4th and 2 was a little bit weird.
That's my point.
But I did like that the defense responded. We've talked a lot about, if the defense would have made stops late, then, this team could have this record, whether we go back to the Atlanta game or the Carolina game. But this is like 2 straight weeks where early on there's been an opportunity for the other team to seize momentum and perhaps put together a 2-possession lead. 3 and out right after that. And they had Arizona punt right back to them. Because sometimes those 4th down stops become momentum swings.
Yeah.
No, sirree, getting the rock right back.
Yeah, in retrospect, no. So remember last week I was saying that the Texans and Bobby Slowick had the Bengals. I thought in the second quarter, the Texans were just guessing defensively. Kyler Murray was grooving and the Texans had no idea what was coming.
He is a fast human being.
Fast SOB. I know this is another one we'll get back to, so I'll keep it short. Singletary is so much better than Damian.
It's not close.
He's so much better.
And I think they might be able to run the ball at a very high level. He's in a rhythm, man.
Yeah.
Like it's a rhythm. I know that we can say, well, Arizona and Cincinnati aren't good against the run. The offensive line's playing together. They're in a rhythm blocking. He's in a rhythm running. He seems to know when to cut. He seems to have a good grasp of these guys. And he's really getting an opportunity to be that dude. He never really got that opportunity in Buffalo to just completely be that dude. He is that. And if he is going to run like this, they're going to make some noise. They're going to make a lot of noise.
I agree. Another one. That interception by Derek Stingley was a number 3 overall pick interception. That was a number 3 overall pick.
That was Sam Cassell big ball stuff right there.
Yeah, that was big time. MVP chance.
Heard him.
We were there.
Heard him.
MVP chance for our guy C.J. Stroud. I guess that was after the Tank catch, right?
Yes, after the Tank 40-yard touchdown.
Yeah. That just warmed the old heart a little bit. Meanwhile, C.J. Stroud took the hardest hit he's taken all year.
Man, and he came off the field. It was very, very scary. Davis Mills came in there, screen, and then C.J.'s right back out there. And not only is he right back out there, dime!
Yeah, they were,
Dime on the sideline to Tank down. Don't worry, fans.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah. No, we're going to this in a little bit as well, so I'll just say it in passing as well. Referencing Steph Curry and, quote, that's what makes me great. I thought that said a lot about this dude after the game.
I mean, you keep shooting your shot. The question was, are you going to be less aggressive?
Yeah.
I think sometimes the question needs to be added because it went around the internet. He said he's Steph.
Oh, no, he's not saying he's Steph Curry.
He was asked, do you not be aggressive? And the other thing about this, remember going into the draft, you had multiple NFL analysts say that Bryce Young was Steph Curry? C.J. Stroud, Steph Curry.
Oh, that's right.
C.J. Stroud,
Steph Curry. That's right. Yeah. And this is what I referenced in the last segment. I thought Will Anderson's best 2 plays may not even have hit the stat sheet.
Oh, wow. Advanced stat guy
Yeah.
Look at you.
So 1st and goal. All right. And he completely collapsed the pocket. And did Grenard get a sack on it? Somebody got a sack or something, or pressure or something. And that was all because of Will Anderson.
I think it was Cashman.
It might have been Cashman. Yeah, and that was all Will Anderson. And then Kyler Murray decides to take it outside on a run or a scramble, and it was him. It was Will Anderson who completely stretched, double team, stretched it outfield for a no gain. And that was those are 2 plays that are not on the stat sheet, man. I mean, they were obvious what he did. Kind of a weird passing thought here I had in the third quarter.
Uh-oh.
Why did they wear blue uniforms on Battle Red Day?
This wasn't Battle Red.
Yes, it was.
How many themes were there yesterday?
I thought Battle Red Day was tomorrow or next week.
I figured we were talking about it.
It was salute to the.
It was salute to
salute
service,
to troops.
but I think they do more than one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless our friend gave us bad information, but I was told that it was also Battle Red
What
Day.
friend?
They had Aaron. They had the red helmet.
Aaron's your source for things?
No, because she gets all this stuff. She reads those releases like the Bible.
Aaron Kabner?
Yeah.
That's his
Now
source.
we're putting all the information.
I thought you.
That's his
she was
source.
talking about our engineering.
You tried to blame her for you taking something to the airwaves. That was pretty slimy, if you ask me.
Battle Red Day is next week.
Lopez brings bad info to the air and tries to blame Aaron.
Yeah, our boss just came in shaking his head.
Get Aaron Kapner on the phone.
Nah, get some preparation in,
Aaron
Lopez.
Kapner on
Don't blame
the phone.
her. Don't blame her for your
Last time I trust her.
looseness. Goodness gracious.
A couple more real
Slime
quick.
ball.
It is so freaking important what's called on the field when there's a review.
Oh yeah.
It is so like had that punt that went that punt.
What the hell was that?
Fumble,
That was
muff,
weird.
whatever. Had they called it the other way, it wouldn't have been the Texans' ball.
Yeah, that was wild.
That was
That was a
wild.
wild ass play. They didn't take advantage of it either.
And then last one. Got to give it to George Fant. That dude can motor.
Yeah, he ran. He played basketball in
I was watching
college.
on that
Ball
intercept.
player.
Man, he ran
Athlete.
him down.
He's an athlete, man. Straight up athlete.
Dang.
Tank Dell last week, George Fant this week. Good hustle. Those are OG's passing thoughts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the best sounds, the biggest plays, and how the Texans got the dub. Plus, we'll hear from CJ Stroud and self to one of the GOATs next.
First place in the AFC.
responsibly.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's relive the best sounds. Texans get the win yesterday. Didn't start off well, though. Jalen Petrie. Last week against the Bengals, he was exposed in coverage. This week, on the first drive against the Cardinals, another one.
Murray in the gun, gets the snap. A lot of time for Murray. Now heaves it long downfield and caught. Touchdown, Rondale Moore. 47-yard strike from Kyler Murray, and the Cardinals score first.
And it was easy. Texans got the rock back now. They moved the ball very well. Now, 4th and 2, 15-yard line. Mike Boone in the backfield. Pitch to Mike Boone. Texans turned it over on downs. Had no problem with it. Really wasn't that upset. Surprised, I would say. I would like to see Devin Singletary, much like last week, in that situation, get the carry. But no harm, no foul, because the Texans, they have an excellent response. And they punt, much like the defense did last week against Cincinnati. This was kind of like a similar start to the Bengals, where the defense steps up, they get you the rock back after the opposing team scores on their opening drive. And this time the Texans would capitalize. C.J. Stroud, Dalton Schultz has been lights out since Laramie Tunsil has come back, kind of freed him up a little bit, not having to block as much, and touchdown, Dalton Schultz.
Stroud barking signals. Here's the snap. CJ throwing over the middle. Caught, sliding catch.
That's a touchdown.
And it's a touchdown. Dalton Schultz caught it inside the 5 and slid across the goal line.
Sandra.
Nobody touched him when he caught the football, and he just kept sliding into the end zone. You do this long enough, you'll see just about everything. I've never seen that happen before on a football field.
There you go.
I've already seen, is it memes? Sliding into DMs like...
Yeah, sliding into Victory Monday. Yeah. So the Texans then, Arizona in field goal range. Will Anderson with a big sack. We asked if this could be the Will Anderson game. Could very well have been. He gets a sack, but Arizona has Matt Prater. He kicks long field goals. He does so here to give Arizona a 10-7 lead. Texans with the rock to start the third quarter. Let's go motorboating.
Wait, what?
Let's go motorboating. Devin Singletary finds the end zone to give the Texans a 14-10 lead. Later on in the game, after the touchdown, we've seen Singletary do his thing. How about Stingley? Derek Stingley back on the roster and back to making plays and looking like the number 3 overall pick. Perhaps the interception of the year, perhaps the best play in the career of Derek Stingley. Number 24, making plays.
4-man front for Houston. Murray fakes the give, steps back, steps up, now guns it long downfield, wants Brown, and intercepted. Derek Stingley Jr. with the pick. The takeaway by the Texans. Stingley's second career INT.
That was big time.
And then you have a chance to extend the lead. A really big drive by the Texans. Mechie, Tank, Nico all contribute. However, C.J. Stroud throws the interception in the end zone, one of his worst throws of the year. Arizona gets the rock back down 14-10. However, Blake Cashman ends their drive with a sack. Texans get the ball back. Texans driving, but 40 yards away from the end zone. Maybe they can set up a field goal. Maybe not. How about a little touchdown to Tank Dell?
Offset eye. CJ drops back in the pocket, looking, flushed out to the right. CJ guns it long downfield and caught. Touchdown! Wow. Amazing catch, Tank Dell. What a throw by Stroud, and Dell with the reception jumps into the stands.
Go Cougs! That's my God. What a grab by Tank Dell. I mean, he extended every bit of his body to make that catch. Whoa!
And he is right. Andre is 100% right. Texans take the lead 20-10. Listen to this extra point. Extra points don't typically make highlight reactions, but listen in the background. There's 3 letters that are going wild at NRG. Tell me if you hear them.
Extra point by Amendola, up and good. And the crowd is chanting MVP for C.J. Stroud.
That's so good.
MVP.
Oh my God, he couldn't stand up.
That was good.
He loved that. And by the way, that's Andre at his best on the touchdown call.
Dre's doing his thing.
That was Dre at his absolute best.
And
wow.
And he did a good job of presenting how good that looked.
Yeah.
But MVP.
Mark just freaking loved that.
God, that was good. So halftime, Texans have a 21-10 lead. You kind of wonder, man, are we going to get to breathe here? No more heart attacks? We're going to get to hang out?
Yeah.
Yards, 333 to 144 for the Texans. Scary moment to start the third quarter. C.J. Stroud gets hit. He leaves the field. He got the crap knocked out of him.
He got crushed.
In comes Davis Mills. You can see C.J. on the sideline saying, hey, I'm good to go. I'm good to go. I'm good to go. One play later, he comes in, he throws a dime to Tank Dell, and we are back to our regularly scheduled program. Amendola lines up, misses a field goal. Probably should have focused on Texans still up 21-10. My God, how many push-ups is he doing?
He is cut.
Arizona gets the rock. They're looking to make it a one-possession game. 4th and 2. 4th and 2. Derek Stingley looked like he got tackled on this play. Jalen Petrie just did what he does.
Mm-hmm.
He whiffed.
Yeah.
I mean, he went on the slip and slide, and he was on the ground as Kyler Murray cut the lead to 21-16.
4th and goal from the 1. Murray in the gun. Connor in the backfield with him. McBride lined up right with Swain. Murray walks up to the line now, backs out in the gun on 4th and goal. Murray with the keeper to the right side. Murray looking for the corner, and Murray tiptoes down the sideline and gets in for 6. Just got the edge, and the speedy Murray took it in for the TD.
Speedy is an understatement.
Speedy's an understatement. That was, we talked about Jalen Petrie last week. That was so obvious.
Yeah.
Like he's making, it's like standing out in a bad
struggling.
way.
He's struggling.
Yeah.
Texans don't do anything on offense. We go to the fourth quarter. Texans clinging to a 21-16 lead. D'Amico Ryans, good challenge. Very good challenge on Arizona. He's been flawless when it comes to the clock management and the challenges. Takes a village, so I'm sure there's other people involved in the process, but he's been good. So it goes to 3rd and 13. Arizona, they pick up 10 yards, though. They make it 4th and 3, and then on 4th and 3, Derek Stingley, we saw him with the interception. How about a stick in the backfield to give the Texans back the rock? Again, unable to capitalize, a quick 3 and out. They punt the ball. However, the punt goes off the back leg, I think, of an Arizona defender.
Yeah.
I think. Texans get the rock, an opportunity to really put this one away. Tank Dell moves the chains, but then C.J. Stroud throws an interception, and oh my God, not only does he throw an interception, it looks like this one's going to go for 6 the other way until George Fant says 6 D's, big nuts.
It's 2nd down and 10 across the 26-yard line of the Cardinals. Stroud shotgun. C.J. gets the snap. C.J. with pressure arriving, throws, left side picked off again. Another INT. Hamilton, and he's slow to get up, slid awkwardly as Stroud tried to force it to the outside, and he has 3 interceptions in this game.
That was the third. Fant had stopped it earlier.
It was impressive. That's what stood out to me.
Ran his ass off.
He did.
He ran his ass off. It was immediately obvious. Andre caught that one up. Arizona gets the rock again. 4th and 4. No Moss. Texans stop them for the 2nd time in the 4th quarter on 4th down. We go to Houston's 10th drive of the game. We heard the C.J. Stroud interception, but I want to hear this. I want to hear what the reaction was when Nico Collins on 3rd and 3 made that. I think it's the catch of the year. I know Tank Dell probably has a few cases for this, but He gets lit up. He catches it. He gets up. He hits him with the flex. He points. I want to hear what this sounded like with Vandy and Dre.
3rd and 3 at the Cardinal 48. Stroud throws downfield and caught. 25-yard line, going high in the air to get it. Nico Collins took a hit, hung on. First down, Texans.
No, he's built for that. He is built.
No, he's right.
For that kind of action. Bring it on. Yeah, he took a hit, climbed a ladder, but at 6'4", 215, you can take that shot and shrug it off like Nico Collins did there.
23-yard gain, first down.
Good game by Dre, right?
Dre's in his bag.
5:45
Real
to go.
good game.
Clock running. Texans leading 21-16.
All right.
And he was in such a, as you were pointing out,
in his bag.
he was in a vulnerable position.
In his bag.
Nico, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like that was about as vulnerable as you could
You're
get.
going to get hit. You might as well hold on to the rock. Easier said than easy for my ass to say sitting in the stands. But, hey, he did it. Arizona, though, with the rock, driving late. They get to the 30. You could tell they kind of didn't want to give CJ the rock. They weren't running the same offense. They threw the swing pass that lost 5 yards. Then they throw the dump down. They get to 4th down. And this is the call that iced the game for the Houston Texans and gave them their 6th win of the season.
4th and 8 at the Houston 27. Murray in the gun. Murray throwing downfield to his left and incomplete. Knocked away. Steven Nelson and the Texans take over on downs. 21-16. They have the ball.
And more importantly, Arizona can only stop it once. So a couple of kneel downs.
It's over.
And we are at the house with our feet up watching the late games.
Okay.
All right.
I see you, Dre. Texans get the dub. Those are the best sounds here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud's been good. He was elite in the first half. Those 3 turnovers, though, in the red zone, not great. We'll get his mindset, and we'll look ahead to C.J. Stroud taking on the guy who we believed, or many believed, was going to be the face of the AFC South, perhaps the face of the NFL. Do the Texans have the biggest mismatch possible at the most important position? We'll get into that. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud. Reaction Monday continues next.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, let's hear from C.J. Stroud. I don't think he played well yesterday, and I say that knowing that his not well is better than half the quarterback in the NFL's well. That's just the standard he set. Can't turn the ball over 3 times. We can talk about which ones were and weren't his fault, but can't do that, and that's fine. But fortunately, the Texans are in a situation where CJ at times can save all butts, but at other times they can save his butt, and that's when you separate having a really good quarterback with having a really good ball club. It is Reaction Monday. Let's hear from the man himself, C.J. Stroud. Here's what he had to say after the Texans got the win, improved to 6-4, heading into a huge game Sunday noon at NRG against them Jacksonville Jaguars.
They did a great job. That's complimentary football right there. Them working with me, I'm working with them. It's week in and week out, and I thought we threw the ball really well. I don't look at 3 plays and be like, dang, I had a bad game. Of course I can't turn the ball that much. Threw for 300 yards again and 2 touchdowns. I don't think I played terrible, but of course you can't turn the ball over. But the defense definitely held us up when we need them to, and just a great game to learn from.
Into the game, the winners in first place in the division. Did you ever in your wildest dreams think the team would be in this spot?
When we have expectations that we hold ourselves to and a standard we hold ourselves to, and we started that back in OTAs. And it's not about what everybody else thinks or what they thought we were going to be at this point. It's about what we go put on that field. So it's been really cool to play with my teammates and build week in, week out. And now that we put ourselves in a great position to go play for the division, man, it's really special. So this week is going to mean a lot. Got to go practice really hard and put another great weekend of practice. And around Thanksgiving, you want to be playing your best football, and I feel like we're doing that. And of course, you got to just eliminate the negative plays. But other than that, man, we're moving the ball really well. Defense is getting stops. It's the NFL, so every game is a fight and a battle to the very end, and we're going to just keep going.
Going into the draft, a lot of people doubted Tank because of his size and didn't think that he could succeed at the NFL level. What do you think about what he's done and the success he's had, despite his size?
I'm super proud of him, man. He's somebody who I came in. He was somebody who I was in contact with right after we both got drafted, and we got like a 2-week period where we were away, and we stayed in contact and just we're helping each other with the plays and things like that. And then we got here, and we just had like a natural connection, and that's grown from hard work, being very disciplined, and things like that. So, man, I'm super proud to see the fruits of his labor pay off, and he's going to continue to do great things, man. He's definitely a superstar in this league. He's going to continue to show that. So I'm really proud of that dude, man. He works his tail off every day. I've never seen somebody here other than who I went to college with, and you can see like on his navigation, like his speed, he's running full speed every day, and that's hard to do, So he's definitely a great talent, a great player, and a great person, and I'm blessed enough to be teammates with him.
You also took a big shot, you had to come out of the game, so just overall that process, getting back out there, how you felt, and then the second piece of that is, do you feel now, given the last 2 weeks, having to do some risk assessment management, whether it's in the low red, the high red, the plus on the field, how do you go about picking and choosing your spots, when to be aggressive and when not to?
What was the first question again? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good. I just got the wind knocked out of me. I'm all right. Took a couple little shots, but that's football. I'll be okay. And man, Steph Curry don't ever stop shooting. I'm gonna keep letting it ride. And I don't got no shame in my game. I definitely got to be smarter, but no confidence is taken away from me. I'm gonna keep letting it fly. There's things where it can go either way, and they got the better of me today, and that's just the NFL, So I'm blessed enough to come out here with a dub, and my confidence isn't going nowhere. I'm gonna keep shooting it. I'm gonna keep letting it fly. And that's what I think. That's what makes me great, is that those times where you either get away with it or you don't, or you make the play you don't. I've been blessed enough to have plays where nobody talks about it because they don't make the play. But this game they made the plays, and that's not going to skew my confidence one bit. And I'm going to keep being me. I think I'm not only myself, but how we're playing as an offense in a whole. And I'm not going to let my emotions and things get in front of that. And this is a football, man. This is not tennis or anything like that. I'm out there with 11 guys, and those guys always have picked me up, and I appreciate that, you know. So, and I'm still learning as I'm going, and I'm really blessed to be able to do it with such a special group of guys, you know. So, man, my confidence is still there. I'm gonna keep doing what I do.
After the touchdown take, the crowd was giving you an MVP chant. I don't know if you could hear that. What was your reaction to that?
I really didn't hear it, but I appreciate it. But yeah, it's cool. Hopefully, man, I keep playing good and keep putting wins together, and that's definitely, of course, in my goals, not only for this year, but I mean for every year. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm focused on one play, one game at a time. And knowing how people are so wishy-washy, I don't know if I'm still in that race. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, but nah, man. I think this game, man, it's the testament of who is gonna not blink and who's gonna just keep going. And for me, I mean, that's how kind of the adversity that I've been dealt, not only in my football career but in life. So I'm gonna just keep going, man. And I think I put another great performance together. Was blessed enough to have a great game throwing the ball, but of course you got to eliminate the turnovers. But I appreciate the fans doing that, and appreciate them, man. We're gonna need them for sure next week. Jacksonville's a great team. Playing them twice, and it's hard to beat a team twice. So we got to bring our A game, and their energy that definitely helps. So.
All right, so here is my question as we head into Jacksonville. I'm ready to go on to Jacksonville, quite honestly.
Oh, this is one of those weeks. I usually say Wednesday. Usually I say Wednesday. No.
Can we go on?
Yeah.
You're good with that?
Yes, because this is one of those weeks where the win yesterday, part of the discussion about the win is what it's setting up. And oh, by the way, have we even mentioned, I know we've alluded to it, they're playing for the division lead next week.
This is correct.
The Texans are playing for the division lead next week.
I started out the show, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I'm just focusing on cars right now, like
cars,
car rides.
Okay,
car rides, because the Texans, I think, were riding shotgun towards the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, they beat Arizona. They took over the steering wheel. They took over the steering wheel right now.
Yeah.
When it comes to making the playoffs, if they beat Jacksonville this week, they're putting Jacksonville in the back seat and they're riding bitch.
And you sure ain't touching the radio.
Yeah, you're sitting there. You're sitting there between two other people on the windows. You have a chance to go from riding shotgun to driving to kicking Jacksonville in the back to where they're riding bitch.
Yeah,
that is where you're at. We can all relate to that. We've all had to ride Bia.
Yeah,
you first start rolling in the car and stuff like that. That's the opportunity the Texans have in front of them. Now they've owned Jacksonville. They got the best of Jacksonville early in the season. I think they had 4 starting offensive linemen out when they did it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is this. Once upon a time, not too long ago, a man named Trevor Lawrence. People were talking about drafting Trevor Lawrence when he was just a young freshman at Clemson. Eventually, he went to the NFL draft, and as expected, he went number 1 overall. As he was being drafted, there were pictures of John Elway on the screen. There were pictures of Andrew Luck on the screen. The word can't miss was being used in Costco bulk. We assumed that Trevor Lawrence would be the face of the AFC South for a long, long time. We assumed that Trevor Lawrence would be an elite quarterback for a long, long time. He had the Urban Meyer situation, not his fault. And then last year, he won a playoff game. Well, Tennessee kind of helped with an injury and, kind of looked like trash in the first half of that playoff game. But he won a playoff game. And here he is right here, Trevor Lawrence versus C.J. Stroud. And I can say, at least in my opinion, the Texans have the advantage at quarterback in the immediate, and the Texans have the advantage of quarterback when it comes to who anyone in their right mind would say they would rather build around at this point C.J. Stroud over Trevor Lawrence. I don't know that you can find anyone outside of Jacksonville that disagrees with that. What a difference a few years makes. What a difference a few months makes with what C.J. Stroud's done and how you feel about that.
I don't even think it's a question that C.J. Stroud is going to give you the advantage at the quarterback position. That's not to say that Trevor Lawrence doesn't have it in him to play at that level, because he has. Maybe not the magic.
Not consistently.
Maybe not the magic, yeah.
Not consistently, though. And there's always three WTF plays for Trevor Lawrence when you watch him play. Like they're like uncatchable balls in bulk. Like, I'm not saying he's not terrible. I feel 100% confident right now in saying that C.J. Stroud in the short term and in the long term is better than Trevor Lawrence.
No, you're right. I'm just saying that he can dial it up. He's as good as his best golf shot. He can do that occasionally. And I mentioned earlier, we were talking about all the reasons why I feel like better about this team, even though C.J. Stroud threw those 3 picks. And we went down the list. We may revisit that. And there's a lot of reasons: defense, Singletary, Cashman, etc. But the biggest reason still is C.J. Stroud. I mean, that's still the biggest reason. And you know how you know this team is legitimately in the playoff hunt, should be expected now, I think, and I think you agree, to make the playoffs, maybe win the division?
Yeah.
Because as soon as that game was over, usually you're like kind of reveling in it, good win, whatever. As soon as that game was over,
chilling.
I was thinking about Jacksonville.
Me too. I think they were too.
I was thinking about Jacksonville.
I think they were too. 100% think they were too.
Yeah.
Could I interest you in some stats?
Of course.
All right, so 2,962 to 2,382 passing yards in favor of C.J. Stroud. 17 touchdowns to 11 touchdowns in favor of C.J. Stroud. 5 interceptions to 6. C.J. Stroud has less. 60.7 QBR. C.J.'s better. Trevor Lawrence is completing 68.1% to C.J.'s 62.8%. So he has the advantage, and he also got the best of him the last time they played. It's wild. Don't even think it's a hot take. C.J. Stroud, best quarterback in the AFC South right now. Trevor Lawrence ain't in no MVP discussion.
No.
I haven't heard it.
No.
I don't even see him on the damn board.
Is he top 10?
I don't know. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him. Maybe I can look a little.
I think he's
lower.
He is and this is not meant to be an insult. He's a tier 2 quarterback.
That's what he is.
Tier 1 is,
and it's a debatable tier 2. You could,
I was about to say 3.
It might be tier 2, but each and every one of these tier 2 guys that you take, you can debate, and take their side over Trevor.
And I'm assuming health here. Tier 1 is Patrick Mahomes. Tier 1A is C.J. Stroud, Joe Burrow,
Lamar Jackson. Yeah.
Tier 2 is
Dak,
Trevor,
Dak.
Yeah, Dak. Although
Herbert.
So Herbert, maybe Tua.
Yeah.
So that's not an insult. You're in good company, but you're not in tier 1.
But that's not what we were sold. That's not what we were sold. That's the whole thing. That's not what we were sold.
They weren't saying that when he came out of college.
So we'll see how it goes, but I don't even think that's a hot take to say. Some of these NFL Network reports, I'm very confused by them. I don't get it. Here was Rappaport talking about C.J. Stroud, and then you'll hear, I think Garofalo comes on and talks about Trevor Lawrence. Like, look, I love NFL Network. I think when you cover a team locally, it's natural where you're like, oh, what the hell are they talking about? But I don't know what the hell's being said here. This is Rappaport talking about C.J. Stroud. A little report from Rapp and Mike G.
Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud has become one of the biggest stories in the NFL, potential offensive rookie of the year, leading the upstart Texans to win after win. If you're starting to figure out why is this happening for the Texans, here's my understanding of where this stands and where Stroud stands in this building. Guys, why has Stroud had the success he had? I talked to a couple people there. Among the things that they love about this guy, how calm he is under pressure, what he demands of teammates, and how he leads. This is a guy they are building around in Houston.
Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence back on the injury report this past week with a knee injury after not being listed the week before. He's still going to wear the brace, but my understanding is the hope is it's going to continue to improve and he will get that mobility back and it'll be part of his game and part of the offense.
How does that work? My understanding is the hope is, how do you get your mobility back when you're playing NFL games?
My understanding is the hope is.
Yeah, of course they hope his knee gets right.
Who wouldn't?
My understanding is the hope is that his knee gets right.
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's why they pay you the big bucks.
That was a lot of stating the obvious in both those reports. Why is he good?
The hope is that he's healthy.
Why is C.J. Stroud good? I don't know. Maybe what he's done on the field?
Reaction Monday here on In the Loop Sports Radio 16.
That 470 yards might have had something to do with it.
Gracious. Coming up, two guys who can take this thing to a cut up with them in the locker room. You're going to hear from Devin Singletary and Derek Stingley, two guys who can increase expectations for the Texans. We'll hear from them next.
Monday Night Football is on. Presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right. So there's two guys I think that can make this like a completely next level squad. And I don't even think that we thought this was a possibility 2 weeks ago. And that's process. You've had all the injuries that have benefited the Texans, obviously. C.J. Stroud's played at an uncanny level. But if Devin Singletary is going to be one of the most effective running backs in the NFL, and I'm not saying he's going to rush for 115, 150 yards every week, but if he can be close to what they're getting from the run game right now with him, and he seems to be in a rhythm, they're playing bad run defenses. It's going to get a little bit tougher as the season goes on. But if he can do that, and even perhaps more importantly, Derek Stingley can look like he did yesterday with Steven Nelson and then Jimmy Ward coming back. Not going to throw Petrie in that mix. But if he can play, what are you laughing at, Figgy? You want me to mention Jalen Petrie's name?
I ain't gonna throw Petrie in that mix.
I mean, I'm just saying, they gotta.
I ain't putting Duke in there.
Yeah, I ain't doing that. But if those two guys play close to what they've played and how they've played the last 2 weeks, it's a different level, man. It's a different level to where getting into the playoffs, it's a great goal, it's a great accomplishment, but this is where you have the potential to make some serious noise if these guys are going to do what they're doing, and you have a guy who's playing like a top-tier corner and a guy who's playing like a top-tier running back. Next level.
That would be classified as an ugly win, right? It wasn't pretty. Put it that way.
Yeah.
But you became a better overall team. And you absolutely did, because you wanted with the defense. Should we even have, I mean, I know we will, but should we even have this discussion anymore about Devin Singletary?
What about?
About who's going to be the running back?
No, stop.
Come, it's over.
Stop.
It's over.
Yeah, come on. That's done.
It's over.
Yeah. It's over.
Yeah,
And then there's the little hidden thing that you talked about.
I think the conversation is how good can he be? Like how good can Devin Singletary be for the remainder of the season?
Yes.
That's my question now.
Yes. And then when it comes to Stingley, and you're always better at this than I am because you can rattle off the names off the top of your head. But if Stingley is that, and you have Steven Nelson, what compares?
By the way, salute Steven Nelson for holding it down the way he has for a long, long time. Salute to that dude for busting his ass to get on the field.
But what cornerback tandems, I know that they were in nickel a lot yesterday, but what cornerback tandems compare in the division?
In the division?
Yeah.
None.
What about overall, AFC? I mean, you're good at this. I have to hear the names, and then I'm like, oh, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Baltimore's is good, but they don't have.
But, I mean, if you get this Stingley and you know what you're getting in Steven Nelson.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's elite. I mean, it's elite if you get that. Devin Singletary right now, he has 471 yards on 114 carries. He's over 4 yards now. So his average is creeping up. He's over 4 yards now on the season. I mean, you have 7 games remaining right now. Could Devin Singletary rush for 1,000 yards? I mean, 7 games. He needs 5 yards in 7 games.
Yeah,
529 yards in 7 games.
Well, his last 2 games, he's averaging 126.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you somehow, with the way that this thing started, if you somehow end up, he would have to average 70, 75, 76 yards for the remainder of the season.
Yeah.
If you told me 4 weeks ago that the Texans would perhaps have a 1,000-yard rusher on the season, I would have said, damn, they're trading for Saquon.
Keep doing it.
Seriously. Oh, yeah. Derrick Henry. I can't believe the Titans trade and win the division.
Keep doing it.
Devin Singletary, who has over 100 yards the last 2 weeks, he is 76 yards per game away for the remainder of the season from having 1,000 yards. That's how good he's running the football right now. That's how good he's been the last 2 weeks. And if you have that on top of C.J. Stroud, and Bobby Slowick has that in his bag, and by the way, Damian Pierce comes in and provides you a whole nother element.
It's not anti.
Twos, those like, 4th and 3s.
Yeah.
Hey, come on down. That's a good back to have, and he fits in very nicely.
If Damian Pierce was in the game instead of Boone on that 4th and 2, I think you might get it. Right?
Keep doing it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You got a better chance.
Yeah. Or if you just throw it to Singletary.
Or get Singletary to touch the ball.
Who knows? Let's hear from the man himself, though. Devin Singletary in the locker room yesterday. He's been in Buffalo where it's been kind of Super Bowl or bust the last couple of years. I caught up with Devin Singletary one-on-one just to kind of ask him how he's feeling, how he's vibing, and what the mood is like in that Houston Texans locker room, a couple years with the Buffalo Bills. Hope you enjoy it. This is a one-on-one with Devin Singletary after the Texans win yesterday in the Texans locker room here on Sports Radio 610.
So following up on the AFC South Player of the Week, man, how do you feel about your performance on the follow-up?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Anytime you can get 100 yards, we doing something right. So it feels good, bro.
So we around here, it's been a little bit different vibe from you in Buffalo and stuff. What's the vibe like now? Because we're down the final stretch, and you've been in some stretches where you have big aspirations. What's the difference in the vibe from like where you were at Buffalo, where you're talking Super Bowl or bust, to now? Like, is it a similar vibe? Is it different? What's this like? Because we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's goal is to try to make it to that final game. But over here, we just taking it one game at a time. We know what we want to be, but all you can do is take it 1 week at a time, one game at a time. And you know what our mission is. But like I'm saying, we're taking it one game at a time. That's all you can do.
Do you feel like you are growing one game at a time? Like, are you satisfied with like from where you are now to last week and
yeah,
the start?
Of course. That's the name of the game. Good or bad, you got to keep finding ways to get better. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we've been able to do.
How do you approach the Jacksonville game now? We can obviously talk about it now. Yeah. Division on the line, you beat them already. How you feeling heading into Jacksonville? On to Jacksonville, yeah. I guess they say.
Man, it's going to be a good one. You know it's going to be a dogfight. You know them guys going to come in and play. But it's really just about us. Keep being us. Like I said, get a good week of practice. You know what I'm saying? Take that into the game and find a way to get us something.
Devin Singletary in the locker room. We'll hear from Blake Cashman a little later on. Steven Sims. The hell was that yesterday? My goodness.
Was that a testament to Tank and how important he is in the offense?
I think it's just a testament to the next man up philosophy. Mm-hmm. We'll hear from Steven Sims. Did not think I would be saying that.
I meant him returning punts.
Yeah, I know. And making plays in the pass game. Of all the things that I thought I'd be saying today, we'll hear from Steven Sims was not one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I seen that in the folder. I'm like, what? What is Landry doing?
He made a play, man. He made a big play. He was out there. I got to talk to him a little bit. But I just am very intrigued to see what Derek Stingley does, because he's smiling from ear to ear. I think we saw the best performance of Derek Stingley's career, and it was a very, very well balanced performance as well. I mean, he stuck the running back on the 4th and 2, big 4th and 2. He was in pursuit of Kyler Murray on that touchdown before he got DDT'd to the ground by the lineman or tight end, whoever the hell that was. And he made that play, and his ball skills, like as far as Paul's, his ball skills, like whenever whenever the ball's in the air, he's always had those.
Mm-hmm.
If he's going to play like this, it adds a whole new element. Now, my concern is this, and this is my concern this week, and this might be kind of an early confession before we get to confessions at 12:20. I am worried that teams are starting to look at Jalen Petrie in coverage and say, we can take advantage of this guy. And the reason that
might be
A, common sense, and B, we've now seen consecutive weeks where offensive coordinators have taken that deep shot in that cover 2 man, and Petrie's been late to help out. And that's typically where guys put to practice what they're seeing on tape. And now there's even more tape of Jalen Petrie being late in coverage. So I anticipate with Calvin Ridley, with Christian Kirk, with Ingram, with what the Jags have and what they're capable of doing, I anticipate that is going to be something that they're going to try to take advantage of.
I agree. And I think I don't even think it's anticipation. In my book, I say expect it. because it's consistent now. And when you look at, and oh, by the way, if you're going to get this Stingley and Nelson, then it adds to the Petrie. It adds to the Petrie target, kind of value, so to speak. So I think they're going to absolutely do that.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The hits are too dang lit. There was a lot going on in pro pigskin. There was a lot going on in college pigskin. And there was a lot going on when it comes to some other local teams, including the Astros. They're hashtag running it back. Kinda. Next.
It's a reaction. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Texans versus Jags. The opening line is out. It's a pick'em. Hasn't shifted in either direction yet. It's a pick'em. So Texans ain't favored. Jags ain't favored. It's pick who you think is going to win the game. Derek Stingley yesterday had a really good game. This is what Derek Stingley had to say when I asked him if this was the best game of his career.
Big game coming up, Chip.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Major divisional
implications.
Do you think that's the best game of your young career?
I mean, I say it's definitely a step in the right direction. Still got a lot to clean up, so once I get that taken care of, we'll be good.
That's Derek Stingley. Best game of his career. Man. Is it even close?
You could hear in his voice, though, like he agreed with you, but he's like, I got more than that. You know, he almost felt, it almost sounded as if he was like, oh, just you wait. He's feeling good. He looked good. He made a number 3 overall pick play, and that was the most heartwarming, encouraging thing of all.
College football this weekend. It's a pretty eventful weekend. Michigan. They survived Maryland 31-24, and along the way put together one of the most pathetic displays that I've ever seen in my entire life. During the game, with the Fox cameras going over, Michigan was putting flags in front of the damn cameras.
Yeah.
What the hell are we doing? I mean, what is this? This is the corniest team in college football history, and I don't. The thing that upsets me is I don't know that Ohio State can beat them, but what are we doing, man? Fox is trying to get some good acts, and now all of a sudden y'all are putting it up, putting up flags to block it. Like what are we doing? What's the point of that?
I don't know what the point is.
By the way, Michigan opens as a 3.5-point favorite against Ohio State.
That sounds about right, doesn't it? But I don't understand how into all of a sudden victimized. You know, that somehow they're victimized here. I don't understand that at all. It's bizarre.
It's really strange.
Yeah.
Really, really strange. But I think that's slimy for sure. USC versus UCLA. UCLA just completely thumps Caleb Williams in his final game at USC. I saw this speculation. Is this Caleb Williams' final? I mean, let's stop. Caleb Williams' last game ends in slimy fashion. He did not meet with the media. They've lost 4 games, 5 games, whatever it is. He's met with the media after 1 loss.
Yeah.
Come on, brother.
It's a joke.
You got Wendy's commercials. You're the face of USC. You talked after every game last year when y'all were winning games. You want to be the face of an NFL franchise. You're in Los Angeles. This is some Mickey Mouse stuff. The fact that Caleb Williams is not meeting with the media. That's embarrassing.
You're a professional. Act like it.
Yeah, I mean that's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
but USC falls off. I don't know about this Caleb Williams dude, man. I don't know about
there's
him.
There's some warning flags,
and there's a lot of like playing off script. I don't know. Like I've watched Lincoln Riley's offense for a long time, and I've seen guys play off script. Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray. It almost seems like that's what he wants.
Lincoln Riley's catching heat, man.
Well, he should
big time.
He's a slime ball too.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State, they topped the Cougs 43-30. Now, I think this game just symbolizes where Dana Holgorsen is right now as a head coach. The Cougs were up 14-3. Okay, they were deep. They had Oklahoma State in. You were about to receive a punt, up 14-3 with an opportunity to go up 3 possessions.
Mm-hmm.
They get a taunting penalty. Oklahoma State then goes down the field and scores, and Oklahoma State cuts it to 23-19 at half. They end up taking over in the second half. This is my thing with Dana Holgorsen, and I love U of H. I love TDECU Stadium when it's actually popping. But here's my thing with Dana Holgorsen. If you're bringing him back next year, my question is why? My question is like, what is your hope right now with Dana Holgorsen as head coach? What are you hoping for? What exactly are you hoping for? What is the reason? Yeah. And if the reason has anything to do with some sort of buyout, then that is incompetence, because First of all, it shouldn't matter, especially with what the numbers being talked about. I think it's like $13 million or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, how do you get to a point where Dana Holgorsen has, with where he was at the point in his career when you brought him in, where West Virginia, I think, was basically trying to get rid of him.
Yeah.
And it's not like he was going to leave for a better job. No one wants his ass.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get to a point where Dana Holgorsen has that much of a buyout? That's my thing. Like,
Well,
what are we doing if we're going to bring him back?
They were bidding against themselves, basically, when they hired him. And that's silly enough. But when you talk about what's going on the field, a lot of times when you go into a new conference, your recruiting improves. U of H stands a chance to not improve because of Dana Holgorsen. So there's the football. There's that football aspect of it as well. Where's the juice? Where's the energy?
He's now on plays.
Yeah.
He's lost it.
You think he's gone?
If he's not, then that's a problem. It's either incompetence or it's just acceptance of not wanting to be great.
Yeah.
That's where you're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand it at this point with where you are as a program and with where you're going. You're going into the Big 12. I know Texas and Oklahoma are leaving, but you've got to step your game up.
Doesn't matter.
They're not top 100 in recruiting, John.
That's what I'm saying.
Houston, Texas.
Well, usually you go into we're going to the Big 12. Even though Texas and OU are leaving, you think that's going to be a jolt for our recruiting. It's not.
They're not even where SMU is. Like SMU is in a better place than them.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a rough look, and I just don't know. Like, if you're bringing back Dana Holgorsen, I would just like to know why. On the call, familiar face, familiar voice, Brock Osweiler.
Oh yeah,
brother, you kidding me?
I saw this.
I saw this. Donovan Smith of the Cougs, formerly of Texas Tech, seems like a good kid. He's not
his fault.
He's an average quarterback. In college. Brock Osweiler, what are you doing here? This is going to make a lot of Houstonians mad. This is what Brock Osweiler said he saw when he, quote, put on the tape of Houston quarterback Donovan Smith.
He is an elite runner. He reminds me a lot when you turn on the tape of Vince Young back when he was playing with Texas.
Come on, brother.
Beg your pardon?
He reminds me of Vince Young. They don't even take the same strides. They don't run. They are nothing alike.
You will know the next Vince Young when you see it.
Man, hit the race card, please. Goodness gracious. Texas tops Iowa State 26-16. You had that offensive lineman for Iowa State talk crap.
Well,
I said that probably wasn't a good idea because the guy that you're going against, that Sweat guy who I think might be a first-round pick, they said that in pre-show meetings, he was offended that they said he was 225. He said, I'm 265, brother. I'm 6'2", 265, and I move very well. He moved well, blocked a field goal, and he was forcing sacks even when he wasn't getting them. You know how many, could I interest you in a stat? You know how many rushing yards Iowa State got behind that big offensive lineman that talked that smack?
How many?
9. 9 rushing yards for Iowa State.
Big win,
I think
man.
Sweat might have played his way into being a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Georgia falls behind Tennessee early on, 7-0. You start to wonder, is there going to be some sort of chaos? Georgia says, wonder these nuts. 38-10, just complete thumping. Georgia versus Alabama, SEC championship game. Not this Saturday, but next. That's going to be a damn good one. Jordan Travis. Man, this sucks for Florida State. Florida State's finally turned it around. They're controlled their own destiny when it comes to getting to the college football playoff. They lose their quarterback for the season, Jordan Travis, and they fall down 13-0. However, they end up beating North Bama 58-13. This was Jameis Winston. He happened to be on them sidelines, man. Jameis Winston was wearing Jordan Travis's jersey, and they went up to Jameis Winston. They asked him about the injury. God, Jameis can talk.
Urge him to stay resilient and continue to persevere. I think he's the epitome of that with his journey, his college football career. He was having one of the best years ever in college football, man, and I'm grateful to be rocking his jersey and the significance of his number with us winning the championship in 2013 and him being one of the best quarterbacks this year, man. I just want to continue to lift him up and just keep his head, keep your head firm, stay firm, be strong and courageous. Like the Lord has a plan for you that nobody can ever even imagine. So just stay resilient. And he has done that. So I know that to him and his family, I just want to pray for his family, that they're well. He's going to be fine. I know he will.
What's up, class?
Huge hit. You alluded to it. Yeah, Jameis, come on.
Here's my thing, though, and you tell me if you think this is the wrong mindset. you can't put them in the playoff.
You mean Florida State?
I
was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
what I was going to say, it will affect whether they should be in the playoffs.
I just don't I don't care if they win the next couple of games. Like, I'm not.
Yeah.
The reason that you're there isn't there.
Is him.
It's like, you remember what year is this? Was this 02-01 when Cincinnati was undefeated, and then in the conference tournament, I think Kenyon Martin tore his ACL?
That's a lot like that.
And I think they still made him a 1 seed.
Weren't they a 1 seed?
Yeah, they still made him a 1 seed anyways, and I think they got bounced before the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the same. It's the same thing as like Texas. Like, I was talking about this yesterday with my guy from Big City Wings, James.
Mm-hmm.
We were going back and forth about Texas, and I was like, man, if Alabama wins out, they deserve to be in over Texas. And he's like, oh, can you say that? Well, I can say that because I think Alabama's better right now.
Yeah.
No, by the way, Texas lost Jonathan Brooks.
Right.
Jonathan Brooks was a big part of that win in Alabama, so they don't have him. So I don't know what the hell the formula is with this committee, what they think, but if I'm voting and I'm on that committee, I'm not putting Florida State at the same spot they are right now when they don't have a Heisman finalist.
It should matter. I don't know if it will.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? And I mean, it's an interesting thought process, and that's why I'm assuming that they get paid the big bucks to be on that committee. Astros are bringing some dudes back. They've tendered contracts to Brian Abreu, Mauricio Dubon, Luis Cha-Cha Garcia, Chaz, Dusty Baker Hates Me, McCormick, Kyle, I got screwed over last year in arbitration, Tucker, Jose Urquidy, and Fromber. My goodness, I don't know where my head's at, Valdez. So the Astros are bringing some guys back.
Yeah, all those kind of no-brainers. We haven't gotten to the good stuff yet with the Astros in terms of like how they're going to affect some of these other players, Alex Bregman in particular.
Rockets were on fire. They'd won 6 straight. They go to Los Angeles, and now they've lost 2 straight. Heartbreaking fashion on Friday to the Clippers. James Harden, tie game, coming out of a timeout. He crosses – wait, who was on him? Who was on him? Oh, Jayshawn Tate. Okay. Interesting decision there. So Jayshawn Tate guarding the
defensive specialist.
Yeah, okay. Well, the defensive specialist kind of put his arms down and then slid underneath him when he shot a 3, 4-point play, game over. They lose that one, and then yesterday they lost to LeBron and the Lakers. So the Rockets have lost 2 on team watch.
No, they're fine.
And shout out to Udoka. This, they're going to have to figure out how to get dubs. I saw yesterday, and I'm sure we'll hear this when the internet goes nuts. Like LeBron's talking about motivation against Dylan Brooks and stuff. Mm-hmm. Where the hell was that when you got your ass kicked a couple weeks ago or a week ago? Come on, brother. Like, give me a break.
Shout
out to the Rockets.
Too small thing.
Yeah, he did. Good for him. That's a hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the biggest takeaways from yesterday. Most is good. And even the bad might be good as well. We'll get into that. Plus, we'll go on to Jacksonville, and we'll give you a look of the state of the league after this week. The Texans, man, they benefited in much, 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 much more ways than one. We'll talk about that next.
You got that too.
Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the NFL right now, this week concludes. You're going to have 14 teams with winning records, 4 at 500, and 14 with a losing record. Texans, one of those 14 with a winning record. Playoff picture, let's lay it out for you here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. So right now you have the Texans at 6-4. They're one game behind Cleveland, who's at 7-3.
Mm-hmm.
You play Cleveland on Christmas Eve, so you have the opportunity to get in that mix, figure some stuff out. You're ahead of Pittsburgh despite having the same record because of head-to-head win percentage. So you're good there. Buffalo's trailing you. They're 6-5. I don't know what the hell is going on with them. But Buffalo, they're at 6-5. And then 3 of the 4 500 ball clubs. Indianapolis, you still got a game with them.
Mm-hmm.
Denver, you got a matchup with them after this week. And then Cincinnati, you've already beaten.
Yeah.
And then you have the lingers, the Las Vegas Raiders at 5-6, and then the Chargers and Jets at 4-6. So you're in control of your own destiny right now. And a lot of the teams following you, you get to face in Denver, Indianapolis, and the Jets. So it's a really big opportunity for the Texans. It kind of gives you a little bit of room for error because you do have these head-to-head matchups.
Mm-hmm.
But the picture is perfect because you're going to be scoreboard watching, but in the big scheme of things, these final 7 games, you're in decent control. It's not like you're playing overwhelming football teams, the teams competing with in front of you and behind you, you're going to get to face. So the Texans are sitting pretty following that win yesterday against Arizona, which was taking advantage of a massive opportunity.
Yeah, and let's make sure everybody understands this. It is a cliche, as I often say. Cliches are there because they're often true. You control your destiny here. You control your own destiny, and it started. It starts on Sunday because massive game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then beyond that, even though it was maybe you would call it an ugly win, you're better today than you were going into the game yesterday. And you're better for a number of reasons. You're better because the defense finally got a fourth quarter stop. You're better because CJ was a weapon while he was standing on the sidelines. It was obvious that the Cardinals did not want to give him the ball with even 40 seconds left. It was obvious they were dinking and dunking. Instead of, they were having a good day offensively because they were stretching the field. And all of a sudden they said, well, we can't do that. What if we score too quick? And then you're better because Devin Singletary, forget the conversation. It's over. He's your running back. You got a running game. He's averaging 126 yards a game in the last 2 games. Derek Stingley looked like a first rounder. Like, even though you think, well, and you said this, and I don't think it's outrageous. I think he was good because of what he did in the first half. But you said you didn't think C.J. Stroud had a good game. That's not outrageous.
By his standard.
But you're better because of all the other things that came into play, in the game that we saw.
Yeah, the best thing that you can do if you're a team that get into playoffs is not be reliant on one thing.
Yeah.
You're not relying on C.J. Stroud putting on a heroic performance. You're not reliant on any specific receiver. You've won games without any of these receivers. That's the best thing that you can do. That's what separates a okay team from a really good team. And this game against Jacksonville, by the way, the line has shifted. Jacksonville -1 now. Still pretty much a pick 'em, but -1 now. Jacksonville and Texans. I mean, this is you take firm control of this division with the dub. I mean, you take firm control of the division. Still a lot of ball to be played, but if you win this game, I mean, you've got to go from maybe playoffs to playoffs is the minimum. Like, playoffs is the bare minimum if you improve to 7-4.
How crazy do you feel like getting today? You
feel like
getting
crazy as you want to get.
You feel like getting a little crazy?
However crazy you want to get, I can go.
You beat the Jaguars. Your next 3 games are Broncos, Jets, and Titans.
And you can bury those 2 teams. Well, I mean, you're pushing the Broncos back. Broncos are starting to play better. They're 500.
But your mind starts going a little crazy with the win.
And by the way, the Jets got the Dolphins this Friday.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And it's funny, now Robert Saleh all of a sudden is wondering about Zach Wilson. Where the hell have you been?
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, like,
don't know who's going to start.
I mean,
gotta watch the tape.
You've been defending this guy like blindly for a long time. Now all of a sudden, we got to evaluate. You should have evaluated a long time ago. A lot of people were telling you this, but yeah, that's where you're at. And then you look about that with Jacksonville is, and I thought Tennessee was going to play them much closer. Tennessee might be done. And you got them twice. That's the other beauty of this with the Texans is that is a dog-butted situation right there in Tennessee. That Vrabel fight that I have praised, it doesn't appear to be there. Now, it's dangerous when you play them to assume that, but it doesn't appear to be there. The Jags, after they play the Texans, they got to face the Bengals, so they could end the Bengals. Then they got to go to Cleveland. Then they got Baltimore. Then they got Tampa Bay. Then they got the Panthers, and then they got the Titans. So they got a tough little stretch
Cleveland,
there.
Baltimore, man.
Yeah, at Cleveland ain't fun, man. Especially in December. I'm very happy that the Texans are playing here in December instead of in Cleveland. I don't want to play on that nasty ass brown air and that lake and that defense just knocking the crap out of you. That's a scary squad, Cleveland.
Oh, that's the game that Christmas Eve. That's the game that we have to circle now after the Jaguars. Obviously, Jaguars is the biggest, but after that, if you can do what we think they could do, all of a sudden comes down to that Browns game on Christmas Eve.
And are
we looking at 10 wins, double-digit wins?
I mean, right now to win 10 games, you got to go. You got to go 4. You got to play 500 ball. Or no, you got to go 4 and 3. 4-3 to win 10 games
against after the Jaguars, Broncos.
Can they win 4 games?
You got 2 against the Titans,
and then
you got
one against the Jets.
So it's looking like we could get the 10 wins.
Yeah, and then the Colts in Indianapolis.
Man, I think Andy is tarnished. I think
he got PTSD.
He's got PTSD like a mofo. I'm listening. I'm listening to Vandy, and I'm listening to Harris on the way here, and they're just both like so convinced that Week 18 matchup against the Colts is going to be big. Are you sure? Like I give the Colts a lot of credit for being 5-5. I think Shane Steichen has done a hell of a job.
Yeah.
Hell of a job. But why are they so concerned about the Colts? Is that just are they scarred?
Yes, I think that's exactly what it is. But Vandermeer, by the way, we all talk about rivalries and stuff. To me, it's the Titans now, and it's not close because of all the Amy Adams stuff. But for Vandermeer, it's always been the Colts. He hates the Colts with every fiber of his being. And so that's and plus they've just owned the Texans early on, well, mostly throughout the entire series. And so he's just that's what.
Yeah, he don't even like horseshoes, man.
Yeah.
The thing is that Indianapolis is right there. They are 5-5, and I don't want to. I don't want to just dismiss them, but I don't look at them as on the same level. I just don't, and
you can't dismiss them just because of the record.
I don't want to dismiss them, but I don't fear the Colts.
Texans are better.
I feel like the Colts have overachieved. I feel like the Texans are right where they should be. They might have overachieved.
The Texans are a better team than the last time they played the Colts, too.
Oh, good God. It's not even close.
Yeah.
It's not even close. They hadn't even won a game at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with everything that we've seen at this point and the way that they're meshing and stuff, and we'll see what happens with Indianapolis. The Colts got Jonathan Taylor, too.
Mm-hmm.
So they do have Jonathan Taylor. So we'll see. But my God, I was listening to Harris and I thought Peyton Manning and Edgerrin James were coming to town or something like
100%.
that. It's gracious.
Yeah.
Or they were going there.
T.Y. T.Y. action.
Oh, goodness.
Man, I don't know what the hell was going on there. I mean, they were just all over the place when it comes to that. The one thing I do think the Texans have, though, they have the advantage at quarterback. Blake Cashman. Let's hear from Blake Cashman. How many tackles did he have yesterday?
19.
Wait, say that again?
19.
All right, one more time, please.
19, tying the franchise record. And after you hear from him, I'm going to tell you why it was even more impressive.
So how many?
19.
19, okay.
Yeah.
Let me see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jalen Petrie has 29 in 7 games.
Break him up, man.
Jalen Petrie has 29 in 7 games.
Man, give him his ball back, man. Leave him alone.
His ball back.
Jalen Petrie in the last...
Oh, man.
1, 2, 3, last 4
Don't
weeks.
Do this,
Is that what they call he went there, Figgy?
Yeah.
He went there.
Last 4 weeks, he has 17, I think. Yeah, 17.
Leave a little man alone, man.
All right. I'm just saying. Let's hear from Blake Cashman.
He's a good kid.
He's a good kid.
He is. He's doing some good work in the community. And props to him for doing his thing in the community.
They were giving out turkeys and stuff.
Yeah, salute to Jalen Petrie for giving out turkeys. Giving out touchdowns, too. Here is Blake Cashman exclusively after the Texans game yesterday. Here with your boy on Sports Radio 610.
Big win coming in here, man. Like, you look like damn. Cashman first came in to the Blake Cashman now, where you got all the media around you and all that type of stuff. How do you keep like the same mindset?
Just ignore the noise. There's a lot of great things that can be said and a lot of bad things you've said, and it's best just to ignore it all and stay in your lane and stay focused on the work that's required of you. And by doing that, you'll continue to find yourself in a good spot. So I've always been somebody that's, had to have a chip on my shoulder, be level-headed. And I'm a big believer to humble yourself before others can humble you. Just staying steady and focused, to have that tunnel vision on the work.
From an on-field standpoint, though, like you obviously had some linebackers out and stuff. How do you stay in your lane and feel like maybe you have to pick up the load when, you have Perriman out and you have To'o out? Like, is that hard? Like, what is that like heading into a game when you're not going to have the same guys beside you?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, if you can prepare for it and know ahead of time in the week, I think it's easier because you're spending the whole week practicing with the personnel that's going to be in there with the game. But it always sucks and it's hard on a team when you're losing key players that always have a big impact in games. So we're going to be excited to have those guys back. But whenever you just have new roles, new responsibility, I think it's always important just to spend a little more time, whether it be in your film or in the playbook, reviewing the game plan, just to have reassurance that you understand the assignments that is being called upon you.
You're getting more snaps at this point in your career, and they're more intense snaps. I heard you mention the TV interview, getting your body right and stuff like that. Do you even know what that's like right now, or is that something that you're having to lean on people to try to figure out? Like, what do I need to do here?
As of now, it's always a blessing to remain healthy, especially at this point in the year. But I've been feeling good. I love the routine I have. When I actually first got,
you a hot tub guy or what? Like what?
No, I'm not hot tub. I do like the cold tub. The cold tub, but
how long?
Usually it's between 10 and 15 minutes. Damn, I sit in there. It's just the first couple minutes I've had. No, right when I got to the Texans, I put together a plan, and obviously as time's gone on over the last year and a half, 2 years, I've critiqued it a little bit, but I have a lot of confidence in my routine to take care of myself.
Nice, man. I appreciate you, man. Congrats on the dub.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, there you go, Blake Cashman.
Here's what makes it especially impressive. No, serious. No, it really does make it especially impressive what he did. Number one, 100% of the snaps on the defensive side of the ball, Blake Cashman.
And they needed him.
Every single snap he was on the field defensively. This is the most important thing. You're facing Kyler Murray. You're facing a team that is going to spread the field sideways and lengthwise, and we saw that.
Can I say something to you real quick?
Absolutely.
And you better not get mad at me, sir.
I probably will, but it's all right.
Blake Cashman is a sideline-to-sideline linebacker.
Well, you know what? At least in doses, because that ties in exactly with what I'm about to say.
God, you hate when I say that.
No, there's very few of them, but you know what? So you're playing Kyler Murray.
He's faster than he looks, too.
Now, that is true.
Blake Cashman is much faster than he looks.
That is true. That means they're going to spread the field sideways and lengthwise, and we saw it with a lot of success. It also means that the Texans were in nickel defense. I'm going to have to ask Clint and Seth exactly how much they were in nickel, but the Texans were in nickel a lot. That puts so much pressure on the two linebackers that are left on the field. It puts so you cannot miss. And he had 19 tackles. It was impressive as it is. It's more impressive because of the defense they were playing because of Kyler Murray. This dude he's a Pro Bowler. We've kind of kicked it around.
Oh, wow.
No, he's a Pro Bowler. He's absolutely a Pro Bowler.
Wow.
It'll be a shame if he doesn't make it. That's stupid. I mean, how good a game he played.
Yeah, and based on the expectations, like, and that's the whole thing. Like, you laid out the expectations. He just, I don't know what it's like. Like, I know that offensive linemen, you get kind of like synchronized, where the more that you play together, the more you know tendencies, the more the backs know your tendencies and all that. But like, if you're a linebacker and you're Blake Cashman and Denzel Perryman, by the way, they're now 4-0 without Denzel Perryman.
That's right. I'm
just saying. It's you want him out there, but it's impressive that they've been able to go 4-0 without him.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it might be a little bit more difficult. I mean, the responsibility definitely increases, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that he was able to step up and have the performance he had when they were missing guys, I think it just says a lot about Blake Cashman. I think Blake Cashman's going to be here for a while. He's going to be one of those guys they lock up. I don't think DeMeco Ryans, with where he's at, the organization obviously likes him. I think he was the only guy they gave an in-season extension to last year. I don't think, I could see Noah Brown leaving and them trying to find the next Noah Brown.
Yeah.
I could see Shaq Griffin leaving and them trying to find the next Shaq Griffin, which I think the good organizations can do. You can churn the bottom of the roster, these one-year deals where guys are coming in to prove themselves and be part of your team. I don't think you fall in love with all of your guys. But I don't think DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio, and company are going to let Blake Cashman leave. I think Blake Cashman's going to be one of these I don't know if it's a foundational piece or not, but he's a very nice complimentary piece, and he's only 27 years old, and he's playing his best ball right now, and I would have a very hard time imagining Blake Cashman not being here for a decent amount of time to where when they get good, if the Texans get good, let's say 2-3 years from now where the Texans are up there in the conversation,
like a conference threat,
like elite, I think his jersey's going to be in the souvenir shop, man.
It is now,
It's going to be a popular one, too.
I think it is now.
I think it's going to be a popular one now.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he's going to be able to go to H-E-B anymore without getting recognized.
He's getting a lot of FaceTime. Boy, how about the crowd around him?
Dude, it was huge. Jeez, that's what I said. I said, damn, man. So you look like damn C.J. Stroud in here.
Yeah.
I talked to him about Culver's off air, by the way.
Oh, because he knew we talked about him on the show.
Yeah, I talked to him about Culver's.
Has he been yet?
He hasn't gone. I told him it was trash.
What? Did you really?
Yeah.
Well, he knows better because he's a Culver's guy.
I thought he was going to have 20 tackles. He had 19. I thought he was about to get 20.
He was going to hit you like C.J. Stroud got hit. I can't breathe. That had to be what it was with C.J. Stroud, right? He got the wind knocked out of him. They didn't say.
That's what he said.
Oh, he did say it. I didn't hear that. Yeah.
That's a hell of a wind knocked out.
Yeah. Oh, he got crushed.
He was like, it was nothing, man. I just got the wind knocked out of me.
Yeah.
You hit me like that?
Yeah.
I'm eating my Jell-O right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm eating hospital food for Thanksgiving.
How about the 10 minutes in the cold tub for Cashman? It's a long-ass time,
dude.
Man. I would be, nope, I'm out.
Nut job.
Yeah.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions. I know I'm always worried. I was worried about the game yesterday. There's two really important things that the Texans are going to need on Sunday that I have moderate concerns about. I will confess that to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Next, during lunchtime confessions.
First place in the AFC South. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is Reaction Monday, and it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. This is kind of counterintuitive to wanting the Texans to win. But to me, I really, really, really wanted to see what D'Amico would do if Kyler Murray and the Cardinals got inside like a 1st and goal inside the last 2 minutes. It was the perfect scenario to let them score. Like, the scoreboard was perfect for a let them score moment. Texans were up 21-16. They score a touchdown. Doesn't matter if they go for 1 or 2, a field goal still wins it. And I was just like the football fan in me. I love stuff like that. Was just very intrigued about, because, you know, they were in Kyler's head and in the Cardinals' head with having C.J. Stroud on the sideline. Like, just the football fan in me is like, ooh, if they get 1st and goal inside the 10, that might be a let them score moment, you know, under 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they stopped running the offense. The CJ fear factor was a thing.
Yeah.
It was definitely a thing.
See how D'Amico would have played that. That would have been very interesting.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
A little bit concerned about the kicking and Jalen Petre's coverage this week. It's obvious that offensive coordinators have noticed that Jalen Petre can give up long touchdowns. That's a reason that we've seen the result of the opposing first drive the last couple of weeks be a long touchdown in which Jalen Petre is late in coverage. That shows that that's what they see on tape. And after yesterday, there's even more tape. So with Calvin Ridley, with Christian Kirk, with Ingram, even with Travis Etienne, just the extra element that could potentially lead to Jalen Petre biting or something like that.
Jalen Petre is going to have?
What's that?
You know what he's going to have, Figgy?
He's got a target on my back.
Yes.
He's going to have a target
very much
on his back.
Yes, and I'm concerned about that, and I'm concerned about Amendola. I really want to get through. I really want to tread water, and I hope Fairbairn is getting healthy because I'm counting down. Some people count down the days to Christmas. I count down the days till after 4 weeks where Ka'imi Fairbairn can come back. Amendola, nice job against Cincinnati. Good work, but I don't feel as comfortable when he's out there. Now, if we were doing like a push-up contest, then I would feel real good.
Yeah, or GQ covers.
Or something like that. But I need my Fairbairn back.
He's a handsome man.
And I am very worried. Is he?
Yeah, he's a handsome man.
Okay.
I say that as with a long track record of being very heterosexual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good for you. Good for me.
I feel so bad what we did to Tyler Milner, man.
What's that?
Feel awful.
Why?
We shamed him into not going to the game.
Did it to himself. He's the one who said he was a jinx, and then all of a sudden when they get good, he wants to go hang out.
We were just jacking around, man.
He gave the tickets to Sean's son. Sammy was up there.
That's how Sammy got the seats.
Yeah, of course. Do you feel bad now? Sammy's way better than T-Mill.
Screw Tyler.
Yeah, Sammy's way better. I don't feel bad. Sammy was up there.
I changed my confession.
There you go.
Sammy's the bleep, man.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man. I don't think anyone wants it with the Browns. Do I think the Browns are going to win? I think they would have with Deshaun Watson. They probably would have a better chance than they do right now, but that's a street fight. That's a street fight.
Good defense.
I mean, and they don't even have Chubb right now.
No.
Pause. But they don't have Nick Chubb right now at running back. And they're still physical as hell. They're still finding ways to win. The fact that they've only lost 3 games, we talk about it. We talk about D'Amico Ryan's coach of the year. Stefanski needs to be right there in that conversation.
Absolutely.
He needs to be right there. Like the two, screw Dan Campbell, okay? Screw Dan Campbell.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
The two guys that need to be discussed for coach of the year right now are Kevin Stefanski and D'Amico Ryans. I need to hear about Dan Campbell. Browns ain't no joke. Gotta confess, I have a healthy amount of respect for the way they fight.
We've been talking about that defense a long time, and it is legit. And like you said, they got players coming.
By the way, Myles Garrett should be an MVP consideration too.
I think so. Absolutely.
He should be an MVP consideration.
I absolutely think so.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This may come as a surprise to you, but I fully admit that Figgy is hipper than I am.
Uh-oh. I know where this is going.
I fully admit.
I know where this is going, and I was going to avoid this out of respect.
There you go. About to pile on.
I know where this is going.
He's much more with it, much cooler than I am. But, Figgy, what is going on here? What is going on?
Do I have to explain this now, man?
I really don't want to see it.
I just know he's been this on social media, man.
Hold on.
To see this.
If you haven't seen the video, Figgy actually, he fell on the sword, and all that. Actually, you asked the question, am I doing it right? But I came across this video, and even my old ass has seen a proper Southside.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. So, I ain't want to explain it all.
Figgy put up a Southside. He said, was I doing it right or nah?
Yeah.
And he put a picture of him doing.
All right,
something.
so I was over there being like, let me be clear, I don't really know how to do it right. But in that video right there, I was just being silly, and then somebody started recording me, so I was just feeding into it.
Oh, that wasn't planned. You sure?
No, it wasn't.
So that they just got you at a rough.
Yeah, I was just being silly, eating some of the I forgot what.
I was corn.
Yeah, no, it was some seafood pasta.
All right.
So I was just kind of being silly because the song came on.
I would highly recommend you stay with that story.
Yeah, that's why I ain't say nothing. I let everybody take their shots.
I was like, hold on, he's cooler than that.
You don't like his South Side?
I'll say it again. I've seen a proper South Side. That isn't it.
I need to see everybody do the South Side too, then, man, because a lot of people complaining about it. But I need to see somebody upload a video of them doing it.
I feel like that. I feel like that's what you'd see at like a Sigma Nu frat house or something like that. He brought it up, Figgy. I was avoiding this. Hey, he did it.
It's all good.
Hey, he
man.
did it. I didn't do this.
Hey, it's all good.
I won't tell you what I told a buddy of mine when I saw it.
Oh no!
I didn't know Figgy was white.
Oh my!
Oh man,
God.
That's a low blow, man.
Oh my God!
Race car!
Man, it's all good though.
You know I love you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this is me confessing to being a hater. I know this is going to surprise you, but I'm just going to confess to drinking Haterade.
All right.
It was in my best interest and Texans fans' best interest last night for the Broncos to lose. The Broncos are now 500.
Yeah.
They're competing with the Texans right now for the wild card. So it was in, and they come to town in 2 Sundays from now. It was in my best interest to root for them to lose. I'm kind of glad they won because I'm tired of this Josh Jobs thing. That thing needed to be slowed down. That Josh Jobs crap that I had to keep getting fed yesterday, it's too much. It's too damn much. Why isn't Kevin O'Connell getting any credit for this?
But Josh Dobbs came in on a Tuesday.
Good for him.
And one on a Thursday.
Why isn't Kevin O'Connell getting any credit for this?
Lee, that's a surprise.
I was glad the Josh Dobbs thing stopped. I'll be honest. He seems like a great guy. That was a little much. Dude, Chris Collinsworth compared him to Patrick Mahomes.
Sure, man. Why not?
Like, I get that it's a good story. How far are we taking this? He compared him to Patrick Mahomes.
So you're mad at him.
I'm mad at everybody.
Not Josh Dobbs.
I'm mad at the way they built that up. Now, I will say this. I would much rather have Chris Collinsworth doing what he does in Mike Tirico than Al Michaels coming in there and minimizing it. But damn, man, we need to tone that down a little bit. Goodness gracious.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It warmed my heart to see Larry and Stafford lead the team out on that four-wheeler with Toro. I was like, all right, because Larry was like us. He was about as harsh and hard on this organization from the top down now I mean, he would mention Cal and Hannah. He would mention Greg Grissom. He would mention, the obviously Easterby and the whole thing and how frustrating it was. Dude, he had a smile on his face so big. He's probably still smiling after leading the team out, and he was into it. Figgy, you saw some of this too. He was in it. Good for old Larry and Stafford. The worm has turned, and he is all in now.
He came out there with Toro. How about that? It's awesome. Good for him.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
By the way, chance at the $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop coming up, as well as an opportunity to win even more prizes than that. I confess, I am so amused by these NBA media types having to sell this in-season tournament. It is so funny listening to it. You hear it, like, even on the Rockets broadcast.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's like a league-wide memo or something like that. Jeff Van Gundy's not there because he wasn't going to praise the in-season tournament. And now you have people shaping their lips and saying, oh my God, these competitive basketball games, it's so good to see that people are actually trying to play basketball now. It's sad it came to this, and it's sad that people are shaping their lips and sacrificing their dignity. So my confession is here. I'm going to end it with this. I confess I've always loved Jeff Van Gundy. He's a friend of the show. But my confession is I have even more respect for Jeff Van Gundy because he is living on his feet instead of dying on his knees by not doing what a lot of these NBA media types are doing and praising this shameful, disgraceful in-season tournament as if we've never seen a good, competitive regular season basketball game before. It is hilarious.
He's being true to himself.
Well, the NBA knew what they were doing when they really put this together.
No,
I'm supposed to listen to LeBron James talking about getting 700,000?
Yeah. First of all, I was completely...
We know what's at stake.
I was completely wrong on this. I thought it was going to be kind of cool. It's ridiculous. It's a joke. The courts, the play, everything. And then on Jeff Van Gundy, a guy being true to himself like that, you can't help but be impressed.
It's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, CJ didn't get his wish. Where the fans at? Try to get to the bottom of it next.
All right, guys, D&M.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right. CJ Stroud asked for it. He didn't get it. He asked for the fans to pull up. Didn't get it. Electric atmosphere to the game. But he didn't get his wish. My question for you is why? There are 15 teams in the NFL that have 100% capacity this year.
Mm-hmm.
I get that there are certain individuals who are struggling with the economy. I get that everyone can't afford to go to a game. The economy is a big deal in those other 15 cities as well, okay? And they're still filling up a stadium. Furthermore, most of these cities are not as big as Houston. And there was a time, there have been economic struggles since 2002. There was a time where
there's been a recession.
It was sold out no matter what. So the economy individually, sure, I don't consider that to be the main reason. I think it's the sins of the past, along with the overall transformation of the game day experience. Why is CJ Stroud not getting what he asked for?
Well, I think we largely know the why, because people just jumped off the ship. They said they were. I don't think everybody did, and a lot are back. But some definitely, we got those calls, we got those texts, we saw social media. I'm never going to go back to a Texans game, or I'm not going back to a Texans game until this or that. I think it was Easterby. It was Bill O'Brien. It was dysfunction. It was Lovie Smith. It was David Culley. That's the why. And the buy-in on why people are not buying back in, that to me is the head-scratcher. And that was one of the sadder days in terms of attendance, not atmosphere, but in terms of attendance, maybe in Texans history, because they've sold out all the way up until 2021, right? Or 2020?
Correct.
Every game.
Correct.
Every game. And that includes I think there was a recession. Somebody will remind me what year it was. There was a couple of bad economic turns.
It's not the economy.
It's not the economy.
We're talking about a city where not everyone is struggling, okay?
Yeah.
And half the NFL stadiums are 100% capacity.
Right.
So let's not it goes back to, and I remember when Cal was doing this, and shout out to Cal. I mean, they've come a long way, and they're gonna reap the rewards for the good that they've done, the McNairs. But I remember after the COVID season, I heard Cal, I think even as early as 2021, 2022, they were yeah, COVID just really, has people not coming. Nah, Jack Easterby running around acting like he runs the place and all this.
That was it.
That's the issue. That's why a lot of people were canceling their season tickets.
There's 7 million people in our area.
Yeah, it's not economic.
It's not the economy.
The economy can factor into individual choices not to go to the game. I don't have a lack of respect for that, but there's a mixture of things, and the sins of the recent past, I think they're having to they're having to suffer through it.
And I think there's an illustration of why this to me was one of the sadder times that NRG hasn't been full. First of all, D'Amico, CJ, Jay practically begging for the crowd to come back, and they were stating the case very strongly for the crowd to come back. Didn't happen. But here's the thing that got me. It was the smallest paid attendance all year. You're talking about a team that's 5-4, CJ Stroud MVP discussion, late game comebacks, D'Amico Ryans, a lot of buzz in the air. We're not quite to the holidays yet. This week we are, but I mean, whatever. The attendance was 70,247. You know what that tells you?
They were popping though, man.
No. Again,
they were popping,
I always say this.
I felt like they were popping.
If you went to the game and you were screaming your lungs out, we're not talking to you.
Yeah, respect, and we're not telling you to take your ass there. That's not our job.
No,
it's not our job to cover their sins of the past. It's not our job to tell you how to spend your money. CJ wants a full house, but it's a big ass city though. It's a big ass city.
Yes,
and it's a combination of a lot of things.
We're not talking to the people that were there. And that number 70,247 to me is what jumped off the page when I saw it. That means there's 4,000 or 5,000 seats that are flat out available on the secondary market at HoustonTexans.com that people just didn't buy. You know, it wasn't like giving your tickets away to Pittsburgh fans or Cowboys fans or whatever, or selling them, I should say, for economic reasons, whatever, just kind of as an investment. It helps pay your season tickets, et cetera, et cetera. No, there were tickets available the day of the game. All you had to do was pick up your phone and buy them, and people didn't buy them. That's what made it the saddest. It wasn't like, oh, it's a sellout, and they sold their tickets to other teams. No, it wasn't even a sellout. You had 4,000 or 5,000 tickets you could have bought and didn't. Why? That's sad. Why? Is it still that deep a scar?
Yes. For some, yes. For some. Bad product, too.
Mm-hmm.
Recently. Not now. Now it's an elite product.
Yeah. And look, if you're going to argue it's the economy, I think maybe you can say it's the economy for me or some of my friends or whatever, but the economy in a city of 7 million people, and as you just said, half the league is all sellout, including places like Detroit are close to sellouts every game. Detroit, who's had some economic downturns as much as anybody. It was a head scratcher. When we were there, the first thing we kind of noticed as we get into the first quarter is like, oh wow, it's not full. Okay, it's not full. But the tickets were there at face value or slightly more, and people just said no, thank you. That's confusing.
Are you really confused by it?
For this team, with what they've done, they're the hottest team, one of the hottest teams in the league.
I think we got to wait till next year, man, because ain't nobody expect them to be this hot.
But they are. But they are this hot.
You think Jags is going to be popping?
At this point, I wouldn't expect it.
I don't know.
I wouldn't expect it. Yeah, at this point.
I think you just got to wait till next year. They got to capitalize off the buzz, free agency, draft, and all that stuff.
No, I think next year is going to be a sellout. It's one thing if those tickets aren't even there. But like you or I could have just picked up our phone and for face value or just a little more picked up 2, 4, 6 tickets, whatever. Why are you, when it's that easy, you're not paying inflated prices. When it's that easy, why are you saying no at this point to the Texans? That's what I don't understand. Can't blame you
if you're going. Shout out to you. If you're still mad, okay. It's not gonna be like this for long though.
Mm-hmm.
That atmosphere.
Yeah.
You get your ass.
It's gonna
in
be
there,
the last year of this.
You get your ass in there, you're gonna be back. I can promise you. It's been very gloomy the last few years. It's popping in there. They're so damn close. By the way, thank God the best thing. Thank God the PA guy doesn't do that first last name thing either. That's nice. The whole spectacle is nice. The in-game entertainment is nice. They're doing their thing. Keisha and Cecil doing their thing. Like it's a good vibe. Get out there if you can afford it. If you so choose, I think it's a good team to support. If you don't want to, completely understand as well.
And there's a lot of people that are saying, I just can't afford that right now. But understood. Again, there's 7 million people in this area, and that's what I don't understand. That it's still that big of a sale. Why are you complaining about 70,000? That's not bad. No, it's not. And I never talk about the fans that are going. But man, it's a head scratcher. Everything is expensive. Parking concessions. Look, if you can vote your wallet. If you make that decision, that's fine. I'm amazed that so many people that wouldn't have to make that decision are still not. That if it's not about money, if it's not about parking, they're still not.
I mean, individually, whatever you say it is what it is. My whole thing is in a town this big, it's not. Let's not blame it on just the economy.
Exactly.
Like, come on,
exactly.
Figure it out. You got a big game this week against the Jags. See what happens.
You think it's going to be a sellout?
No. I didn't think this was going to be.
I don't know if we're going to have a sellout this year.
No, I think you'll have a sellout against
Cleveland. A lot of Browns fans.
Christmas Eve, though.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. A holiday. People traveling and all that stuff.
I think you might against the Titans. I think there's some Titan. There's still a lot of interest in the Titans, regardless of how good they are or not. Yeah. I think the Titans will sell out. If you get in the playoffs, if you win the division, you're going to host a playoff game. I think that would be a sellout.
Mm-hmm. That one probably.
See,
Yeah.
It's weird, man.
See,
but the energy there, the people there, as good as it's been.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Big vibes.
Yeah.
Let's hear from a surprising contributor yesterday. This one surprised me. I did not anticipate this. Caught up with him in the locker room. Plus, let's check Bill Cowher's work. I tried to forecast what that interview was going to sound like. Let's see how's going around the NFL. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's coaches losing their minds. There's players losing their minds. And there's stuff happening in the Texans' favor. Get to that in a sec. First, though, call now for your chance to win a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill. 713-572-4610. Caller number 9. Caller number 9 to 713-572-4610. You're going to win that $50 gift card. All winners will also qualify for a chance to win a Traeger grill and a case of John Lopez's OG sauce. How
Dang
about
right.
713-572-4610. Caller number 9. Good luck. Reaction Monday continues. Going around the league next.
Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Steven Sims, man. Returning punch yesterday.
I'm sorry?
Had a big play. Steven Sims. Surprising. Caught up with him yesterday in the locker room. Man, didn't anticipate that one happening. Didn't even know if he'd be in the building. He was. He was on the field. He made a couple plays. Here was Steven Sims with yours truly after the Texans win yesterday.
Big play today. You gotta contribute.
Man, it was so much fun just to be back out on the field, helping the team, doing whatever I can to, help the team get the victory at the end of the day. But it was so much fun. I came in, I knew the ball was coming to me. I'm like, all right, let's go, make a play. That's just my mindset when I go out there on kick return, punt return, receiver. Just I want to be explosive, bring some juice to the offense.
And you had a good camp, and obviously you went through not making the squad and stuff. So what's it like to stay ready and everything? Like everyone says, stay ready, but some guys don't. Some guys lose themselves if they don't make a squad right away.
Yeah, it's definitely just mental thing. My support system around me, my family. Talking to my girlfriend, talking to my pops, my mother, my sister. Just them keeping my head focused and knowing that it's bigger than me and it's a purpose for it. Behind it. It was crazy. I spoke with my mom Wednesday. We had to talk about it. And I was just like, Mom, this is tough. I want that opportunity to go out and play. And the next day, I was called up. So it's a blessing, and God works in mysterious ways. That's what my mom always tells me.
So have you had an opportunity to look at the phone? How many?
No, I haven't
texts?
You
haven't had it yet.
But I've been there before. You know what I mean? So it's nothing new. I need the opportunity to get out there to showcase what I can do and what I can bring to the team, and hopefully I stay up.
Did you have an opportunity to talk to CJ or anything? I know he's kind of looked at as kind of a leader. Did he say anything to you at all before this?
Everybody just happy for me, telling me I'm deserving of it. And, they were excited for me to be out there today with them, and they were proud of me. So I think just the guys around me, uplifting me every day, and just I'm going to work hard every day.
All right, enjoy it, man. Appreciate you.
Man. Appreciate you.
All right, bro. Appreciate it.
There you go, Steven Sims. I don't know.
A bit for
I don't
him,
think he's
man.
going to be up much longer, but hey, just be ready. I mean, there's a receiver getting hurt every week. You show that you can do something. If not here, somewhere else, you'll figure it out.
Yeah. And
Are you holding on, hoping to any of this Mechie thing that we always hear about?
Is it bad that I am?
Is it bad that I am? No, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, these receivers like to block. Mechie likes to block. Yeah, we've seen him play every once in a while.
Yeah.
Did you just who John Mechie?
No, I legit didn't hear what you said.
Oh, my
get out of here.
goodness.
Who? I'm dead serious. I ain't hear who you said.
Oh, my goodness. Sheesh. That's our boy, man. That's our friend of the show.
You think he's covering his own ass now.
What'd he do yesterday?
He had a catch, right?
I think he had a catch.
He had a catch. He wore red sleeves.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Salute to him.
I can't believe you're hooing Metch, man.
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with you, man? That's some disrespect to a guy who yesterday had one catch for 12 yards.
Yeah.
Okay.
On one target.
Mm-hmm. Take that.
Salute to him then.
Take that.
You need to be talking about it a little more then.
You go work on your south side, man.
He's not going to let you live that down.
Playing around.
Dessert, man.
I'm just playing around.
It's all good.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Just playing around.
You brought it up. Anything else you want to add to that south side?
I was just playing
Would
around.
you get up and do a south side for
I can
him?
do a south side.
All right, let's see it.
I'll do the hell out of the south side. Knock your socks off. I think I grew up in Hiram Clark, man.
I will say, though.
Grew up where?
Hiram Clark.
Oh, okay.
I will say, though. The defense Figgy threw out there was a little bit.
That's what I said. Go with that story. Just stay with it.
That's why I never said nothing. I never said nothing.
See, I think he wasn't planning that. Was a little bit.
I could. Actually, wasn't planning it.
I'm doing a better south side right here. If you're watching on YouTube, seriously, and there's not even any music playing. Don't act like I've never done it.
No, I get it. but the hey, they caught me on camera. I wasn't ready.
No, I was doing it off of camera, and they was laughing. I was joking around, and they say, "Oh, do that again." Okay. So that's why you see my camera person being silly.
I believe you.
All right.
I believe you.
So we have the season-ending injuries of Deshaun Watson, Joe Burrow, Mark Andrews.
Mm-hmm.
Texans benefit from all of those. Now, I'm going to put the Ravens and Chiefs in a different class, but Joe Burrow, they were going to be one of your biggest threats when it came to perhaps a wild card. Deshaun Watson, say what you want about him. But he doesn't have to be elite with the way that the Browns are playing ball and the way that defense is.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone. So the Texans benefited from the misfortune of others. You don't wish it on them, but they definitely, on top of handling what they can handle and controlling what they can control, they benefited significantly. Aaron Rodgers, they've also benefited from that. The Jets, they had playoff aspirations.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Boyle is going to start.
Boyle?
Is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim Boyle.
Yeah.
He's starting for them this Friday against the Miami Dolphins.
If you sack him, do you lance a Boyle?
What? I did not know that.
Really?
I thought it was just called popped.
Well, you got to lance it.
I've had a boil.
Was it lanced?
Whatever they needed to do, they did.
Okay. They lanced it.
Boy, it was tight. Like you can see the scar
it's
here.
the worst.
No, it was on the leg.
It's the worst, man. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, that's a big-ass boil right there. Yeah, they lanced it.
Thought I got bit by a snake or something.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
That hurt bad.
Not good.
Here's Ian Rappaport, though, talking about the status of Aaron Rodgers. Are we still doing this? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Come on.
He envisions a mid-December return. Here's my understanding after talking to several people involved in this situation. The most likely spot that Aaron Rodgers could return would be the December 24th game against the Commanders. That would be Week 16, would give him 3 more games to play this season. From my understanding, if the Jets are still in the playoff hunt, this is possible. Rodgers wouldn't be able to run around like he used to. It would be a little more stationary, but it is viable.
It's viable to come back from an Achilles a few months after? What are we doing?
It's not. It's really
behind that O-line?
You're with me then. You're staying with the he ain't playing.
I mean, why would he? Why would you let him? Unless he just is going to retire after this year and wants to go out in why would you let him do that?
You shouldn't, and you wouldn't. I was reading, I think it was Dr. Chow.
Dude, even if he's just ready to go next year, then props to him.
Yes, next year would be awesome.
Yeah, you're 40, bro.
Yeah. I mean, what? I think it was Dr. Chow. He's an NFL sports injury expert. He said, most doctors would have they'd be in danger of, losing their license if they let somebody come back
would know.
After 3 months.
I think he would know.
He probably did, didn't he?
I think he did.
I think he did, yeah.
Not sure.
Yeah.
Texans... Don't quote me on that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not. He used to be the Chargers doctor, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Texans topped the Cardinals 21-16. Elsewhere in the division, the Texans' next opponent, the Jags, all over Mike Vrabel's Tennessee Titans, 34-14. Calvin Ridley, 7 catches, 121 yards, 2 touchdowns. Be on the lookout for him this week. Jalen Petrie, stay tuned. Browns topped the Steelers 13-10. Pickett can't move the rock. And apparently, with George Pickens being kind of selfish and taking the Steelers off of his Instagram, Najee Harris, their running back, was asked a question.
Do you think everybody has that team first attitude?
I think everybody has a team first on his team?
Yeah.
I'd rather not talk about the team, I'd rather just talk about me, my performance. You don't ask questions about me.
Guys, we have to go back to Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Man, even the PR.
Okay.
Even the PR don't ask about that.
Let's get to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Packers topped the Chargers 23-20. This was a big one. Brandon Staley. We'll hear him when the internet goes nuts. God, what a weaselish display at the podium. Here's a little snippet of it. He was asked if he's going to continue calling the defense. This is what he had to say.
So you can stop asking that question, okay? I'm going to be calling the defenses, okay? So we're clear. So you don't have to ask that again.
All right. Thanks, Coach. Dolphins topped the Raiders 20-13. Tyreek Hill, 10 catches, 146 and a touchdown. Bills all over the Jets, 32-6. Robert Saleh was undecided yesterday. They're now going to go with a different quarterback. Zach Wilson back on the bench. Vikings fall to the Broncos 21-20 yesterday. Josh Dobbs' his first loss as starter for the Minnesota Vikings. Lions, no Tigers, but they played the Bears. They won 31-26. Lions are 8-2 for the first time since 1962. That's been a while.
You know how long it's
you
been?
You were in high school, right?
You wasn't even born then, right? Was you even born then?
Yeah, he was born.
I was born.
Barely.
In 1962.
There you go.
Hey.
There you go. How about that?
Yeah. Young buck.
How about that?
I was wet behind the ears.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Here's Dan Campbell's locker room speech.
Guys, holy shit. We are a resilient team, gentlemen. We are resilient. We're going to find a way to win. They freaking came out and they fought us, but we fought harder. And we went and got the win. That's outstanding. That's division win number 2. I got one game ball. Give me this. All right, hey, listen, to make the rally that we did and to come back, man, we needed some stops. We get the stops, offense, we go down, we strike. We need another stop, we get the stop. Hutch, where you at, brother?
I'm so proud of everybody, man. We got the done. Man, I'm really excited about this year. I think we're going to do some special instead of keep pushing week by week. Let's go.
I will say this. I'm very glad that he's not a Jaguar.
You talking about
Hutchinson?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. That would be...
Oh, Lord.
That would be unfair.
Whew. Jacksonville did them a favor. I don't know if they're where they're at without that decision to take Walker instead of Hutchinson.
I don't think they are they?
My God.
Yeah.
Jeez. We'll see what happens with the Lions. Over under 1.5 playoff wins for them.
Under.
Yeah, of course. No. Over under 1. Push?
Push. They'll win a game.
I don't think they'll win a playoff game.
Really?
No. I don't.
God, you hate the Lions.
I do. Giants top Washington 31-19. Saquon Barkley, 14 carries, 83 yards, 4 catches, 57, 2 touchdowns. The win. Magic Johnson. This was a hell of a tweet. This was good analysis right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad the NFL is getting this. Is Magic Johnson.
All right, let's hear it.
Here's his tweet. Quote, "Wow, my Washington Commanders turned the ball over 6 times today and gave the Giants 24 points off turnovers. We lost 31-19.
Thanks, General.
Giants rookie Deonte Banks. So he played at Maryland. He wanted to be a Washington Commander. He wasn't. He's now 2-0 against the Commanders on the season, and he had a message on Instagram Live for Magic Johnson's squad.
Stop playing. Stop doing that, bro. You could have came and got me at 16, and it didn't. Now I'm 2-0 against you bum-ass boys. The Commanders, they think they slick. They finna see me 2 times a year until the end of my career. 2 times a year. Should have came and got me. I'm just trying to figure out, though. Did 17 play today? That's all I want to know. Did he play today? Did he play?
And then they start washing towels. Like, you know, when
I just want to know if he played.
Shots fired.
That's
at
big
Terry
time.
McLaurin. My goodness. So Brian Dable was asked if his quarterback grew. Nice joke, Coach.
I think he grew today, in your opinion.
I think he's the same height.
I don't mean that, you know.
Oh, no. Yeah. Look, there's some good stuff that he did.
All right, Coach. Cowboys topped the Panthers 33-10. Another L for Bryce Young. 49ers 27. The Bucks 14. And the Rams, they topped the Seahawks 27-16. However, Cooper Kupp, fantasy owners, you're starting to breathe a little bit. Not too great. The week concludes. You will hear it right here on Sports Radio 610 tonight. A little Monday Night Football. This is a good game.
Just a little old 5-star.
This is a good game.
Yeah.
The Clout Bowl between the Kelsey brothers and the Eagles and Chiefs. Clout in bulk.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Oh,
just
God, I
game.
forgot about
Oh, yeah.
that,
Lord.
man.
Oh, God. Those guys, I mean, they are front and center everywhere.
Yep.
It's the Hollywood Bowl.
It is the Hollywood Bowl.
I'm pumped for that one.
You pumped?
Yeah, I need some Kelsey features. I don't.
Well, no, I don't care about any of that. It's going to be a hell of a game.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah.
Be a nice.
Should be a hell of a game.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see Miss Kelsey in there.
She's going?
You kidding me? She likes attention more than they do.
Of course. Oh, I thought you were talking about Taylor Swift. You mean literally Mrs. Kelsey?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if Taylor Swift's going or not.
Well, that's what I was asking. I didn't know you were actually literally talking about.
I have no idea.
She'd probably be on the Manning cast.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, that would be sweet.
You're still doing the Manning cast?
I check in every week. I don't watch big chunks, but I check in every week.
Biggie, you in?
No.
Yeah.
No, man.
If I had to list 1 to 3 best ways to watch the game, I would say number 1, normal broadcast, number 2, on mute, number 3, Manning cast.
Normal broadcast, 1, Sports Radio 610, number 2, and 3, mute.
Okay, see? I like your list better than mine.
You guys are hating, man.
No, it's not good.
It's good. It's funny.
No, and they haven't improved their technology. Like, it's just not good. It's not great. It's not great.
It's great.
Not great.
It's great.
Peyton Manning's not Kevin Hart. Can't just show up, get these laughs. At least not from everyone. Lopez will be there for you. He'll follow you wherever. So last week I laid out this prediction. That's around the NFL. Bill Cowher. Didn't like that he got the interview with C.J. Stroud. Kind of wanted J.J. to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how accurate I was. Here was my prediction of what the Bill Cowher interview with D'Amico would go like, and then we'll hear the actual questions that Bill Cowher asked. Here was my prediction last week. You were drafted with this squad, and now you're a coach. What's the difference between the player then
like him.
to now?
You're even spitting like him.
D'Amico's going to talk blah, 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 blah. This organization has been really rough the last few years. What's it like to change the culture?
I know what D'Amico goes. So he's like, the past is the past.
Yep.
We looking ahead.
Yep.
C.J. Stroud has been one of the best rookies that we've seen.
Talk about C.J.
Talk about what you've seen from C.J. Stroud as a leader of your ball club.
Talk about that.
Then he's got to bring himself in.
Me?
I remember when I first got to Pittsburgh, the hardest thing for me as a coach was blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
What's been the hardest challenge for you as a head coach in the National Football League? Obviously, there's a lot of excitement about your team, and there's a lot of success. How do you get your team to not over-buy in to the success they've had so far? And then they'll come back in studio. JB will be there, and JB will be like, that's Bill Cowher with
good stuff, Bill.
With D'Amico Ryans. And then Nate Burleson's going to go, man, this Houston Texans team is so exciting. C.J. Stroud, one of the best rookies that we've ever seen. And, all of a sudden you look at Carolina, you look at the Bryce Young situation, blah, blah, blah. And then J.J. is going to be like, yeah, I know a thing or two about Houston, but
No, it'd be great if you said, like, why the hell wasn't I there?
Now, in fairness,
Mm-hmm.
and you tell me how accurate I was, Figgy has pulled every Bill Cowher question to D'Amico.
Okay.
Let's hear if I nailed it or not. This is Bill Cowher with D'Amico Ryans.
I'm sitting here with D'Amico Ryans back here in the city of Houston. What is it like to come back to the Texans and even come back into this city in this opportunity? Tell me about this team.
Kind of
Are you
nailed
surprised where you're at now, 5-4? Last week, after CJ's second interception, fourth quarter conversation, he comes up to you and says, I can this game. And you said to him, I trust you. The locker room celebration last week. Did you feel like a player then?
I did.
All right. It was worse than I thought.
Yeah.
Talk about this team.
They should have.
He's not a just show up and interview
He just
guy.
wanted to do
They
it.
treat him like he's just a just show up and interview guy.
Yeah.
They did the Hall of Fame coach.
They did the obligatory. They're walking with each other down the sideline as they're chatting.
And their fake conversation.
Fake conversation thing. Yeah. B-roll, as it were.
The Texan in the background.
Yeah.
The montage of D'Amico as a player.
Yep.
And then the coach.
Like, you're walking with Bill Cowher, and you're like, what do you want to talk about while they're filming us walking? Weird.
It's around the NFL here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, internet going nuts. We got a coach that many people thought once upon a time would end up here. Thank God he didn't. Brock Osweiler, what the hell is wrong with you? Seriously, you're trying to pander to Houston, and you really disrespected Houston more than anyone can fathom. Plus, more crowd please and a lot more. The internet goes nuts on Reaction Monday. Next, speaking of going nuts, a lot of Sports Radio 610 listeners, a lot of loopholes. They're going nuts because Orchard is there.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
Lowest paid attendance of the year had the internet going nuts with the Texans. J.J. Watt called out the fans. He does not understand how it can be half empty during this C.J. Stroud run. I would say to J.J., have you been following this thing the last few years? That's why.
He was part of it.
So that was that. But there was a lot of talk about it. I spoke to some people. They were a little bit disappointed by it. It is what it is, man. It's the sins of the past. It's the economy. Like, you can sprinkle it all in. It's definitely not just the economy.
No.
That's as silly as in 2020, 2021, I think when Cal was saying, yeah, COVID. Nah. I can assure you put together a season like you did back in the Kubiak days or even 2019, they would have been there. But you let a POS walk around like Dexter be. Not great.
Yeah. No, it's
not ideal.
It was embarrassing for me, and no reason for me to be embarrassed. So just for the fact that it happened, because I just still don't understand how people can't buy in.
Lamont, what up? You want to talk about the attendance?
Yes, sir. Say, man, I agree with you guys' take that it was probably Jack Easter being the operation that he was running. And I also believe that it was a economy. I think it's a lot of variables at stake here, but the one variable that you guys are not considering is, and this is personally for me and a lot of people I know, was you lost your rookie quarterback, man. I love C.J. Stroud right now, but I will not go invest inside of a jersey right now because I don't know if he's going to be these new kids right now on some whole different energy, these new professional players on some whole different energy. I don't know what the future is going to hold. I think losing your quarterback the way that the Texans lost him did a lot to people's psyche, man. And I'm talking about Deshaun Watson. And another thing, you guys keep going back to this whole it's 7 million people in this city. Well, I'm born and raised from Houston. I worked at the Astrodome, during all those days. It was blackout games. Those stadiums was not full all the time, man. So when people lose interest in you, they lose interest in you. And I said this one last thing. I said to you guys that, technology. We got bigger homes now. We got theaters in our homes. I feel more comfortable watching a Texans game in my 100-foot on my 100-foot inch TV, then going to that stadium. Then going to that stadium, dealing with traffic and idiots and all of the crime in Houston. Say, man, I'm good, man. I don't think I'm trying to say yes. It's a lot of variables, man. I don't think it's just the economy. I don't think it's just Jack Easterby. I think it's a lot of things, man. Good show, man.
I think that's
I'm with him.
That's absolutely
I thought he had
true.
100 foot. I was like, I'm coming to your house, brother.
No, that's absolutely true. But and he mentioned,
I thought he was about to say these kids are on some host stuff too.
I did too. He probably wanted to say that.
And so the one thing that we really haven't talked about, and he mentioned,
and I think the Deshaun thing's kind of connected too.
Yeah,
like Deshaun wanted out. Deshaun wanted out because of
they all kind of, you can't like separate them into compartments. They all kind of go together.
I ain't gonna lie, I kind of got a little PTSD with that too because I look at we felt the same way with Deshaun Watson as a rookie quarterback.
But
we did.
But the one thing, go ahead.
Yeah, and I like to be fair to CJ because he's a good dude, but in the back of your mind, you're like, could it come crashing down eventually?
Yeah, I don't think so on the rookie contract anyway. But
once he get
the
paid,
technology thing is very real, and we haven't talked about that.
He ain't gonna change.
Like I'll tell you right now.
I think
if I'm like afternoon games after
I don't think he will.
After the Texans play,
maybe,
or will he?
After the Texans play, and I'm watching afternoon games, I'm not watching one game,
bro. Posting up on an NFL Sunday is freaking awesome. I've always talked about like if I'm. Let's say that I do have like a set budget to go to a game.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say that I could maybe afford to go to a couple of games a year. I don't know how much it costs. I think people tend to exaggerate sometimes when they're talking about the cost.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just say it's a few $100s. Bro, I can go get me a 65-inch for $1,200 or something like that, and I'm going to be able to.
You can have a party
that's
at your
10 years.
house.
Yeah, that's
nice
that's
little
my
watch
thing.
party.
That's my thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the one thing we didn't.
I feel
talk
him
a lot
on that.
about. Yeah,
I feel him on that. It is fun going to the game. It is a nice atmosphere. But I'm not. We're not going to be. Hey, pack the house. No. If you want to go, go.
Yeah.
If you don't, we understand.
And part of that is on the NFL. They need to make the product better, and they keep trying.
This is a hell of a product we're watching.
No. I'm talking about like the whole show.
Screw them. I'm talking about this. There's 16 stadiums that are 100%.
Yeah.
This product is elite.
Yes.
This is an exciting product.
I think making the product better includes like the experience of going to the station.
That's what I'm talking about.
No,
they've done a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of easy going through I was about to say TSA, but through the security, it's a little easier
They've
now.
really done a lot, man.
Yeah.
They really
And
is,
one more
it really is a
thing.
nice vibe.
One more thing that we didn't mention here particularly. They've tried and they've tried and they've tried. Traffic sucks.
Take Kirby, man.
Dude,
It's very easy.
You can take whatever you want.
Take Kirby right here. Take a right on Kirby. You're there. It's nothing.
Dude.
I'm telling you. You
I'm
go
talking
this
about
way.
getting out.
You go on this area. Can't park on the side.
Everybody can't park on the side.
Traffic's fun after the game. You're listening to the post-game show.
Man.
Everybody's honking and stuff. That's fun.
What I realize about Houstonians too, man, they will cancel a plan if it's traffic, man.
Yes. I get what you're saying. I've got my little secret entry
easy.
that has been like I'm batting 1,000 on that over the last 15 years.
I'm humming.
I know exactly how to get to my lot in a very secret, good way.
I'm humming.
And I would tell you, but
then
it would not be a secret anymore.
That's
But
kind of a jerk thing for you to do right now.
it is. Yeah, absolutely it is here. But like coming out like yesterday, I'm not going to lie, 45 minutes to an hour just to get out of the purple lot.
What?
Just to get out of the purple. Because the cross street on McNeely.
You don't park right on the edge?
I normally do.
They open Kirby.
They open Kirby, but not until after like 30 minutes.
You can turn left on Kirby.
All I tell you is what I mean, and that's not to be a big whiner or whatever.
Good
I'm just
Lord.
saying I
This
get
effing guy.
something that people would complain about.
This effing guy.
They get complaints, trust me.
I got the internet going nuts.
LeBron James and Dylan Brooks. And I got to tell you, you know how I've changed on Dylan Brooks. Even though he got worked, even though he got the you're too small thing going from LeBron after a big shot, he got bodied up on another one. What his best effort? Dude was knocking down threes. They were in the game the whole time. But I did like the, is it Hachimura? What he said afterwards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was interesting. This is what he had to say about LeBron James.
They are, things going on, but, those are things like, just, Dylan Brooks, he just want to, be part of it, his legacy, I guess,
Be part of LeBron's legacy.
Okay.
I got the internet going nuts.
Chargers are struggling. Brandon Staley's struggling to call defense, and he had perhaps one of the best, most entertaining podium meltdowns of the year. He was a candidate for the Texans gig a few years ago. Ended up going to the Chargers. He's a dead coach walking. Listen to this. This is the fire. This is the fire. You're going to be fired press conference, I think.
I have full confidence, like I've told you, and like I've told you from the beginning, I have full confidence in our way of playing. Full confidence in myself as the play caller, in the way that we teach, in the way that we scheme. Full confidence in that, okay? And that's where it's at. So you can stop asking that question, okay? I'm going to be calling the defenses, okay? So we're clear. So you don't have to ask that.
I think your fan base would hear full confidence, right, in everything that you're doing. And they see the product in the field, and they would see a discount.
I'm not here to talk to the fan base. I'm here to talk to my players, the locker room. I know that we give ourselves a chance to win every single week with the game plans that we have. You guys act like we've never played good defense. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. You act like we haven't made any improvements. Today, in the run game, we played outstanding. There were a lot of other things that caused us to lose today. It certainly wasn't our defense. It was the way we played as a team. We didn't play well enough on the red zone, too many passes. Okay, we gave up a few killer sacks. Okay, we did this as a team. Stop making it about one unit, because that's not what happened out there today. Our team lost, and I am fully responsible for it, and I take full responsibility.
Do you?
But we lost as a team today, and that's the storyline.
I understand that. But it's not that you guys have a personal shot at you or
what you're doing. Again, it's just the stats say, again, today, had a yard passing game, I think, or something like that. Aaron Rodgers, career. It's stats are showing that consistently this defense is letting up big games to just about anyone. So that's why a lot of questioning is that way.
Sure.
Significant changes. So that's what we're asking when we're talking about changes to the defense.
We have made adjustments throughout the season. It hasn't shown up exactly in an impactful, consistent way. But we have made changes. We have made adjustments. We're going to continue to work hard at it, and we'll see what progress we make moving forward.
The possessions you had, second to last one, Justin's under a lot of pressure. We've seen it a few times now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of good rushers over there, Jeff. So it's known pass. They've got a lot of good rushers over there, and that was the story. They had one takeaway. We didn't. It happened, in the red zone. On offense, that was the story for us because we drove the football and moved the football well today.
Quinn had a big drop there.
Texans had 3 in the red zone.
Yeah. Not coming around from your perspective.
Well, you were also at training camp, and he made a lot of big plays in training camp too. So you need to do, your reporting justice.
Did you see what Rex Ryan said about him?
No.
He said he needs to go back to D3 football where he belongs.
Oh, my gosh. He gone. He's gone. He is gone. Dodged a bullet there, too.
I got
We thought that might be the case, and it was, in fact, the case. Snoop Dogg got us. He has got the internet.
He didn't get us. He got y'all.
No, I agreed with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't get us.
Yeah, I'm just saying we thought this might be the case. He got us, or you, or whomever, when he said he was going smokeless.
Nobody bought that.
He's hawking a smokeless fire pit. That came out today, complete with a video and everything else. But, yeah, he's still going to be hitting that ganja.
The Marihucci.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Brock Osweiler said this during the U of H game when talking about Donovan Smith.
He is an elite runner. He reminds me a lot when you turn on the tape of Vince Young back when he was playing with Texas.
All right. He reminds you of Vince Young, huh? Whatever, Brock. Why, Brock? Why?
I got the internet going nuts.
You see what Josh Harris did from the Commanders at the game?
Did not. Is he the owner?
He's the owner, the new owner of the Washington Commanders. He found about 40 or reconnected with about 40 of his elementary school and junior high classmates and invited them to his suite to watch the Commanders. Like some of them he hadn't seen since elementary school, some he'd stayed in touch with. But I don't know if that's a flex or if it's just like a showing off or if it's just really cool. Can you imagine reconnecting with all your elementary and junior high school friends and say, yeah, come on up. I got you covered.
Internet going nuts.
The baby. He was on with Shannon Sharp.
Okay.
He was on with Shannon Sharp. And I wonder if there's any fans who do this. Is there any player that you follow where you're not not necessarily loyal to a team, but you're loyal to a player? He is. Here's what he said to Shannon Sharp.
Give me the top 5 NBA players right now.
Top 5 NBA players. Oh, man. Top 5 for me. In no order. I'm a Bron fan, first of all.
Okay.
Bron, me and you one and the same. I ain't playing about Bron.
There we go.
I'm going where he
Wherever he go.
If he go to
he go overseas, I'm going to.
There you go. You get what I'm saying? He go play for if he go play for Russia, then I'm trying to learn the language. You get what I'm saying? That's going on.
LeBron is top of the list, right? Like people have just followed him everywhere he's gone. Do you have a player like that? I can't think of one. Yeah.
No.
Figgy?
Nah, I never had a player like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I weigh out, like when I don't have like a personal rooting interest, I'll weigh out. I'll be happy just for this guy or this guy or this guy to win.
Yeah.
But as far as this is my favorite squad.
When they leave my squad, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't going down
when
like
LeBron
that.
left Cleveland, that was it.
Yeah.
It ain't going down like that.
I'm with you.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Lopez passing thoughts and the biggest takeaways that matter the most when it comes to the Texans perhaps getting greedy. Reaction Monday continues next.
Make that 3 straight clutch win. presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, let's puff pass on those passing thoughts before we go. Hashtag on to Jacksonville. J-Lo's passing thoughts following the Texans' dub over the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, there was a different feel before the game. That was my first passing thought as I'm walking around the stadium. Tailgating is always great, and it's always going to be good. Even when the team was bad, there was those who showed up was great tailgating.
Who won yesterday, Fig?
Yeah, Figgy.
It was the I forgot the name. I forgot the name of it.
The dude made the kick.
Oh,
Did
good
he?
for him.
Made the kick.
Good for him.
Yeah, for whatever
he got
it was.
Hammered yesterday.
Man, must have been drunk, Figgy.
Nah.
It's hammered.
But it was a different energy. Like, you've been in some big college environments, like college football, like big game, OU, whatever, State Fair. It's not just about the tailgating and the food and the drinking party. It's like you can just feel something.
There was a slight buzz there.
There was a slight
buzz.
And boy, is it going to get bigger and better.
It wasn't a blunt. It was a two-hitter.
I'll go with that. Another passing thought. Those were some sweet uniforms.
Yeah, they look good. I was wrong about that.
Yeah,
I was wrong about that. They looked really good in person. So I was very wrong. No shame in saying that I was wrong.
Yeah. Next passing thought. Jalen Petrie made the box score. That's the good news.
Man, he missed tackle on fourth, and he was a little late on that first touchdown.
And you're right. He's going to have a
They have a target on him.
He's going to have a Laramie Tunsil target on his back.
He did. I think he's doing good work in the community, though, right? They said.
Yeah, I think he was giving away turkeys in the second quarter.
Just got a target on my back.
You mean the first drive?
Yeah, that first drive. Passing thought again, just what I'm feeling as I'm watching the game.
I still haven't gotten a Trill Burger at the stadium.
I haven't either.
I need to do that.
Yeah.
Have you had one before?
When Bun was at the I think it was the Houston Sports Awards or something.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
You should go to the Trill Burger spot after the show.
He's busy.
I'm good.
It ain't crowded.
I'm good.
All right.
Years past, Texans go down 7, nothing like that. Just boom, boom. What was it? 40? How big was that the touchdown play? 48 from the Cardinals.
Yeah, it was long.
Yeah. I'd be thinking, well, that was fun. That's ball game.
After one drive?
Oh, yeah. Like in years past, I'm like, they got no shot.
Oh, wow.
That's it. They're done.
Wow.
Didn't feel that yesterday. In fact, I wasn't even worried. They're down 7-0 early in the game. I'm like, meh.
Okay.
Let's see how it goes.
So you're okay with that?
Well, what no
I
testament.
was terrified. You know how I was heading into that game. I was scared. Scared as hell.
Yeah. But it's a testament to the confidence you have in CJ and the defense and D'Amico, et cetera, et cetera.
I was thinking like, damn, Kyler is back.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Man.
I'm definitely thinking that, too.
They got some raggedy receivers.
Where was Petrie on that play?
Which one?
The 48-yard touchdown.
He was chilling.
Mm-hmm.
He was there.
Was chilling?
He was there.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
Behind
there.
the receiver.
He was there, but he wasn't there.
Yeah. Thought he was making an appearance at Verizon.
He's gonna win their community award.
Yeah,
for sure. They're setting that up. He'll get it.
Yeah.
Good for him. No, I'm happy for him. I'm glad he does. I'm
win
glad he's doing his
something.
thing. No, I'm glad he's doing his thing.
He'll just be.
I'm very worried about him this week.
He'll just be 3 steps late picking up the award. Sorry. Now, Jalen. Now, so D'Amico going for it on 4th and 2 early. I didn't have a problem with that decision at all.
Mike Boone was a surprise.
In fact, I kind of liked it. Didn't like the guy carrying. I have nothing against him.
You've
Boone. Got better options.
I like Boone. I just thought Devin Singletary or something, but it's okay.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah. Speaking of Devin Singletary, are we even going to have a conversation this week about what do you do if Damian Pierce? No, you don't do anything.
No.
Devin Singletary is your running back.
Adjust accordingly.
Adjust accordingly.
When
Absolutely.
needed, come on in there, do your thing, 31.
I didn't mention this one earlier. For the Arizona Cardinals, one Roy Lopez.
Oh, good for him.
Had a couple tackles. I was like, oh, yeah, I remember him.
Good for him. I heard the PA announcer really went out of his way to give him props on a play.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not hear that.
Yeah, I did. The PA announcer is really good, man.
He is good. That interception by Derek Stingley, the way I describe it,
beast mode.
It's a number 3 overall pick interception.
Beast mode.
It was next level good. It was that good.
It was, I want a Buffalo Wild Wings endorsement good.
Well, I don't know if he's get that. I think that's been taken, hasn't it?
It has. By Sauce.
Yeah. MVP chance, man. If you did, I don't know how much they talked about it on TV. We were there. I know they talked about it on Vandermeer talked about it.
Yeah, Vandy did. Man, he got excited.
He got real excited.
He got real pumped with those MVP chants.
MVP chance for C.J. Stroud.
Man, he was pumped.
Week 10.
God, he was pumped.
How about that? That was pretty dang cool. Keep an eye on Will Anderson. You said this was going to be his
game,
the Will Anderson game.
Yeah, he was good.
I think it's coming up.
He was great.
I think he's
against Jacksonville.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I think
if he has the Will Anderson signature game against Jacksonville, good Lord.
Yeah, I think it's coming up.
Oh my God! On the big stage,
because 2 weeks ago,
big dub. How about that?
Yes, 2 weeks ago he had a sack. Yesterday he had a couple of big plays that you won't see in the box score. Another sack and 2 TFLs. He's starting to get a little frisky.
Mm-hmm.
Will Anderson's getting a little frisky. This might be the week for him. It's incredibly important, if you didn't know this already. Whatever the referees call on the field is so freaking important, because there was a because that turnover,
whatever they call on the field's important.
No, in terms of review.
Yeah,
because
I'm messing with you.
Yeah, because that would have gone.
Tell.
The Cardinals would have kept the ball.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
If they'd called it the other way, the Cardinals would have kept the ball.
Couldn't tell.
Yeah,
there was a listener that came up to me. We were sitting on the edge of the suite, and he was running to get more beer, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, "Oh, damn, they didn't touch it," and he left.
Oh, really?
But he came back.
Yeah.
But he was confident enough that Arizona was going to keep the rock. They didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And the Texans didn't capitalize either. So there's that.
Last one here real quick. If Derek Stingley keeps playing like he's playing and Steven Nelson keeps playing like he's playing, you could be onto something really special.
Get Jimmy Ward back in the secondary,
too. Get Jimmy
too.
Ward back, too.
Yeah, and Petrie.
And yeah, you could get Jimmy Ward back, too.
I'm very scared of this Petrie thing.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get
greedy. You may
greedy.
have picked up that I am, too.
I don't want to get greedy, and I don't want to, like, harp on the Jalen Petrie thing, but it's in the big games, like, the better off things get, it's going to be these good coaches are gonna sniff that out.
Yeah, it's a trend.
You got to be ready.
You get trends like this in the NFL, they don't cut any slack.
And some guys have limitations. My thing is, what are his limitations? Because right now the only limitations I see are not like, oh, he's bad in coverage, but he's really good against the run. Like we see, I mean, he whiffed on that Kyler Murray yesterday, and this is it's just what are the limitations?
Yeah,
there's against the run, there's against the pass, and I'm sure that the coaches put in the tape, and there's like a really awesome like stuff that he's doing and stuff that I don't see and all that, but. Rough watch, man. It's rough watch, but this team is not rough. And the good thing is, we're talking about this, and we're talking about 6-4 ball club.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, we are talking about that.
How about that?
Just pretty dang impressive considering the overall game that CJ played.
Man.
And Clint Stoerner is walking into the room with 2 hideous-looking bottles
of Mad Dog.
It's
a Mad Dog Monday.
What are the flavors
they do it
there,
after
man?
every dub.
I know.
Little Mad Dog Monday, little electric melon, and blue raspberry.
Good
little Mad Dog Monday, baby.
So OT Mill, he picked John Mechie for some reason. I guess he just.
Dude, I was listening to that, and I got to say this. That was a disgrace.
I think he did it on purpose to make up for because the week before he lost and didn't bring the Mad Dog.
Yeah, I was listening to that, and I was like, man, you're telling me, because I didn't know if y'all changed the rules or something, because I heard he picked Mechie. He could have picked any player, and he picked Mechie.
And he had first pick, too.
First pick. He picked Mechie.
The heck is going on there?
I had to give him, J-Lo, I told him, I said, look, I'm going to give him a shot, let one of them take they both passed on Tank.
Tank's averaging 100 yards a game for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, look, it worked out for Ron. He had Dalton Schultz and
Tyler Mechie.
Let's be honest, it really didn't matter who Ron and I selected yet last week.
Tyler Mechie.
Yeah. I wanted to redeem myself, man. Wanted to set myself up for a loss and show up with some Mad Dog today.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Electric melon, baby. I'm gonna go with the electric melon.
And you're gonna be.
I think that's the better way to go.
J-Lo, you banged out some Mad Dog back in the day, didn't you?
Baby, man, I remember vomiting at a drive-in with some purple, whatever that was. Grape.
Oh, the purple.
Well, there's a lot more flavors now, but I'll tell you what hadn't changed.
Yeah.
Is that, Ron, I can hear? I'll tell you what hadn't changed. Is that real cheap alcohol, that aftertaste that just got that little bit of a burn there?
Yeah.
It's almost like
home.
It's almost like punching. Like it's like
home.
punching you in the throat, then it's punching you in the chest, then it's punching you down here, then it's punching you down there, and then it just kind of wiggles its way to the stomach.
And then you go, there's that high school weekend that got me.
Man, I
Mickey's
went to a
was mine.
drive- I went
Mickey's
to
was mine.
Drive in and drank a whole bottle of grape Mad Dog. Didn't end
Don't
well.
get too crazy, John.
Didn't end well.
Lord.
Oh, man.
Mickey's-
6-4, boys. How about that?
How about that? How about that?
I've got a question for you before you start. Maybe you're going to talk about this. I thought Cashman's performance, obviously record-setting or record-tying, but I thought it was doubly so because of the defenses that the Texans were playing, that there was really a lot of nickel involved, which puts so much more emphasis on those inside. Am I wrong?
No. Look, we talked about it all week last week. I think the speed aspect of him and Christian Harris in that ball game was going to be magnified because of who you were playing.
Yeah.
And what they're a spread team. You're going to stay in nickel. They've got a quarterback that's obviously got as much twitch as anybody in the game. And you needed that extra speed to keep up with him.
God, he's a fast SOB.
He can, and he plays fast too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, good gosh, man! You think Christian plays fast too, but nobody plays as fast as
those
as
little
Cashman.
chops too. It's like, man, how in the hell is he moving his legs that fast? Goodness gracious! Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KILT AM. KILT HD2. The Drive is live on a Mad Dog Monday.
That's right, baby. A Mad Dog Monday in this building, and all buildings, baby. I see Tyler done came through. Yeah, listen.
He came through, Ron. He came through, baby. Big time.
Yeah. I see he came through, and listen, I had a feeling Friday that's what he was attempting to do, which was to just lose on purpose. So we'd have to buy him again, but I don't want that. I really don't. And listen, I appreciate the gesture, but I don't need you to do that. I don't need you to lose on purpose. But that's fine. You came through. I'm glad you're. So how many trips? Like how long did it take? You seem to be able to find it this time, Tyler.
Yeah, it didn't. It still took a minute, dude. I had to stop at 4 spots, but I found some.
There you go.
No,
He got a couple of them. You got you one?
I see it. No, I don't have one. No, I don't. I'm not.
Save that $5, huh?
You're damn right I am. It wasn't my buy.
Well, I tell you what. Let me take this one for the team, y'all.
I need to see it. There you go.
Let me take this one for the team. Pardon me for a few right here, Ron. Let me bubble this old electric melon on this Mad Dog.
Electric melon. I see the blue one back there too. There you go. There it is. A little Mad Dog Monday. There it is. 6-4.
I even dripped a couple off my bottom lip right there, Ron.
There it is,
Got
man.
a little sloppy for you, man.
Why not, man? You should, man. You should. You get a little sloppy, man. 6-4. You deserve it.
Yeah.
And listen, Clint Tyler came through with the Mad Dog. He lost, and he owned up to it this week. But he also came through by not attending that game yesterday, because as sure as I sit right here, I believe in my heart that they would have lost that game. They would have lost that game if Tyler was in there, and there was a part of me that wondered if Tyler snuck in.
Hey, I thought he snuck in at halftime, man. I said, somebody keep your head on a swivel. If Milner's in the building, throw his ass off one of them balconies out there. We got a game to win, boys.
I'll tell you, throw it off the balcony. Aldonado. Amendola's missing kicks, and CJ's throwing picks. And I'm just like, what in the hell is going on? But Tyler, way to step up. Way to step up.
Because I do it for the people, man. I do it for the people.
Yes, that's right. So you got to stay away again this week. And
it's a hell of a predicament to be in on a 3-game home stretch.
I'm just saying.
Hey, Ron, they ain't won three consecutive games since 2018, and they got 2 more home games back-to-back here, and Tyler can't go.
He can't, man. Right now, I mean, unless you want to break it, like people were mad at me last week, and that's fine. I had to take it. You're right. You want to call it bullying? I don't call it that. I just call it badgering Tyler down. And yes, and it worked. And the Texans are now 6-4, and they are riding high, and they even moved up a slot in the playoff spot. So this is beautiful. Clint is 3-0 in our Mad Dog player picks. Tyler's 1-2. Are you going to try this week, Tyler, or
Yeah, I'll give it my best shot.
You're gonna give it a shot. You're gonna actually try it.
I mean, Ron. There's. I mean, and we've hit on several of them. There's
John Mechie.
Yeah, like that's a disgrace. But I do respect you for at least finding a way to kind of make up for the week before. I appreciate you for doing that.
Clint, when do you think Tyler bought that Mad Dog? I think he bought it last Thursday.
I bought it about 3.5 hours ago.
I think he prepared for this.
I bet he hit Lock Dog up and said, "Hey, Lock, where was that you said that they had that Mad Dog at? I'm gonna go by the store as soon as I possibly can."
I thought he was going to say, "I'm going to take Noah Brown again." Noah's not playing. Nope, I'm taking Noah. I thought that's what he was going to say. But anyway, go ahead and finish your thought.
I didn't have one. I'm good.
Oh, I thought you had one. I thought you were about to say something, Clint, and I cut you off. But no, it is a Mad Dog Monday here on the Drive. It is a Victory Monday. Tyler got the Victory Monday shirt on, man. You must that thing needs to get worse.
Yeah, I don't think my laundry was quite ready for me this week.
Yeah, but it's a Reaction Monday, and we are reacting to your Houston Texans. They are now 6-4, won 3 in a row, and I think for me, these are more steps that this team is taking, Clint and Tyler, and I'm not sure I knew that they could do it against not just a quality team, but really any team. A game in which C.J. Stroud made critical mistakes and errors, like multiple ones, in the second half, in the fourth quarter, throwing picks. And CJ, I'm sure, will tell you himself, didn't have his best game and would like to have some stuff back. But they were able to win the game where the offense doesn't score in the second half. CJ is making mistakes and errors. I think it was big the way they were able to win the game. I think to give even more confidence on how real this is from this team.
Yeah, look, absolutely. There's something about the caliber team you are when you can win not playing your best football. And clearly yesterday was not this team's best football. Typically they're going to go as C.J. Stroud goes. And when he throws two second half, 2 fourth quarter interceptions, that's going to be a tough game to win at that point in time. 21-16 and you throw back-to-back interceptions, that's going to be a tough team. The truth of the matter is the beauty in this ball game was that in the second half, the offense did not play well. In the second half, the offense did not score points. From the missed field goals to the interceptions, you gave Arizona every opportunity you could possibly give them. And how'd they win the ball game? The defense, without their top 2 middle linebackers, down 2+ safeties, they bowed their neck, and they stopped the Arizona Cardinals multiple times down the stretch. 3 times, I believe, on fourth down. Turned the football over on downs their last 3 possessions in that ball game. To win a game like that, Ron, is obviously you don't want to make a habit of it, but to me, as you evaluate and analyze the Texans, you got to look at them as a more complete team today than you did before, given the fact that C.J. Stroud can ultimately mess the bed in the second half and put you in a bad situation multiple times. You can be playing one of the more electric quarterbacks in the game, and down the stretch, your defense has the ability to make enough plays to win it. I think it just speaks to the caliber of team that the Texans are right now. We talk every week about this team they're figuring out who they are. They're creating this identity. Well, you can add, again, well-rounded, complementary football team. It's not all about C.J. Stroud throwing for boatloads of yards and multiple touchdowns and winning the game late. The defense can win it for you late as well.
Yeah, it was a big win with C.J. not playing his best. And I don't, they did it again, I guess, against the Saints. The Saints, the second half.
Yep.
Was a bit of us for the offense at least, but it wasn't really C.J. making mistakes. Like, it seemed like C.J. just in the fourth quarter, as you mentioned, did some things to kind of keep him in the game that caused some issues there. But it was big. The defense coming through time and time again, man. or 3 fourth-down stops. The last 3 stops of the game, all on fourth down, this defense came through to make plays, which was huge. I would throw this to you and the people out there, 713-572-4610. You can be a part of this, and on YouTube and Twitch, you can also be a part of this as well. By the way, we will be carrying the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. We'll have that live for you, scheduled at 2:30. As soon as he hits the podium, we will have that for you. But if there was one player that really sticks out in your mind, you think about this game yesterday, the one player that comes to mind in this win yesterday, who is that player?
Ron, look, we can go one of many routes here, but I'm looking at this thing as a Texans fan and going, what play did we see yesterday? And I'm talking about play as 4 quarters of play, not one individual play. What did we see yesterday that's going to impact this team or has the potential to impact this team in the biggest way? And I'm going to tell you, for me, it was a Derek Stingley day, man. I mean, the pick was a I'm a better athlete. I'm going to high point this football. I'm going to take it from you. It was a big time interception. To come, haven't seen him go just flat out go make plays like that. And he did that later in the ball game. He had a big PBU where he had number 83. I can't remember the kid's name, but he had him covered up like a blanket. Makes a textbook pass breakup right there. To me, what we saw yesterday, a lot of good. But if we get the Derek Stingley that turns the football over, that covers like a blanket, that makes impact plays, whether it's PBUs or interceptions, Ron, this defense goes to a whole nother level. And I'm not talking about against Arizona, who has a very suspect receiving core, and Arizona, who is they're going to end up probably with the number 1 overall pick, number 2 overall pick there. But I'm talking about big picture in the playoffs, playoff caliber teams, Jacksonville Jaguar this weekend. If we get that kind of Derek Stingley consistently moving forward, look out now. I mean, D'Amico Ryans has got him. He's got him a game changer, and that would be a big move for the Texans.
Yeah, their corners, both of them. Steven Nelson obviously making the big play at the end, but you're right. If Derek Stingley is going to be able to make plays like that consistently, if that's what he's going to bring to the table, as you said, like that changes everything that this defense can do. It changes so much that you can do with this defense if Derek Stingley is going to consistently bring that to the table. And just like you said, man, just going out and making sure he beat on that. And we're talking about the pick he got. Like he got Hollywood Brown got by him, but then he made up speed to be able to go in, and then when the ball was in the air to go make a play on the ball in a way that Brown wasn't able to, and kind of changed the game, because initially you thought, oh, that could be 6, but he was able to make a play. But that changes everything if they can get this out of him moving forward.
Well, Ron, the thing is let's just say, based on yesterday, you get a guy that like you said can get beat, make up ground, that can high point go balls and underthrown deep balls. Over your mid to small receivers in this league, a guy that can cover down and has the speed to literally blanket, guys that aren't top receivers in this league. That alone is a huge step in the right direction for the Texans and Derek Stingley. Not to mention if he continues to ascend as he gets healthy and plays more, and he can run step for step with some of the better receivers in the league. I'm not ready to go there with him right now. I'm just stoked about watching a game where there were 2 times, actually 3 if you take the hit he put on somebody on the sideline was awfully impressive too. But there were 3 different times in that ball game from the press box where Derek Stingley Jr. jumped off the screen. He jumped off the field. And that is a huge improvement for 24. That's a huge improvement for Derek Stingley with that, but it looks like he's moving in the right direction.
Yeah, someone texted in, how could you say a player that stuck out and not say Blake Cashman on the defense side of the ball when he broke a record? Listen, Blake was amazing, And if you want to say Blake was a player of the game, which was big with the injuries, yes. And Blake was great. This is more than just yesterday's game with Derek Stingley to me, Clint. This is a big picture deal where, man, how many times have you all felt good about the number 3 overall pick in Derek Stingley? How many games have you walked away and felt like that's why they chose him over Sauce Gardner? How many games have you felt like that is the dude that everybody saw? So, yes, Blake Cashman was really good, but to me, Clint, this whole Derek Stingley Jr. thing is bigger than just yesterday. This is big picture-wise. Yeah. This is like, yes, now we finally got to see. Because there's not a lot of Derek Stingley we've gotten to see in terms of the guy of why they drafted him.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no – Blake Cashman had a hell of a game, but I'm going to tell you, it didn't surprise me. You know what I mean? Like we've watched Blake Cashman since training camp, I mean, be the fastest guy on the field in terms of how fast he played the game, to have great instincts, to be able to cover downfield on wide receivers. Week 1, he's got Calvin Ridley. He's covering him man-to-man for some reason, it looked like, down the field, right? I mean, we've seen, the numbers are obviously he's going to be the player of the game, if you will, or whatever. Yesterday that I didn't think Blake Cashman was capable of doing. Blake Cashman didn't do anything yesterday that we hadn't already seen. And I'm not minimizing Blake. That's a hell of a football game. But we've seen that from Blake Cashman. We talked about it all week. Hey, we're going to get a middle linebacker that is a lot more athletic and is one of the fastest guys on the field. We were looking forward to that. We have not seen that from Derek Stingley. I know a lot of people out there want to hey, everybody relax on Derek Stingley. He's young and he's been injured. Mm-mm. No, you're right. He hadn't played a ton of football here, but he's played enough football for us to know, hey, man, this guy's just not flashing. This guy's just not making plays. I'm a little bit concerned. I needed to see yesterday from Derek Stingley what I saw. Hell, I expected big things from Blake Cashman. Maybe not 19 tackles, but I expected big things from Blake Cashman.
Yeah, I got to say in this, Tyler, Clint was actually, you know what, I think we were both right. When we talked about who we'd rather see and reasons why you'd rather play against Kyler Murray and why I said you wouldn't, there were some throws that he flat missed. Where he should have made throws that maybe the Texans could have been in trouble. One of the fourth downs with McBride, he just threw behind him a couple of balls he missed. And then, he did make a couple of Kyler Murray plays where you're like, damn, that dude just made a play. But late in the game, a couple of those fourth downs, a couple of those throws, there were some just really inaccurate moments for Kyler Murray that really helped the Texans. The play that got overruled on the challenge, that should have been an easy, down play, 15-yard play. Hell, he spun around and took it off the ground and still got it 14 yards. And then on that fourth down, as I said, McBride. The Texans really reaped the benefits of some of his inaccuracies yesterday, because there was some plays that he made that I don't think Dobbs or other people can make, but then there were some of the easy plays that I think you were talking about last week that he just missed that helped the Texans.
Yeah, Ron, I just think it's just a matter of time before he cleans those up. Obviously, he's rusty. He hadn't played much ball, but when you look at the way that Kyler Murray has to play the game, the one thing that we can all hang our hat on about Kyler Murray is out of the pocket, off script, off schedule, and while it's fun as hell to watch, you can't bank on it. You can't call that play, and so I think one of the most fascinating. We talked about Lamar Jackson in the past, and a lot. One of the more fascinating things this season is what happens. What does Kyler Murray look like in something that's not the air raid? The kid's literally, ever since he knew what a football was and was throwing a football around the park, he's been in some degree, some level of air raid offense. It's going to be fascinating to watch this guy try to fit into somebody else's offense, somebody else try to kind of mold their offense around him. And he's always going to have that electric, obviously dynamic to his game. But there's some flaws there that I think we're gonna see whether or his system.
Well, Sunday the Texans definitely will take some of those flaws that showed up and helped them get the W. But they were big yesterday. That defense played big time. All right, coming up, D'Amico Ryans. He is going to speak live. His press conference on Monday. We will carry that as soon as we hear from him. So you don't want to miss that. The head coach coming up next, right here on The Drive.
First place in the AFC South is on the line with the Jags at NRG on Sunday. You know you want to be in the building for the biggest game of the year, and we can get you there. Tomorrow, we've got 3 chances for you to win a pair of front row seats in the bullpen. Make sure you're listening in the 7 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. hours for your chance to win. It's a Texans
and now 6th in the playoff race. Clint's in the building. Tyler's in the building on a Mad Dog Monday. And we will head right to D'Amico Ryans as soon as he jumps on. We'll go right to NRG when he jumps on. I do have a question to the fellas. I'm not sure if you'll be disappointed in me or not, but out here for the holidays in Kansas City, and the Chiefs are playing the Eagles tonight, so our old buddy Brooks Cabina is in town. Me and him grabbed lunch. And I said, hey, man, I'll take you out, man. I'll pay for it. I'll jump on it. That check came, and he said, hey, my spot will take care of it. I said, really? But I stopped myself. I didn't charge him. I went ahead and paid for it anyway, but I came real close to saying, hey, let's just care thing. But I said, no, man, you're in my town. I'll go ahead and take care of it. But I almost put my card back in the holster.
And you're sick about it right now, I can tell.
I'm hot. I'm really hot. I can tell. Especially when I added it up in my head. All right, he got that second beer. He got that. Yeah. He stepped out on buying that appetizer. All right.
Hey, Ron's over there counting my man's beers across the table from him, worried about he's going to have to pick up that tab.
I know, man. I bet. All right, let's head to NRG. The head coach, D'Amico Ryans, at the podium.
Especially late in the games, what it takes to get to that point in terms of being good in this clutch situation?
Being good in a clutch situation, it takes everybody just executing in the moment, everyone not like losing their mind and trying to do something like I'm trying to make a play mentality. You don't have to try to make a play. It's just everybody just doing their job, being where they're supposed to be, playing together as all 11. That's how you win in those critical moments. At the end of the day, it's still, right, still about executing. And that's what it happens. That's what it comes down to in those critical moments.
CJ's being mentioned in the MVP conversations. You could. You're now being mentioned in the Coach of the Year conversations. What does that mean to you without a bunch of Coach of the Year?
For me, getting mentioned for getting the mention for Coach of the Year, CJ getting the MVP mentions, it doesn't matter to us, honestly. Like, I really don't care. That's not what I seek out to be, or that's not what CJ as a player. We don't seek out for the personal. Right? We work together as a team, right, to put ourselves in good position to play meaningful football, and that's where we are. And we just have to keep going out, getting better, right, keep executing throughout the end of the year, all right, continue to put together some wins. That's what's important to us.
Did you win a Coordinator of the Year award or anything?
Yeah, I did win. I won an Assistant Coach of the Year last year. My kids love that trophy. It's for them.
Maybe you get a bigger. D'Amico, at the last Cardinals drive, did you notice anything about their approach, their operation, that maybe they moved a little bit slower than they had at different points in the game, maybe trying to bleed a little bit extra clock, make sure that was the last possession, or with the late heroics that you guys have had, maybe a whole lot less time than previously. Did you notice anything on their last drive?
I think it was a normal operation. I think any team in that situation, you want to finish with the ball, right, and have an opportunity to score there at the end. So I think they were trying to do that. I think our crowd played a big factor into them having to, take a timeout, them having a false start there. So it was our crowd really played an important piece, all right, to that last drive.
A week ago, go ahead, Sean. Thank you, Sarge. A week ago, C.J. Stroud threw that fourth quarter interception against the Bengals, and so he went over to you and said, "Hey, I got you." Did you guys say the same thing to him yesterday, more than just figuratively? What was that like on the sideline?
Of course, we got each other's back. Like, that's what it's all about. It's not about one person. If one person, makes a mistake, it's okay, because the defense has to uplift the offense. Same offense has to uplift the defense. Special teams making plays for everyone. So it's about everybody playing together, everybody, being tight, right? And that's what it's about. That's how you become a really good team, is being connected and guys playing together, playing for each other.
Coach, coming into this season, did you ever imagine that at this point of the season that you all will be
one game out of first place, playing against, the first place team in order to take over first place. Do you feel that you all are kind of ahead of the curve this year?
For me, I never thought about this point in the season, because I think if you just take care of it one day at a time, then everything else will take care of itself. And that's always been my approach. So to think, I don't know what week we're in, week 10 or week 11, like I wasn't thinking about this, during training camp or during the start of the season. I was thinking about, our focus for that particular week, that particular day. How can our team get better? How can we continue to grow? And that's still my same mindset as we enter this week, right? How can we get better? How can we grow? There are a lot of things that we did well in that game on Sunday, but there are also a ton of things that we can improve upon. And for me, our focus is, continuing to improve, continue to show growth. That way our team can get better down the stretch.
Was the AFC South title in view, though? Did you all have that in mind? Was that on a vision board or a focus board or anything?
Our vision is winning the day, whoever our opponent is that week.
On this topic, how difficult is it to beat an opponent twice? A lot of people talk about adjustments, and both teams are very different from this early jump into the season to where they are now.
Each game is different. No, it doesn't matter what happened in our first game versus Jacksonville. It really doesn't matter, right? They've grown, they've changed over the past few weeks, and we have as well. So each game, I take it as it's a new game, it's a new approach each and every time we play an opponent.
With Damian Williams coming back this week, Devin, in his absence, has run extremely well, 256 yards past 2 games. What's kind of going to be the approach there? Is Devin still going to be the starter, or will it be still right back?
We'll see how Damian goes, how he practices for the week. It's encouraging to have him back. Damian has been a really good player for us, and to have Damian and have Motor, I think that's a good problem to have. We'll figure it out.
What ways have you seen the Jaguars change in
I haven't gotten that far on the Jaguars just yet, so we're still putting to bed the previous game.
One question. You talked about wanting your players to be themselves. Why was that important?
It's important for me for guys to understand that they can be themselves. I don't want guys to hold anything back or try to feel like they have to be someone they're not, right? I want guys to be loose and also be locked in to what we're asking them to do, right? And I feel like that's how you have to operate, right? Everybody being able to express. Some guys are talkative, some are not. Some guys are rah-rah guys. You don't have to be that way. However you approach the game and whatever makes you play your best and be who you are, like you be the best version of yourself, right? And if each person that steps into our locker room, each person that, is a part of our team, if they're the best version of themselves, then we'll have a really good team.
Coach, this week of Thanksgiving, what are you thankful for?
First and foremost, I'm thankful for my family and the sacrifices that my wife and kids, that they put up with me, having to deal with the job here a lot of time away. So I'm truly thankful for my wife and all the sacrifices that she's made and all the work that she does behind the scenes and allowing me to do what I love doing.
This is the time of year. Let's describe that casual performance, not just from yesterday, but for the whole entire season.
Blake did a really good job for us. Throughout the whole season, Blake has shown up and made plays for us. Yesterday, the thing that stood out for me with Blake was him stepping in at the Mike linebacker spot, which is a position he hasn't played all year. But for him to step in and handle the communication, really well, I think that just speaks to Blake and his growth and, how important he is to our team. Being able to play multiple spots is really important for us. And Blake stood up, made a lot of plays for us yesterday, and he's done that all year. So very encouraged with Blake's growth throughout the year.
How important is it for a team for their growth to see them win in different ways?
Yeah, that's what it's about. Each week is different, right? However, and I tell a guy, however you have to win, it doesn't matter. Just finish with the win. It's no such thing to me as an ugly win. I don't know what that means. At the end of the day, you put in all the work throughout the week to finish with the win. And however you have to do it, whether it's 50-49, whether it's 6-0, it doesn't matter. You have to find a way to win.
Take a few more. After the defense got a fourth down stop, the cameras got you in 4K, pounding your pitch, you're really fired up. I'm curious how much of that player competitiveness is still in you and how you are on game day for the team.
I'm fired up for my players to see the work that they put in and to see them make big plays for us. Right, we're getting stops, we're getting off the field, we're getting explosives on offense, we're scoring touchdowns. Like, I'm fired up for these guys because, man, I truly care about them and I'm excited to see their success. Right, them being successful, that's what gets me going. Right, that's what pumps me up. Seeing Tank and CJ connect and make plays, seeing Steve Nelson, right, make plays, seeing Stingley, right, back making big time interceptions, Will having a big game, pressuring the quarterback, sacking the quarterback. Like, that gets me fired up, man, because I know the work that our guys have put in, and I know how hard it is to make a play on Sunday. It's hard to make plays, but to see those guys excel, that really fires me up.
Coach, you talked about guys, teams that you've been in big games, you've been a part of teams that played in the Super Bowl. Obviously, this is a big leap for divisional standings. How much would that experience help you with making them not think this game is bigger than what it actually is?
Yeah. For me, how do you help a team to understand, like, how big a game is without making a big deal? It's the same approach each week. Like, our approach to practice, it shouldn't change. Like, it's the same approach we had last week. It's just being focused on yourself first and foremost, like cleaning up the mistakes that you had in this last game. That's been the focus. And if everybody cleans up their one or two mistakes, and if we go out and not have those same mistakes again on Sunday, right, we'll have a really good chance of winning this game.
Coach, you were just talking about, taking satisfaction in guys making plays, once they're putting in a lot of hard work. You seem to take Christian Harris under your wing from a very early point. What was it like for you seeing him be as impactful as he was yesterday, making some important plays down the stretch?
I was excited for Christian. He's made some big-time plays there, batting the ball down and a couple pressures there with him blitzing, big-time stops for us. So I'm excited for Christian and his growth and what he's doing. Christian's a really good player, and he has a lot to improve on, a lot to grow, and he's dialed in and he's dedicated to growing. So really coachable guy. Really love his spirit, love the way he fights, love the way he gets after it on Sundays. So just excited for Christian and what he can continue to become as a player.
Take a couple more, Sergeant.
You talked about what you're grateful for. What is it that would definitely be
Definitely on my plate for Thanksgiving. Hopefully a Miss Kim sweet potato pie. No, that's a good one. No.
So, last one. Coach, on yesterday, CJ was talking about that he was going to keep letting the ball fly. He says that, Curry doesn't stop shooting when he missed shots. And so the mistakes that he made on yesterday, that's not going to hinder him from, continue to let the ball fly. When you have someone like that with that type of attitude, that type of, for lack of a better word, machismo, what does that mean as far as the leadership with this team, with him having that attitude?
I love CJ's attitude about him continuing to shoot like Curry, and that's the only way you continue to get better, right? You learn from your mistakes and you continue to attack it, and that's how I want CJ to approach the game. I want him to approach the game with an attack-first mindset, and we're not going to hold back just because we make mistakes. He also made a lot of big plays for us in that game, so we won't let, 3 or 4 negative plays affect how he plays the game. We continue to trust him, continue to lean on him and his leadership and what he's done for our offense, right? We're in a position we're in because of his play, and we'll continue to lean on him.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you, guys.
That's the current coach of the year in the NFL, DeMeco Ryans, at the podium. Let's take a break here, and Tyler and Clint and the people, I want you to be thinking about this because it was an odd day for CJ yesterday. How would you grade CJ? Have you heard DeMeco talking about, his attitude and his approach? How would you grade CJ Stroud's performance yesterday? We'll discuss that next on The Drive.
The Texans took down the Cardinals 21-16 in a game that once again came down to the final drive. This time around, it was the defense that made
I don't look at 3 plays and be like, dang, I had a bad game. You know, like, of course I can't turn the ball that much. Threw for 300 yards again and 2 touchdowns. Like, I don't think I played terrible, but of course you can't turn the ball over. But the defense definitely held us up when we needed them to, and just a great game to learn from.
All right, that's C.J. Stroud kind of describing his day yesterday. Clint, you've been there before. Tyler, I know you were sitting there watching with bated breath. People were watching as well. How would you grade, let's start with you, Clint, how would you grade C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday?
I got him with a C, y'all.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's 3 picks is 3 picks, any way you slice it. and I mean, I agree with CJ. If we want to get into breaking the interceptions down, the first one where he tries to fit it in the end zone to Nico Collins was just an absolute terrible decision, right? And ultimately, you know, C.J. Stroud is beyond that. He is going to be very disappointed in himself for sticking on that and trying to fit that throw in there. There was nothing about what that safety did that told you could get it over his head. Even if you did get it over his head, it was so low percentage you'd have been better off just finding another option and getting the ball out of your hand. And so you do that's just inexcusable. And it was in the end zone, not just in the red zone, literally in the end zone. You've got points on the board. The other interceptions, look, when you're throwing the crossing route to Robert Woods, you miss high and hot. I mean, that's going to be a problem. And ultimately, it's not a major miss for C.J. Stroud. It's not a major minus for C.J. Stroud, but 6 inches high. Above the face mask instead of below the face mask, over the middle of the ball. Again, you've got points. That's I'm not banging him for it. I'm just analyzing the play. That one's on CJ as well. And then the speed cutout route to the wide side of the field. They do a lot of that. They're going to have to start double moving. Andre Ware was asking for it the entire broadcast. They're going to have to start doing some things because he does anticipate with those out routes so often that it's he's going to have to do something. But I'd give him a C, man. I think when you turn the football over 3 times, when you turn it over inside the red zone, 1 time in the end zone, and it's a 1-score game late against a 2-win Arizona team, I think it's hard for me to give anything better than a C.
Dang. Okay. C. All right. I see a lot of people on the text line. I mean, this person said A+. I mean, we got to calm down on that. C+ on the text line, B+, Bs. Tyler, where'd you have him?
I got him in that B to B- range. Yeah, I mean, the 3 picks brings down another stellar performance for me.
Yeah, it's still well over 300 yards, 2 touchdowns made. That combination, that touchdown to him and Tank Dell was nasty. That was amazing. But, yeah, the turnovers, I would have had a B-, not quite down to the C, but, yeah. Actions for him, I think, also matter in this grading too. So a couple of those were rookie decisions, and I still want to be fair and look at him as a rookie. But yeah, B-, C range, that makes sense. A+, that can't be it. Can't have an A+ with 3 picks. That don't add up. All right, coming up. Big 3 at 3 Texans with a huge win, and we just heard from the head coach. We'll discuss and dive in more on what we saw from that and the Rockets. They're in action tonight after dropping a couple of tough ones in L.A. the last couple of days. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. It's a Super Bowl rematch at Arrowhead. Eagles versus Chiefs. Hear it here tonight at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Vita Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by the Harris County Toll Road Authority and Commissioners. On I-45, the North Freeway, HOV lane northbound at Gulf.
Stoerner and Hughley with the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
One knee taken by Stroud, and Arizona's not going to stop it. It's over at NRG Stadium. The Houston Texans have won 3 games in a row, their longest winning streak in 5 years. They beat Arizona 21-16, and they will play for the lead in the AFC South next week. Bring on the Jaguars.
Yeah, baby. Bring on the Jaguars.
Bring on the Jaguars.
Had him, baby. He always has a good one for us. There you go, Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, right here on Sports Radio 610. If you missed it, you can catch that each and every Sunday that the Texans play. You can catch it right here on Sports Radio 610. But they win their third straight, the first of this 3-game homestand they have coming up with the Jags and the Broncos following. Missing pieces. They however, arrive here to be 6-4 right now. They are the 6th seed in the AFC playoffs right now. They win 21-16. And I guess my first thought here is, fellas, this is a 2-win team. Were you surprised that this game was this tight?
No, I wasn't surprised that it was this tight. I mean, I like the Texans. I like the Texans to win more games than hell I even predicted before Aaron Rodgers got traded. I like them to win more than 9 games this year at this point, to be honest with you.
They've reached my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, they've exceeded that in 10 ball games. Well, look, I mean, here's the deal is I expect them to win, 10-plus ball games this year. But it is the NFL, and the reality of it is it's so over-discussed of when bad teams say, oh, yeah, but we lost 4 one-score games or we lost 7 one-score games. That's what bad teams do. That's what bad teams do is you lose games that you should win. You lose games where you don't necessarily lose the turnover battle. You're just not as good a football team. You're not as well coached. You're not as prepared. And down the stretch, even when everything goes Arizona's way, the better coached football team, the more talented football team, the more together football team is going to win that ball game. So I wasn't surprised it was a closer ball game. Now I expected it to be a game where they just slowly but surely kind of stretched out a lead and won comfortably. But there's nothing that the Texans have done to this point right now that's going to put me in a spot where I'm surprised that it's a one-score ball game that they win.
Yeah, Glenn, if you would have told me Friday, if we left the show, hey, this would be a one-score game and it would take a stop or a drive to win this game and they'd win 21-16, I would have said, no, I'm not surprised. Because the Cardinals, everything you talked about with the Texans, Clint, but also the Cardinals, they are a 2-win team. But I think a lot of what the Cardinals were in their first 8 games, I think you can kind of almost flush a bit because of Kyler being there and how different he makes the team overall, especially the Clayton Tune game. I think you can kind of flush that. They're a different team, which I think we saw out there. But I am a bit surprised actually how the game was going, Clint, that it became as close as it was. I'm blown away that the offense got shut out in the second half. I could not believe that happened, especially how they were moving. That's the thing it was like, oh, they're not really stopping the Texans' offense in this game. So I'm a bit surprised once the game began, especially at the half where it's 21-10 and they get the ball coming out. You thought, boy, this is going to be a no. I wouldn't have been surprised prior to the game, but the way the game moved on, Clint, especially if I am still a bit surprised at scratching my head how this offense got shut out in the second half, and a lot of it seemed to be self-inflicted.
Look, I was dead wrong on my prediction of what I thought. I predicted that this game would be, again, a game where the Texans just chipped away and eventually won this game convincingly by double digits. So I was dead wrong, but I'm not surprised that it ended up being a closer game, given what we watched. I mean, you turn the football over those 3 times, it kills drives, especially when you've got points on the hook. that's going to end up being a close ball game. And so I don't think the Texans are at a spot yet, because now we're talking about, to me, you're talking about the best teams in the NFL that can just week in, week out put their foot on folks' throats that are some of the worst teams in the league, right?
I thought it was coming, Clint. I
do think it's coming, though, Ron. I agree. I think it's coming, but I think we had to take the step yesterday just to get out of there with a win, given how the offense played in the second half. I think is a step in the right direction. At some point, the teams that are more dominant, the San Francisco 49ers, the Eagles were that team last year. The damn Chiefs have done it multiple times in the past. They're not necessarily doing it this year, but they've done it multiple times in the past where, boy, 9 times out of 10, when they play a team that's a 2-win team, 5 in the league, they just put them to sleep, and I don't think the Texans have taken that big of a step yet.
Any concerns about the offense getting shut out in the second half? This is the second game, at least the second game this year that in a win. They were shut out in the second half by the Saints, and then they were shut out in the second half by this Arizona team. Any concerns to you, them being shut out in the second half?
I don't have any concerns. I think Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud will both tell you they didn't play or call their best game. And again, it's the NFL. Those guys get paid too. That's going to happen from time to time. When you can have your play caller not necessarily be dialing up tens from jump, and your quarterback struggle the way he did, and you can still put enough plays together and win a ball game, then it's easier to learn in a win than it is getting your tail kicked. So, but I think both of those guys, I think both those guys would tell you that they did not meet expectations, and I think that we're going to have those games where those two combined aren't spot on. I think we're going to have few and far between.
Yeah, to me, I don't really have any concerns because they just did it to themselves. Now, this is 2 weeks in a row where CJ has thrown and made, I think, a poor decision late in the game to give the other team a chance to stay in it, and I still don't think that's going to be something that he continues to do. But I mean, you look at it, man. They have a pretty good field goal. You look at it, and they have another drive, and they're deep, and then he throws the pick off of Robert Woods' hands that gives them life. They had, and obviously in the other pick there late, where I think it's a tough decision to throw right there. I think they did all of this to themselves. Right, it felt like they could still run it. It felt like they could still throw it, and they made plays. They just couldn't come through with putting points on the board. So the Texans sit here 6-4 with the Steelers losing. Obviously, they have the tiebreaker over them. They jump over the Steelers, and they're sitting in the 6th spot right now in the AFC playoffs.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Rockets, they played late last night in L.A., and they have dropped 2 in a row. And really, Clint and Tyler, in heartbreaking fashion, and probably the two people that many people don't want them to drop games to, and that is James Harden hit a 3, and he was fouled in a game where they were leading late to lose to the Clippers on Friday night, and then a foul caused LeBron to go to the line with 1 second left, and he hits a free throw to win that game. So a tough road, those two teams that many people believe are higher in the standings right now than the Rockets in terms of chances to win, people believe. But they play both of those teams tight. They got another one back, Golden State, who've lost 6 in a row, and Steph is back, so we'll see what happens there. But I think it is disappointing, but they're in these games, and they're leading these games late. And I think their young players in particular, Şengün is really learning and growing in this thing. And I know they've lost these two, and they could very well lose tonight too. But I think they have shown themselves to be much, much better right now against these type teams.
Well, how do you feel about it, Ron? The West Coast, this West Coast run, the Clip, the Lakers, and the Nuggets. I mean, not the Nuggets, the Warriors. I mean, that was going to tell you a little something about these Rockets. How you feel about it 2 games in?
No, I mean the way, and even in losses, I still feel good. I feel like I'd probably get some good money now. I feel like it could turn my $225 into a lot more. I dropped it down $25 after rethinking it. But I could see
he can't help himself, Tyler. He just cannot help himself.
I just wanted to save that 25. That
you just spent it on Brooks, so you had to save it.
Yeah, I did, man. I had to pull back after that. I mean, he just had to get that platter. But no, I listen. I feel better in even in losing efforts because they play with those guys, and these guys are only going to get more confident and better as the year goes on. So I do feel good. This is going to be a tough one tonight, though, Clint, because the Warriors they need a win bad, desperately at home. Steph is back. Clay has shot the ball poorly to start the season. There is no Draymond's telling you tonight Şengün should have a big night. Cheryl, Tyler, at some point find what Şengün's career high is. I think there's a chance he can get a clean 30 this evening. I think there's a chance.
Why don't you put a little bread on it, man?
Who am I betting at? What am I betting at?
I'm sure you can get a Şengün over scoring point, probably a lot lower than 30 too.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Speaking of betting, did Tyler tell you about my bet?
No, I didn't know Tyler made a bet.
Well, Tyler did. Tyler made a bet for Old Dirty.
What was the bet?
You don't remember Friday what I threw out there?
Made himself a nice little check over the weekend, Dirty Red.
Did you? What was the bet?
It was on the college football. I told you those are all four favorite wins. All four of them hit, Chief. 14 parlay.
Yeah, they did. All 4 of them. They sure did. Yeah.
It was a big
Oklahoma State was looking shaky for a second there.
That first half, yeah. I'm sitting there with father-in-law. He's a U of H Coug. He's a U of H grad, and he's feeling pretty good about them Cougars. And all of a sudden, Gundy, he made a couple of adjustments at half, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he did, and they just beat the hell out of him. That score, I was on the plane, and I saw that. I said, "Man, what the hell happened?"
I tell you, I knew it came out of them Longhorns, and I'm in my back of my mind. I'm like, please don't let the Longhorns ruin this for me. Tyler will have a field day with this.
Yeah, that was tight too. Ooh, that one was tight too. Yeah, but no, I think Şengün should have a big night tonight. But this is going to be a tough one. I think Golden State
career high 33, Ron.
Damn, are you in there?
Against the Lakers on January 16th.
Yeah, he put it on LeBron's head.
Yeah, LeBron was being charitable.
I think that's when LeBron was guarding him one night.
I bet you he was injured. But he gave it to LeBron last night late. So I think he'll have a big night, but it'll be a tough game tonight. So we'll look at the Rockets. They got a big one here. These 3 on the West Coast against the Clippers, Lakers, and Warriors. We'll see if they can get a W and end this trip in a good way.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, a big one tonight, Clint and Tyler. Monday Night Football. Here's happening where I am right now. The Eagles and the Chiefs. This is the game of the weekend. By the way, I am working on some tickets. Clearly, I will not be purchasing those, but I do have a couple of avenues of free that I am trying to work my way through to try to show up at that game tonight. But my thoughts is from you guys, you think these are clearly the 2 best teams in football?
Ooh, man. I don't know. I don't know.
Just both teams, you don't feel quite. There's not a dominance.
Yeah,
to them.
yeah. I don't feel as strongly about either team as I did last year at this time, if that makes sense.
No, it completely does. I mean, the Eagles, they feel like some of these games you feel like, man, they didn't really look that good. But they pulled it out. They've got some injuries. Their defense is not as nearly as good as it was last year. Jalen Hurts is. And then the Chiefs, their defense is really good. But as crazy as it is, their offense is clearly what's holding them back. And a lot of people thought they were BSing at times this year and just kind of going through the motions. And I don't think that's the case at all. I think they're trying. I don't think that they're able to hit like they have been in the past. We'll see what happens after the bye week. But, man, watching these teams over the last couple of weeks, really the Texans look as good as anybody. And The Ravens, maybe could have been a thought that they were, but you don't know there. The Cowboys, they got to beat somebody first. The Niners have kind of struggled. So it's the whole league is weird right now. And I guess they have the two best records, but they don't feel like great teams.
Boy, who would you go with right now? If you had to pick a Super Bowl who would you go with right now? It'd be hard for me to keep the 49ers out right now, given what we've seen
the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
they lost 3 in a row.
I know. But they got some guys back. They were missing some key dudes. They got some guys back. They righted that ship. Brock Purdy played lights out. I think they're I don't know, man. But yeah, I would put the 49ers in there on the NFC side of things, and probably the Chiefs on the AFC. Boy, the AFC has absolutely just.
Yeah, car crashes have occurred up in that thing, especially with quarterbacks and injuries. Yeah, I'd say the Chiefs, Eagles, or Niners. Those feel like the ones here, but everybody has a flaw. I mean, everybody has a clear flaw. It's a really weird year happening right now. All right, coming up, you can text in 713-572-4610 as well as jump in on YouTube or Twitch. Your players of the game. There's a lot of people that you could go with in this game for the Texans. Who are your players of the game? We will discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive. But before we do that, guys, if you are in a situation like me, looking to sell your car, looking to sell your truck, any kind of vehicle you have, GiveMeTheVin.com is a spot you need to go to. And as I said, I'm thinking about selling my car that I have, my Toyota Camry. I'm thinking about doing that. This is the perfect time. It's very simple, fast, and easy with GiveMeTheVin.com. Just a 60-second bid process, pressure-free service. Not all over your back trying to force you to get it done. But they will show you why they are America's best car buyer. Easy steps. All you got to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com, put in your VIN number, add a couple of picks, and then you're ready to get your car.
610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shopper's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, back at it. Mad Dog Monday, this Reaction Monday presented by our great friends at Shoppers John Deere. Fellas, Clint, I want to give us some...
What is it, Ron?
It is a Mad Dog Monday. Go ahead and pop that in. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Tyler, you got to get a swig of one of these. You got to add something at 5:01.
I cannot while we're on air.
I said at 5:01.
No, I run the coach's show. Can't do it then either.
Now everybody knows you do. You got to hit this thing, man. Hit that ass, man, or hit that Mad Dog, man.
I left the blue raspberry for you, man.
Oh, God, man, just take a sip, man.
The blue raspberry actually, Ron. The blue raspberry actually has the little raspberries at the top. I don't know if you can see them. The little raspberries at the top right there. It got a gold herringbone chain on there, and it said that medallion says "bling bling" on it. Around
That's you. That's you, Tyler.
It's got Tyler written all over it, man.
It's got T. Millie.
I do like blue raz.
Yeah. Okay. I know you do. I want to say this, but I do want to give us plenty of time to be able to discuss this because we do have to go. We do have to go to talk to our good friends and talk about our Man Eye Institute players of the game. As I want to, but we're going to have to retouch this next segment. But Clint, you'll love this. The Houston Texans have decided that they're going to sign Desmond King back to their practice squad.
I'll be damned. I'll be damned.
Okay, we're gonna discuss this a little bit more.
Wow. Put that man on the field and let's see if he can cover.
In about 13 minutes, but I'm just saying, Des King has been signed to the Texans practice squad. I just want to pass that along before we talk about that a little deeper. Oh, my goodness, how in the hell did that occur? What did he have to do to get back here? That ought to be good. But we'll discuss that a bit. But let's, as I see some people texting in their players of the game, let's get our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Clint, I'll let you jump off first. Who is your player of the game, Clint?
I'm going to go with Blake Cashman, Ron. I mean, it's when you talk about this one game in a vacuum, what stood out the most? I think it was a game that was won by the defense. It was a game that was won by corralling one of the most electric quarterbacks, or look, one of two extremely electric quarterbacks in this game today, athletically, and he was asked to do something before we ever get to the stat sheet. He was asked to do something that he's never done before. He's never been the Mike linebacker. Did all the communicating for this particular defense with DeMeco Ryans. He steps in there. He does that. Not only does he communicate well enough to be for it to be a game where the defense stood up, and the last 3 Arizona possessions were turnover on downs. They stopped him on 4th down. He communicated well enough to have on defense for the defense to have that kind of impact on this game. But then you get to Blake Cashman, his box score. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. 19 total tackles, 13 solo tackles, 1 sack, 1 tackle for loss, one pass defense, and 2 quarterback hits. Blake Cashman was lights out, and without a doubt, he was the player of the game this week. And Ron, it wouldn't shock me again if the Texans don't have another player that is AFC Player of the Week.
Might be, and I'll say to add on with Blake, you know me, I've been as hard on Nick Caserio, and I have certain feelings about Nick Caserio, and my confidence is not as high as others on Nick Caserio. But this is one of his better moves, finding Blake Cashman and keeping Blake Cashman, and so you got to give him credit too on finding him, because he was even here prior to D'Amico and company being here. So that's been a really good find. So Blake Cashman big, but I think also Nick Caserio is owed credit as well as Blake Cashman. This isn't the first time that we've seen this. Blake Cashman has been I think he's already been Defensive Player of the Week before, and he's been really, really good. And then he was just ridiculous yesterday. So Blake Cashman, a really, really good one as the Player of the Week. Tyler, who is your Man Eye Institute Player of the game?
I went with Motor, man. I went with Devin Singletary. Another game with
games.
Triple digits. Love to see it. Got in the end zone, too. Devin Singletary is my choice.
Yeah, now, Dameon Pierce, the thought is he'll be back next week. I do wonder what these carries look like, Clint. And I know D'Amico said it's a good problem to have, both of them. But I mean, this is 2 weeks in a row. And I do think also it has gone hand in hand with the offensive line having their best performances 2 weeks in a row, and the tight ends. But it'll be interesting to see whenever Dameon Pierce does come back, and it could be on Sunday against Jacksonville, to see how those carries are divvied up. Because, I mean, you can't talk about nothing but back-to-back games like Singletary's had. The first time in his career he's had back-to-back games over 100, and he has been really, really good the last 2 games.
Absolutely, he has crushed it. There's no doubt about it. He's been really, really good. I mean, we can get into how the carries are divvied up and who deserves the start. I think at this point in time, Devin Singletary is your starting running back. I don't care what kind of narrative or context anybody needs to add. A guy goes for $150 and then 100+ in 2 games that you win. That guy, regardless of the situation, has earned the start and run. Now, is it you get the first 2 series, kind of like before they were rotating series? Yeah. We'll see how exactly D'Amico and Bobby Slowick divvy those carries up or drives. Bobby Slowick said last week when DP comes back, it's going to be business as usual. So I would imagine this thing outrun. But here's what I know. Regardless of what the carries look like, this team needs Dameon Pierce. This team needs, at the very least, the Thunder to Devin Singletary's lightning, if you will. You look at yesterday, 3rd and short, 4th and short. Beck gets a fullback carry, doesn't get it. Mike Boone gets a sweep, some kind of sweep play, and doesn't get it. I think those are both sweet spots. If you're not going to give it to Devin Singletary, those are both spots where you feel really comfortable giving it to Dameon Pierce in terms of his running style being downhill and him being a very physical running back. So regardless of how the carries are divvied up, regardless of what anybody thinks of who's starting and who's not, the reality of it is Dameon Pierce has a spot on this offense, and it's a big spot when he's healthy any way you shape it. That short yardage goal line back, the ability to put 2 backs in the backfield with Singletary and Pierce, I mean, those things are big. And I'm sure they'll show when he gets back.
Yeah, that'll be something to watch throughout the week. Mine is Tank Dell. 8 catches, 149 yards, and a touchdown, and no one for the Cardinals, it appeared, could stay in front of them. Didn't matter if it was first down and 10, second and 8, third and 17. He was going to create distance. And I'll say this, as I said, I had lunch with Brooks Cabina earlier today. He said that was the best route a wide receiver for the Houston Texans run ever. Andre, Hopkins, anybody. That's the best route he has ever seen run by a Houston Texan. And I think you've said this about CJ, and I think it also goes with Tank Dell. Tank Dell is playing better than he did in college, in the NFL level. Like and part of it obviously is the competition week in and week out. But he is better than he was in college, which is crazy through 10 games. So my Man Eye Institute player of the game goes to Tank Dell. Man Eye Institute, see life better. All right, fellas, let's get into it because I want to get our initial thoughts. Des King back with the Texans on the practice squad. They have signed Des King back after he'd been a part of this team and was cut before the season. He is back. Your thoughts on that? Happy? You think it's something that the Texans needed to do? And we're going to talk about what saved the Texans, that defense yesterday. All of that coming up next right here.
Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint, he's back.
Who's that?
He's back.
Who? What am I doing? What are we doing?
Desmond King, baby.
Des King. I didn't know if T Mill was able to go to games, or I didn't know.
No,
what the hell was
no,
going on.
man. No,
Okay.
man. Let's not. Let's not do that.
Didn't know what y'all'd come up with in the break. Hell, you never know with your ass.
No, he's back, baby. No, absolutely not. No, he's back.
I didn't know if Brooks had come back, if he's back in H-Town, or what the hell was going on.
No, Brooks ain't back. He said he does miss H-Town. No, why wouldn't he? But no, man. Des King is back, man. I can't. I cannot believe it. I think it's a good move. I don't think you can have too many good corners and return men and guys who can play in the slot. And this week feels like a game with Christian Kirk and the rest of that game coming up. That could be a game that you could need him. Zay Jones is back, I believe, with the Jags as well. And Ridley had a huge game yesterday. So they've got some teams where you could use an extra guy who plays in the slot. But Des King, who was cut earlier this year, returns. I know you got to love the move, Clint.
Yeah, look, I absolutely love the move. I think it's 10 weeks too late, if I'm being completely honest. But this defense has played well, so there's no obviously there's no need in revisiting it because they've played well without him. But the reality of it is the same things that were true when, to me, I was shocked. Again, this is one of those things that kind of got swept under the rug as this guy who didn't cover well enough, or some people that have watched this team consistently making excuses why he wasn't here. It's like, what? I mean, what are we even talking about here? Like this is the same things that we talked about when he got released, when he didn't make the final roster, are true today. People defend on this team. Now, if
you still you believe that right now?
Absolutely, wholeheartedly, 100%, without a doubt, that is the truth. Now, if you want to move Shaq Griffin in there, and you want to move a true outside corner inside and play three corners, Shaq Griffin, Nelson, and Stingley, now you've got that's a different deal. I mean, that now you've got a true outside corner playing nickel and a guy that can play man a little bit differently, probably a different level athlete right there. But yes, the true nickel defenders on this football team right now, Des King is the best nickel defender. Assuming he ain't been on the couch eating baked potatoes all the first 10 weeks of the season, or whenever the hell it was he got released. I
feel like that's not a real couch meal.
Well, pizza, baked potato, drinking cold beer. Chips. I mean, I don't know, chips and dip, really whatever you can get in your hands.
And mustard.
No. He doesn't strike me as a mustard.
I mean, a baked potato, guy. I mean, that's definitely at the table.
Well, I was just trying. You sit around eating loaded baked potatoes, you're going to gain some weight regardless of your build or what kind of athlete
where
you are. Yeah, you're smoking them old Idaho potatoes, man, left and right, fully loaded.
And that sounds real good.
It does, doesn't it? It does, doesn't it? You mix in a pizza and some cold beer every now and then, hell, you're going to put on some LBs. But assuming he's in shape, though, Ron, all joking aside, like assuming he's in shape, yes. And look, here's the other thing. The other thing, D'Amico always talks about instincts. Before D'Amico ever got here, if you'd asked me, Clint, what is it about Des King? He's one of very few players that over the last 2 years, from an instincts perspective, consistently instinct. I mean, yeah, I think Des King is the best nickel defender on this team in terms of putting a guy out there and playing four quarters. Now, if you're going to throw a guy out there like Tavier Thomas and play zone, and he's going to play the run good, and then when you're going to be in a little bit of a tough spot and things of that nature, then okay, if you're going to be a turnstile at that nickel defender, okay, that's a different story. But if you're just about putting one guy out there and going, okay, this guy right here gives me a chance down in, down out, whether it's playing the run, playing the pass, playing man, playing zone, he gives me a chance. I believe Des King is your best option right there.
Listen, I'm going to tell you, Clinton Tyler and the people, I am honestly really surprised that they're doing it. I'm surprised that they have decided to bring him back. I did not think that's what they would do, but I love the move. As you said, you can't have enough of those guys. And last week to me was an eye-opening situation too, because Tyler Boyd just absolutely killed them. And And he played a bad game, if you ask him. He probably had some drops in that game. Not probably. He had some drops in that game that maybe could have changed the outcome of that ball game.
You talking about Tyler Boyd?
I'm talking about Tyler Boyd, who primarily plays in the slot. And he still had over 100 yards receiving, big plays in that game.
If he doesn't drop that ball at the end, it's a different game. It's a different ball game now.
Could have, yeah. CJ still would have had time. Completely could have potentially changed it. And they could have very well just said, hey, man, we've been playing solid there. That hasn't, because I still don't think up to this point, Clint, even with the Tyler Boyd game, I still don't think up to this point they have just absolutely game in and game out been shredded by the slot position and how they've had to handle that, even with all the injuries they've had. So they could have very easily said, we're going to roll with what we got. But I do think there are some teams now and potentially in the playoffs for the Texans that they could use the ability to have a guy like Des King. They could use the ability to have someone who has better coverage skills in that position to allow D'Amico to do other things despite whatever happened. Like you said it here, man, we can keep it funky. Clint, you said it, and we talked about it when it happened. When he got cut, he's too good of a football player and too good of a football player to what they have here for somehow something got out of pocket. And I would assume that he didn't just leave here with just rainbows and sunshine. Something occurred that they cut a cheap player who is, as you would say, and I would agree, was the best slot corner they had on this team, and then forced them to have to try to do other things, especially with the injuries that then started to occur with this defense. So for them to say, we're going to slide that to the side to make sure we have the best we can have, to me is, I think, also they're not letting anything personal get in the way of this, because I don't care what the Texans say, that didn't end just with it. It didn't make any sense why they cut him unless something got out of pocket.
Yeah, no, I agree wholeheartedly with that. Knew the system, had been in it as much as anybody else, and it was at the very least, let's say I'm dead wrong, was at the very least a quality depth nickel defender.
Punt returner.
Right, and a punt returner before you knew Tank Dell was reliable. And if you don't want to put Robert Woods back there when he's injured, who you going to put back there if he's injured kind of deal? He could do multiple things for you. So, yeah, I'm glad. To your point, I think everything I said 10 weeks ago, I firmly believe is. I've not seen anything in the slot defender spot that goes, man, they're A-OK. Now, D'Amico's done a hell of a job rolling guys through there. D'Amico's done a hell of a job scheming up and allowing that to happen.
And protecting them.
Yes, absolutely. No question about it. Now, but I've seen nothing from a player that's like, yep, that's the plan moving forward. Now, the guy was on the streets, so there's got to be some level of what the hell are you talking about here, because he was on the streets. He didn't get picked up by anybody after Pittsburgh let him go.
That's what people are texting in and wondering, if he's so good, if you feel so good about him, why is he still available?
Well, because to me, the reason would be is that there's picking up a guy and asking him to learn a new scheme and play, unless it's an emergency situation, just isn't going to happen. He's a veteran. He's going to cost you, if you're going to put him on a roster, he's going to cost you more money than a rookie backup, or that guy's not going to cost you as much. So relatively speaking, he is more expensive than a rookie contract defender. He doesn't know all. I'm assuming he doesn't know all of the systems, but plugging him into a system mid-year is different than him knowing your system and him being here. I think there are a lot of teams out there in the league that have a more stable nickel defender room than the Texans do. So there was a need with the Texans at that time, as there is a need now. So I think there's a lot of things that would contribute to him being here, coming off of the streets. But look, if he was as good as I thought he was 10 weeks ago, hell, he would have never got released from Pittsburgh. So I agree, there's a little bit of something there, but I know he can play for this team.
Yeah, it hasn't been years. It was months ago where it was like easy. I don't think anyone would have argued about him being the slot corner, the nickel defender for this team. All right, so that is the latest there. Des King is back with this team. By the way, fellas, that helmet jersey combination Sunday for the Texans.
It's the cleanest we've seen.
I think we've got to get some serious consideration of that being the primary helmet. And with that blue, like that would have gone with white pants too. I think there is. Listen, Doug and company over there. I think there's got to be some serious consideration with that being the primary helmet, because that would look good. That red helmet with the white and whatever, that would it looked good with that blue on blue, and it would look good on the blue on the white. I think there's got to be some serious consideration. That was a clean ass look.
That lid was slick. Now there is no doubt about it. That lid was slick, and they can put it with whatever the hell they want to put it with. Ron, I'm here for it, man. There is zero doubt, man. Them unis were slick.
Because I told you I want the red in the uniform and the helmet to be the same when they did that, but that red with that blue that brought a chill.
I think the red on red would turn you on a little bit if you saw it.
I saw it. They did it last year. I just didn't like the different color. I want that red to be the same.
That's right. You're a glass half empty guy.
Well, I'm not a glass half empty guy. I'm just going to tell you the damn truth. Hold on, just get those reds together. All right. By the way, we got to get on Larry. The next time Larry calls,
how about that?
They did a great job letting him lead out that group, but Larry, there ain't no reason for him to have that 5X jersey. That big-ass jersey that Larry had on and that damn thing, I don't know what size that was. Maybe they had to get Larry and Stafford all the way over, so it had to be a 6X. But, Larry, you look better than that. You got a better body than that. You ain't got to get a big-ass jersey.
I missed it. You telling me he had a big...
Let's go ahead. You can find it. I retweeted it, that big-ass jersey he had on.
Sidewind-ass tennis shoes.
All three of us on this show can get in that jersey.
All three of us
Larry
together?
had on. All three of us. It was big and tall. I mean, it was... It was all right. What you got coming up at the 4?
Hey, man, there's one guy above all, Ron, that had an absolute huge day yesterday with what the Texans put on the field. I'm going to tell you who that is, and we'll discuss next.
All right, before
exclusive content the Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, and it is a Reaction Monday, and we are reacting to another dub for the Houston Texans. That's 3 straight wins. Hadn't happened since 2018. Tyler, where the hell were you in 2018? Were we here working here together?
No, I was not working here yet. Mm-mm.
You probably had a big-ass beard, looked like you was on Duck Dynasty, and a bad ACL on your left leg or something.
You picked the head.
Still on that ACL, though. That's still bad.
No, it wasn't just an ACL, Ron. It was ACL. It was a total knee, man. It was total knee.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, just blew my right knee apart, man.
Everything except the PCL. That back of that old knee was still there, wasn't it?
Yep, it was intact, thankfully.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Ron, where were you back in 2018, man?
Just trying to put the pieces together, man. That's it, man.
You were a lot heavier then.
You was 320 back then. You was trying to hold it together, huh?
Oh man, just having accidental children, man. That's it.
I got you, hell,
blowing
man.
right through birth control. Go ahead.
2018. I don't know. I'm not going to talk about what the hell I was, where I was, or what I was doing, boys. But it was different than where I'm at right now. That's
You
for
were
damn
not
sure.
playing, Nicholas.
Texans win 21-16 over the Arizona Cardinals. And look, I think the biggest, as we look back at this ball game, guys, I mean, this was a big win that sets up a huge Thanksgiving Sunday matchup with the Jags. I don't know if we've even talked about it yet, and we will definitely down the through the week here. But Sunday's game versus the Jags is for the division, boys. If the Texans go out there and win that ball game, they are leading the division at that point in time, 11 games into the season. Who would have thunk it, right? This game is absolutely huge.
Can we just take a moment to really just let that sink in for a second? My goodness, how they've gotten here. Wow. It's just crazy. It's not like Jacksonville's been awful.
Yeah.
I mean, they're 7-3. But
crazy thing is, again, and I'm just going to keep, this is a horse that I'm just willing to beat, I guess. I don't even know if that's politically correct, but I don't I just the product that is the Houston Texans right now is unbelievable. We've seen teams kind of luck their way into a winning record. We've seen, as I've said multiple times, it's not hard to be a 500 football team. This team it's a very convincing product. And I tell you what, we talked a lot last week, and I'm going to get to the one guy that had the biggest day on Sunday in a second. But Scott Morgan is an old boy that he's sideline TV official. He comes up and talks to Sean Pendergast and I after every game, or I guess he comes down because we're in the bowels of the stadium in that studio down there for the post-game show. And he comes in and hangs with us for a segment or two. And he's been doing this sideline TV officiating. He's been doing it for years, Ron. On the field, gets he feels it. The good, the bad, the ugly, he feels it. He came in there yesterday, and he said the vibe on the field was very Love You Blue Earl Campbell on Monday night, which I was knee-high to a grasshopper. I don't remember what Earl Campbell did on Monday night, but apparently Earl Campbell wrecked shop on Monday night back in the Love You Blue era, and the Astrodome was absolutely off the charts. He said that was as good as he'd ever seen it up until yesterday, and he said yesterday was very similar to that day. So the fans that did show, I know there's a lot of buzz going around, but they didn't sell out this or sell this many or the lowest attendance, whatever the hell the buzz is right now.
Yeah, I've heard JJ speak about it.
Yeah, whatever all that is, Ron, that's fine. I don't give a damn how many. I don't give a damn if there's 70,000 or 75,000 in that building. The ones that were there made it an atmosphere where a guy that's been on the field every single game and has been around for years said that atmosphere, that vibe, that noise level was comparable to some of the best that the city of Houston has ever seen when you put the Oilers and the Texans together.
Listen, I don't, and to the point you're making, I definitely was not around during the Love You Blue Monday night game with Earl Campbell. I was not around there. But I completely understand why this isn't packed, selling out, all of that. I understand why fans completely aren't ready to get all the way back. I get it, and I get why those are ready to come back. I can get all of it. But I would just say this, Clint, they're doing everything from a standpoint of having the fans become more interested and doing their part to get fans to get back 100%, Clint. And I think it's going to be a matter of time if they continue to conduct business the way they are, both in the product they're putting on the field and what they do off the field, that they will get to this level. It's just Listen, when we can, to imagine the last 3 years to be the way they were, and 10 games into this one, someone is saying it's anywhere near the Oiler days, like they were in the Astrodome, is a huge success for this team, and it will get back to that point. If they continue to do what it is that they're doing, they've got a star developing with other parts around them that are very, very likable, a star as a head coach that is very, very likable. They will get there, but I understand why people may be apprehensive of going all the way in yet.
Yeah, hell yeah. Look, I mean, that's you made the bed. You got to sleep in that sunbuck. If it means you don't sell out, instead you get 70,000, so be it. As long as that 70,000 is the 12th man, as long as that 70,000 is impacting the game the way D'Amico said it did, and things like that, the demand will come back and people will come back. But right now, what this organization went through, what they did, I mean, hey, look,
it felt loud across the TV, Clint.
Yeah, Ron, they started chanting MVP, bro. There was the loudest chants I've ever heard at NRG Stadium personally. Now, I've only been in the stadium for the last 5 years. No, it was aggressive because he went on to throw two fourth-quarter interceptions. but it was very loud at the time, man. And I looked around, I was like, damn, do y'all hear what I hear? And then it just got louder and louder and louder. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to fill that thing back up at some point in time. But if the atmosphere – I tell you what, and D'Amico will never say this because it's about that money, but if I was D'Amico and they said, hey, man, we're going to stay around 70,000 instead, and they're as loud as they were against Arizona, I guarantee you D'Amico would say, cap that thing at 70 and let's ride. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now he may get called to the principal's office if he does do that, because that's some pretty significant bread. But at the end of the day, the 70+ thousand that were in there were loud as hell, and that was good to hear. White 80. All right, boys. There was a lot of good come out of NRG on Sunday when the Texans won that ball game 21-16. I know that the offense got shut out in the second half, but they put up some monster numbers in the first half and had enough plays in the first half to have a highlight reel, and then you just turn it over to the defense, and the defense is lights out in the second half with again, just to me, there's 3 or 4 guys that were just lights out, and we're going to talk about them. But the one guy that had the biggest day, Ron, is Sir Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio had his ass a day yesterday, brother.
He's needed one.
I'm telling you. Look, it's when you look at, because I think there's a couple of different things that you have to look at and consider when you're talking about Nick Caserio. He's been here long enough now to where we can get beyond the Jack Easterby stuff and get to, okay, the rubber's meeting the road, and what does it look like? I think the draft picks, obviously, we're always going to go back to those guys and say who's playing, who's not, who's changing games, who's not. The free agents that he signs, right, and then clearly the quarterback, and he got that guy. But you look at what happened yesterday in that ball. I noticed early on, and Blake Cashman put the damn exclamation point on the backside of it. But Derek Stingley out there, a number 3 overall pick that's been injured, hadn't played a whole lot. When he has played, his name ain't never mentioned, right? Mm-hmm. Derek Stingley goes out there, gets him a pick. Derek Stingley goes out there in a critical moment late in the ball game, one of those drives that stalled for Arizona, gets a big-time pass breakup in a man-to-man situation. On the sideline, he punished a ball carrier on the sideline, a way that you don't see too many corners punish a ball carrier. So Derek Stingley, a number 3 overall pick from 2 years ago. Nick Caserio and his resume is going to be tied, obviously, to Derek Stingley in a big, big way, knowing that the number 15 overall pick that year is to date has done absolutely nothing, and looks like he's going to have a tough time playing in the NFL. I'm talking about Kenyon Green, the guard at A&M that was drafted. So he needs Derek Stingley in a big way. Derek Stingley showed up, Ron, and if we get that plus some from Derek Stingley moving forward, Nick wins in that scenario.
Yeah, Nick and the fans, man, or people who are rooting for the Texans, just to see something stand out, right? Something to just justify this is why Nick and the Texans decided to go in that direction, right? Because how many times, if we sit here and think about how many times has Derek Stingley Jr. done something where you're like, that's it. Like, I'm just thinking Flash. Like, how many times you're like, That's it. Like, there have been moments, a lot of moments of, as you said, just solid play, and even worse, the reasons of why everyone said you shouldn't because of the injuries that have occurred in his first 2 seasons. But you haven't had very many moments where you can say, this is why they sat down and said, I know there's another elite corner in this draft in Sauce Gardner, but this dude is the dude. And these are the reasons why. And you saw that a couple of times in the game on Sunday. And I think for Nick and for everybody else, it just feels good that the number 3 overall pick gave you a game and gave you moments where you're like, this is why they got him. And he hadn't had, I mean, I'm sure you could probably count how many of those moments he's had on one hand. And you'd probably be having a look at things that are a little deeper than just saying, damn, he made up speed and made that pick.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like that. So I think it's a big deal that Derek Stingley showed at least a glimpse of what they looked at and why they wanted to bring him in.
Absolutely. Well, let's move to this year's number 3 overall pick, Ron. Will Anderson. Look, Will's had a couple of moments this year. But really, he hasn't got home a whole hell of a lot, and we're looking for those Will Anderson moments, that Will Anderson game. And I don't know that this was the Will Anderson game, but it was a game where I saw what everybody else has seen, which is a high motor, a guy that's creating chaos, a guy that's making life hell off the edge for an offensive lineman. Right? I saw a guy at home and just absolutely, engulf the smaller quarterback in Kyler Murray in a critical moment early in the ballgame in the first half. And he also got 2 other quarterback hits. He had a tackle for long. Will Anderson yesterday, the 2023 number 3 overall pick.
Probably his best game.
Got home and did it in impressive fashion. It still wasn't the game that you're going to label and go, that's when Will Anderson really showed out. I don't think we've seen that yet. I think it's coming, but we hadn't seen that yet. But it was a good day at the office. And we don't have to lean on PFF and all these advanced stats in order to see it, Ron.
Yeah, him and Kyler Murray, his game, and Will Anderson's game right now meeting could really have what happened yesterday. A guy that's going to hold it, a guy that kind of moves a little bit, and Will is always going to be in perfect position. And physically, and his bull rushes will be kind of right there. And it showed. He got hits and got home. And as you said, this was another big game for him. Arguably his best game when you put in the tackle for losses, the sack he gets home, and other times he got pressures, as you talked about. This is probably Will's best game of the season. And I think, and it was even late. He and the defensive line were able to do things that made Kyler have to rush and maybe made Kyler not be able to make the throws exactly how he wants to get him off his spot. Probably his best game as a Texan.
Talking about Nick Caserio actually being the winner on Sunday with his 2 number 3 overall picks from the 2 previous drafts, Derek Stingley and Will Anderson, balling out early in that ball game. How about we move to the 3rd round, Ron? Christian Harris, linebacker out of Alabama. He had a pretty good game. I don't know if you heard it earlier. I don't know if you were paying attention. We played it here on Sports Radio 610 when D'Amico Ryans was talking, Ron. But he's pretty tight-lipped when you ask him about players other than CJ. Like everybody else, it's pretty tight-lipped in terms of the stroking and the compliments. Brother, he went on and on about Christian Harris. But Christian Harris is clearly a guy that made big-time plays down the stretch with pass breakups, batting a couple of balls, and he's coming. He's a guy that you can see is coming and is going to be special. Also in the 3rd round, Ron, for Nick Caserio, Tank Dell, what a find, what a draft pick, 8 catches, 149 yards, and a touchdown. Tank Dell in the 3rd round is going to end up being a steal as well. Once again, Nick winning with them 3rd rounders too.
Yeah. Tank Dell, I think, and we talked about it earlier. Tank Dell is somebody, and I wondered would his game transition from the AAC at Houston in college to the NFL, and right now it has done it in flying colors. I said it earlier, Clint. It is crazy. You would talk about this with C.J. Stroud. I believe this with Tank Dell. He is playing better in the NFL to me when you take everything in. He's playing better in the NFL than he did in college.
I think it's fair, 100%.
Like the competition that he's playing, better in college in 10 games. And I'm sure there were others who just completely saw that coming. It was something that I wondered if he could replicate at the NFL level, and he has at times been dominant, even with his size.
Yeah, and Ron, I think it's worth we're up against it here, but it's worth Blake Cashman as well having that monster game. That's a Nick Caserio find on that free agent front, and there's several of those that have played well this year as well. So Sunday, huge win for the Texans. They're in position to battle the Jaguars for the division. But yesterday, when you look across the landscape, across the team of who was playing and who balled out, Nick Caserio won. He had to be sitting up there smiling, man.
That's right. All right, coming up as we continue here on this Reaction Monday, a little Astros news to pass across, and let's discuss this one because C.J. Stroud, he spoke about his game, and we'll let you hear what he had to say about it on Sunday against the Cardinals. But what do you think about his game? If you had to give him a grade, I think an A would be crazy to give him a grade for Sunday's game. But what would your grade be for CJ's performance yesterday? We'll discuss that next.
All right, fellas, talk.
best football show in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on this this beautiful, beautiful Victory Monday for the Texans. Mad Dog Monday for the Texans, as Clint has been pushing this away. And don't worry, Tyler is going to put a little bit away at 5:01, folks. He is going to get after it with the Mad Dog because it's just not. Look, if you're on YouTube or Twitch, Clint's about to turn it up again. 5:01, you won't be able to see it, but just believe and know that Tyler Milner is going to participate for the first time ever in Mad Dog Monday. We're proud of you, Tyler. So
I got him a little blue raspberry in here waiting now.
That's right, man.
Says he's a big fan of that blue raspberry now.
That's right, and we're proud of him. We really are.
What are you proud of him for? He ain't done nothing yet, Ron.
I know he is. I'm speaking it into an existence. Listen, Tyler had a big-time week. Tyler, he stepped up in a major, major way. And in the Texans fans, the Texans reaped the benefits. I think the mere thought of him thinking about coming up there in the second half started to lead to really poor decisions made by C.J. Stroud. But then when he got right and started to think it over and stayed at home, this team was able to win. And that was huge. That was huge. So very, very proud of you. And you've done the job because you deserve that taste. You deserve that swig. Mm-hmm. You deserve some of that blue, as you would call it, Raz. And it's there for you. So, hey, 5:01, I believe in you, T-Mill.
I'll get me a sip.
I know you will. I know you will. And Clint will show me the evidence tomorrow that some is gone. And I know you won't disrespect Mad Dog by pouring some out to make it seem like you've drank some.
I won't let him do that. If I don't see him bubble this blue Raz,
it doesn't count. I like that. I like
easy,
that,
man.
I like that. That's great.
Can I pour one out for the homies, though?
No, pour one out in your mouth for the homies. As that's where you are right now.
Got it.
That's where you are. All right, some Astros news to pass across real quick before I get your grades. Be thinking this in 713-572-4610, Twitch, YouTube. You can text it in as well, and we'll discuss it. Your grade for C.J. Stroud's game yesterday. Some Astros news. As they've offered contract tenders to all of their arbitration-eligible players, which includes their future closer, Brian Abreu, the Gold Glove winner for utility players, Mauricio Dubon, the right-handed pitcher, Luis Garcia. We'll see how long it takes for him to get back. A breakout season for Chas McCormick as well. Kyle Tucker, fifth in the MVP voting. Jose Urquidy, who came up big late, and then their pitcher of the year, Framber Valdez. So those players all got contract tenders and will go to arbitration with the Astros. By the way, that's Abreu, Dubon, Garcia, McCormick, Kyle Tucker, Urquidy, Framber, the seven of those. All seven of those guys are going to be Astros next year, right?
Give them to me again.
Brian Abreu.
Yes.
Dubon.
Yes.
Luis Garcia.
Sure.
That sure caught me off guard. McCormick.
Yes.
Kyle Tucker.
I don't know McCormick, though. You talking about White Boy Chaz?
Yes. Yes. All right.
Kyle
WBC.
Tucker, yes.
Urquidy, yes. And Framber, yes.
Yeah.
All seven.
I would think all seven of them would be.
Maybe they try something with Urquidy, but that's it because they are a little stacked with the starting pitching. With Lance comes back, and we'll see with Garcia how long he's out. But as we do know, you can never have too much starting pitching for this team. But it looks like they'll go to arbitration with all of those guys coming up moving forward. All right, your grade for C.J. Stroud. All right, he played. His first half was crazy. He played amazingly. But he did have some mistakes, especially late in the fourth quarter, where he threw two fourth-quarter interceptions. He threw three. He's thrown 4 interceptions the last 2 weeks. He goes 27 to 37, 336, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks in this game. Your grade for C.J. Stroud. We'll start with you, Clint.
I got to see, man. I got to see, and I'll be honest with you. I think I'm being a little bit generous here. I should probably, the more we've talked about it today, bump that thing down to a C minus. First half was You just can't win football games. And I know they just did, so somebody's going to say, well, yeah, you can. You just did win ball games. You're not going to win football games getting shut out in the second half, turning the football over when you've got for sure points at your fingertips, and turning the football over in situations where – and I'm really talking about the first interception where it's blatantly obvious it was a poor decision for C.J. Stroud. So when you look at the number of interceptions, 3, the fact that they didn't score in the second half and allowed this to become a one-score game and allowed it to stay a one-score game and allowed Arizona multiple opportunities to take the lead, the turnovers came when the team had points. I mean, you're at the very least going to get a field goal attempt, if not score points. And so I put all of those things together, Ron, and I can't be the guy that comes on here and preaches once you get in the red zone, no interceptions, no penalties, no sacks. Those are the 3 rules for quarterbacks once you get into the red zone. No sacks, no penalties, no turnovers, and I'll be damned if C.J. Stroud didn't do it 3 times. And so I just can't look at this and do anything better than a C. And a C. I'm going to go with a C-.
Well, you go C-.
I dropped it down to a C-.
You just dropped it down to a C-.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, look, if he hadn't thrown for damn near 250 yards in the first half, he would have got a damn F.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there's just Rami. Because we got a football team that can win. That can win multiple ways. You can win with your offense. You can win with your defense. You can outscore folks. You can stop folks. I'm stoked about it. But if that performance, what C.J. Stroud did yesterday, 9 times out of 10 is going to get you beat. 9 times out of 10 is going to get you beat. And that you just happen to be playing Arizona, who outside of Kyler Murray and that little running back they got and that tight end that stepped up a little bit. I mean, they don't have a whole lot over there. A better team. And I'm talking about a middle-of-the-road better team. This team coming in this weekend, Jacksonville, they're going to beat the dog out of you, turn it over twice in the fourth quarter, and give them that many opportunities with a one-score game.
Yeah. I would have said a B-. And I think for me, Clint, it kind of starts from how my expectations of him, right? I know people are throwing him and people are putting him, and he has done things, especially the last month, that puts him in this conversation, into the MVP conversation. But I'm not yet, Clint, where I have MVP, elite quarterback, fixer, like expectations from him yet. This is still his 10th game in the NFL. So my expectations are tempered to where he's going to make some mistakes like that. All right, I think he's tried to fit some throws in that he's been able to have some success with or get away with, and he didn't in this game. Now, I do think, Clint, he's got to shore this up. This is 2 weeks in a row where the team really was only way they were going to find a way to have a chance to win this game is if the Texans helped them, and 2 weeks in a row he has done that late. So I'm with you, but I go B- there just because my expectations is this is still a rookie quarterback that is still learning things and not really like an elite veteran, all right, like someone else, like Josh Allen, I heard to a higher standard, right? Other guys you hold to a higher standard. Joe Burrow last week, some of them throws you hold to a higher standard. I still want to have the expectation, understanding that he's going to make mistakes like that. So I'll go B-. I go B- on what we saw from C.J. Stroud yesterday. But yeah, he's got to chill it with these fourth quarter interceptions. Some of these are just whoa. All right, that's a little tight.
Well, there's just when you look at I'm thinking about how Bobby Slowick will grade it, how C.J. will grade himself. Like it's not just the interception. It's where it happened, it's when it happened, how many times. Like, there's just a bunch of boxes there that you check that you go, ugh, I gotta dock you for this, boss. I can't avoid putting this grade in red ink on the front of the test.
All right. Coming up, let's and we just talked about his day. I think there's a couple of things we got to look at. One, as Clint kind of hint towards, like this team has the ability to go ahead and win games even when their best player doesn't put his cape on, doesn't do everything right like he has had to do a couple of times this year, they still are able to pull away and win a different way. And big news, the Texans have signed a player back. Des King is back. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back on this Reaction Monday. Remember, it is Monday. We're out early as the Texans coaches show. Miko Ryans will start as soon as we hand things off and get done here. So stay tuned right here for the coaches show, and then followed by the Super Bowl rematch, the Eagles and the Chiefs. Chiefs coming up. You can listen to that right here on Sports Radio 610. Clinton Tyler, I'm telling you that they wasn't real fired up about our grade assessments about C.J. Stroud. Somebody just said, "Clint, you tripping about that grade?" I believe Clint did drop him down, Tyler, from a C to a C- within his comments. I believe he dropped his ass down.
I like how you were dropping Tori's cookies.
Come on, man. We were past that, man. We are past that. Just let that go.
Yeah.
Just let that go, man.
No, look, I mean, I just don't know. The more I think about it, the more you just can't win with it. What we saw in the second half from C.J. Stroud, and I think C.J. and Bobby will tell you that. You can't win with it. When we're grading quarterbacks, fourth quarter interceptions, red zone interceptions, end zone interceptions. I mean, like, how many boxes do we have to check before we give a mediocre grade? I mean, look, my man, you get into them A's and A+. I mean, that's that Tampa Bay type of stuff. You know, that's 4 quarters of crazy football if we're gonna get into the A+. I mean, he lives in the A-. You know, you throw a pick here or there, and you know, you're in the B range, and you throw 3 picks. 2 of them in the fourth quarter. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm probably being a little generous with that C.
Yeah, and I think also for you, Clint, I think your expectations for CJ is higher than normal expectations for a rookie. I think CJ I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but just knowing you, I think you don't view CJ like a rookie. And I think there are parts of me that still just says, all right, let me back off. He's played 10 NFL games. All right, like I cannot have the expectations that I would have of somebody who has done this. Like, I don't have the same expectations of CJ. Like, for instance, this. You tell me if I'm off on this. I don't have the same expectations for CJ in terms of decisions and everything he's doing that I have for a Justin Herbert. But I bet you probably do.
Yes. Yeah, I absolutely do. I am convinced. I would not come on this radio and talk about Rookie of the Year, MVP. I mean, I am convinced that this dude it should be and will be moving forward consistently discussed with and you know, ultimately in line with the best quarterbacks in this league. I mean, right now, as long as Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud are together, I believe that is going to be the guy. When he goes out there and plays on Sunday, I watch him and evaluate him. You're damn right. Every single bit of how I watch Justin Herbert. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes. The couple of big like the big first half. While that was great and it was more than I expected in a half of football, there's still a lot of football left to be played. You know, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't have a problem at all couching him squarely in that conversation with some of the best in the league. And if we're going to do that, then I think we got to raise that bar. And I think he's done that to himself.
Yeah, no. And like I said, I think expectations play a lot into it, into how you feel. And I still have the expectations to me that CJ's going to at times make rookie mistakes, and I hope he's getting that out of his system. But I mean, what we do have to touch is this. Like, this is a next level thing, though, that CJ can have. I mean, as you just spoken about, and I think this is why the grade is changing. Like, in a one possession game, it's just deadly to throw picks like that in the fourth quarter. It's deadly, especially when you're in the red zone, when you got points on the board, where any of those points would make that eight points, which means they got to go down and score and get a 2-point conversion, or 2 field goals would equal a 2-possession game. Like, it's just deadly to have mistakes like that in the fourth quarter in the red zone. But this team will off and get a win. This team is able to win. That I think it's fair to say the last few weeks, the last month, this has been more of an offensive-driven team, and that the offense doesn't score in the second half, and this team still is able to pull out a W. I think that's a big next step for this team.
Oh, it's a huge step, Ron. I mean, this is a complimentary football team. You talk about there are teams. Hell, Kansas City, was one of them for a couple of years. Their defense is playing great right now, but I mean, it hadn't always been that way in Kansas City. I mean, you can be an offense dominant. We'll outscore your ass. We don't. If we turn the ball over, we're gonna come right back. We're gonna keep firing. You can. There are teams that have done it and quarterbacks that have played that way. I just don't believe it's sustainable. Even if it has been sustained in Kansas City by the arguably the best we've ever seen kind of deal. Like, it's not something that you should shoot for, and it's not sustainable big picture. The way in which you get into the consistent playoff conversation and being a Super Bowl contender is the ability to win games multiple ways, which, like we talked about earlier, you go out there against Tampa 2 weeks ago, and it is an absolute shootout, and your quarterback sets records and wins, right? You go out there this past weekend, Sunday, your quarterback throws 3 picks in the second half. The defense bows his neck. The last 3 possessions, turnover on downs, you win the football game. If you can play complimentary, unbelievably powerful, and you want to talk about staying power, like becoming relevant and staying, like right now, the Cincinnati Bengals are so quarterback dependent, which, look, I mean, if the Kansas City Chiefs lose Mahomes or if the Texans lose Stroud, it's going to change things. Mm-hmm. But you've got to be complimentary, or you don't have a chance. I know it's happened before. There's been some outliers, but you just don't have a chance. And for me as a fan, when I see this team, Ron, can win games multiple ways, man, it just makes me more of a believer that they got staying power.
Yeah, like I think at most now, to be honest with you, and I think you made this point earlier, against the better teams, like I think one coming up on Sunday, I think it's harder to believe that this team can win against those teams with C.J. Stroud having, as you called it, a C- performance. But this is coming from an organization that it didn't matter who was playing, right? Like it was tough to get wins anyway. Like it seemed like you had to have all 3 phases just playing at an average level to have a chance to win, some games. So that's a big step here. All right, Clint, the news, at least with the Texans right now, and I wonder if D'Amico will address that. You might want to stay tuned and listen coming up. But the Texans, they've signed Des King. Your thoughts on that? I
love it. My thoughts about the nickel not changed one bit. I believe against better teams that have the ability to match up that nickel defender with one of their better wide receivers, I think it's going to be a problem for the Houston Texans. D'Amico Ryans has done a hell of a job overcoming that, but there's still Des King, I believe, is still the best all-around nickel defender on this football team the minute they signed him today. Now, he's on the practice squad, and I don't know if he'll ever touch the field, but I believe for 4 quarters of football, playing man, playing zone, playing the run, playing the pass, I believe that Des King is your best option.
I think it's great that the Texans said, yeah, there may be some things this maybe didn't end the best way possible, But this is something we need, and we're going to bring him back in to see if they can help this football, if he can help this football team. D'Amico Ryan's coming up next. You want to stay tuned and listen to that. Congratulations to the Texans. Congratulations to all of you. Your Texans are 6-4 and right in the thick of the playoff race and playing for the division next week. Clint, great job. Tyler, as always, great job. All the people working hard to get me on the air here as well. I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
When someone else instead of me always seems to know the way.
It's a Reaction Monday, brought to you by Shopper's John Deere. We're breaking down yesterday's win over the Cardinals on Houston Sports Leader. The best reactions, opinions, and inside information are right here on Sports Radio's.
All right, save big at Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown, and right now you can save big on Silverados, y'all. I'm talking about $9,000 off select 2023 and 2024 1500s. And check this out. If your trade-in is a 2014 or new,
Presented by Amity Bank.
Great to have you listening to the D'Amico Ryan Show. Later on, Andre Johnson's thoughts on the season, what his expectations were, and also on Tank Dell, who is putting on a show. Another 100-yard-plus receiving performance with that 40-yard reception into the end zone. Man, he skied for that one, and we'll hear from him in the post-game show activity with Sean and Clint. But let's get to this now. George Fant, he's been anchoring the right tackle position this year. And they had another 100-plus yard rushing performance this week. Devin Singletary, motor going over the century mark again. Very nice. George Fant in the locker room with Drew Doherty after the victory.
George, how sweet is today?
Oh, very sweet, man. Like this, as soon as I came in the locker room, I said it right away. It's an NFL victory, man. Like this is one of them grimy victories right here, man. Like this is. If you can win one of them like right now, kind of shows that you can do it later on in the season. So I feel like defense, if you look at the last three weeks we had, 3-game winning streak, it came down to the last drive. Last two was offense, man, and defense came up big for us this week, man. So we coming around as a full team right now, man. I'm really happy and proud of our guys.
Yeah, I want to touch on that in a moment, but you just brought up the defense. Yeah. 16 points allowed on the day. That's a dangerous, very, very good quarterback over there.
Yeah, like I said, man, these dudes making some plays, bro. Kyler's coming back, showing he's a elite quarterback again. We got guys that are making plays, man. Steen had a hell of a day. Always on the line, man. Those guys played really, really well. Happy for our defense, happy for our team.
Hey, win or lose, there's always stuff you can improve upon. You guys, like the offense could be stopped. What was going on right then, and how do you keep that going for a full game?
Yeah, man, those dudes get paid too, man. Like that defensive coordinator get paid too, man. You know, so they're gonna go out there and make some adjustments. I think they made some really good adjustments. We stopped ourselves a few times. This week's gonna be a really huge week for us to go back and watch the film and really fix those things, man. Because you know, teams are gonna be looking at it and trying to find different ways to stop 7 in this offense, man. So this week we're gonna dial in, go out there and fix the mistakes we had this week and get ready for next week.
Second week in a row, Motor Singletary gets 100 yards on the ground. What are you guys doing up front? Because he says it's all them, it's not me. What are you guys doing up front for him?
Man, we make an assertive effort, man. Like we taking a challenge right now to be the best offensive line in the NFL. We know where we stand and we know where we want to go. There's some things we need to fix. There's a 100+ yard again, rushing yard game again, but it's still not to our standard. We got a standard in our room that we want to get to, and we're gonna keep going to get to it.
Is that the coolest part of all this? You guys win, and it's not to your standard?
Yeah, I think it is, man. I think we left a lot on the table, and I know that in that room, in the offensive line room, we're not happy with it, you know. So we happy to get the win. We're not happy with our performance in that last quarter, in the last half. So we got the guys in the room to do it, and we're gonna make sure we get it done.
Not happy with it, but you're happy enough to go celebrate and have some fun tonight, right?
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
George Fant, go have a good time. Thanks so much for the time.
Thank you, bro.
All right, that celebration is over now, and you can hear some of that in fans' comments for sure. Let's get back to it with the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, here in studio earlier.
Coach, I know we all saw 3 interceptions for CJ, but we also saw him throw for 300+ for the third straight game. Saw him throw those touchdowns. I mean, obviously the ball to tank was incredible. And so it's kind of this thought pattern of, boy, to have a game like that, with those with those interceptions in the red zone. How do you kind of approach that with CJ? I love what he said afterwards, like, look, shoot or shoot. I mean, that's just what you're going to do. And maybe you don't even have to worry about it because he's just going to go right back on the hump and get it done. But what's kind of the approach with CJ after a game where he did turn the ball over a few more times than we know he wanted to?
Yeah, you highlight the things that he's did well, right? He made a lot of big-time plays in that game, right? A lot of explosives. I think we had 12 explosive passes in that game. I mean, you highlight those things. That was the second most explosives that we've had in a game this year. Wow. So you highlight that success that he's had, third down. I mean, our best third down this year. So all of those positive things we highlight, and on the interception, we talk about, 3 bad plays. Well, he just has to clean up his footwork. And I think he understands that we can't miss, we don't have to force the ball, right? When our footwork tells us to go to somewhere else in the progression, we just got to move on, right? And not put our team in a bad situation where you're not protecting the football.
So along those lines, Coach, you brought that up with footwork. I mean, that's a fundamental thing. You talk about footwork all the time. I've always been curious about at the NFL level, because there's always, we're working on scheme, we're getting ready for the Cardinals, we're getting ready for the Jaguars. How important do the fundamentals become, and how much for you as the head coach and the coaching staff to remind them, hey, don't forget about your fundamentals. Even though we're talking about what we're going to do against this offense and this defense, the fundamentals remain extremely important.
Yeah, the fundamentals are huge, and especially as you continue to play in better football till you play to the fundamental. Everybody is good,
Yeah.
right? But how do you separate yourself? It's being dialed in on the fundamentals to be able to make that split-second decision, to have your footwork in a proper place where you can speed it up and get the ball to your receiver at the proper time, right? Whether it's fundamentals and tackling, putting your body position in the right way, in the right position, putting your head in the right spot. Like all of those small things, that's what's going to matter, right, as we continue to play these next games.
Dalton Schultz sliding into the end zone. Have you ever seen anything quite like that?
Never seen anything like that. I saw the TV replay where he was like, literally, it's like slow-mo, and he's just sliding in, and the defender is kind of like he's trying to miss him. That's such a cool moment for Dalton. And Dalton has been having, man, these past few weeks, he's having some really big games for us. Dalton was a nice, man, you talk about a tough catch, right? The catch, then being able to slide in the end zone, that's a nice highlight reel.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's behind us now, Coach. And now it's the Jaguars. It's a team we've seen before. We know them from the division. We went there to Jacksonville and beat them a few weeks ago. And I know you're probably not all the way into the Jaguars study, but just what you remember from the game, what they've done the last few weeks, how dangerous of a team is this coming to Duval or coming to NRG on Sunday?
Dangerous team. I think they're playing on some of their best ball. I know they're confident in how they played, especially this last week versus the Titans. And it's going to be a good matchup. I know they're going to come in with everything they have, seeing what happened the last game. Not that the last game matters, but you know they're coming in with everything that they have. So we have to be on our A game, when it comes to all three phases, right? We can't rely on what happened the last game. That's the first thing I'm telling you. It doesn't matter what happened the last game. Like, how are we approaching this game this week, and how are we getting better? It starts with, I think, the running game, right? The quarterback, with him being able to move well. Athletic quarterback, he can make plays with his feet, right? So we got to stop ETN. You got to stop the quarterback from moving, muddy up the pocket for him, force him to have to throw the ball multiple times in a game. And I think we can get a few, hopefully we can get a few interceptions off of him if we play well up front with our defensive line.
What's it like having these back-to-back games at home? I know there's one next week, but we won't get to that. It's just that you don't have to go on the road this week, and that's unique based on what's happened previously this season.
It's relaxing to be able to not have to worry about traveling. Like, you can really, like, just hone in, sitting at the house, right, being at home, being comfortable. And it's fun just playing in front of your home crowd. And it's just, the energy, the buzz, like, man, NRG is a special place, right? And the way our fans showed up on last Sunday, it's fun. Our players feel that. I feel it when they're doing the introductions. You see how loud the fans get. Like, there's a buzz, there's an energy around NRG Stadium that we just love playing in front of our home crowd.
All right, you're a very positive person, Coach, but is there some bitterness that you never got to wear a battle red helmet?
Oh, yeah.
Because those are sweet looking. So you must think about that. I wore the battle red uniform.
Yeah, definitely. The red.
Nice.
Man, those are sweet. And I've been trying to push to get the red to be the primary color, but they won't let me go that far. But I really love the red helmets. Just think the guys they feel a different type of way when they put on their red helmet. There's a different energy, right, from our guys as well.
All right, Coach, we got to ask this. Normally Mark asks this, but I'm going to kind of jump in front because I'll try and say this as nicely as possible. It is Thanksgiving this week, so big holiday. We all love that. We all love the holiday of Thanksgiving, but all of us have chosen to be in football. So we also know there's a game at the end of the weekend that we have to get at the end of the week that we have to get ready for. So how do you kind of blend the two to make sure that family is absolutely given thanks for, but then we got to get ready to play a big game on Sunday?
All right, we'll have our guys come in. All right, Thursday we'll have them come in a little earlier, try to get them out like 12:30 so they can spend time with their family that afternoon of Thanksgiving. But I told our guys, too, this morning, like, we don't have Thanksgiving. It's like we're thankful for our families and all they do. Yeah. But for us, man, Thanksgiving is going to be on Sunday evening after a win. That's when you're going to enjoy Thanksgiving the most. If we handle business the right way on Sunday, right, our focus this week is Jacksonville. We love Thanksgiving. We're thankful for a lot of things. But right now, we're grinding to get a win.
It's a great point because you can't enjoy the holidays unless you're doing your job well. And doing your job well means winning, right?
And that's said, it's all result at the end of the week. So don't go and try to eat too much, guys.
Right.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
All right. Save all that for Sunday evening.
That's the answer
That's
that I
it.
was hoping for. That's the one I was looking for. You know, the win is what you're thankful for.
Yes.
And if you go celebrate and get too fat and happy and lose, well, what were you celebrating for?
All right, along those lines, though, Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. Thanksgiving. All right, so we have decisions to make here. You have to cut a dish. You have to put a dish on waivers, all right? And then you have to select an MVP dish. So give us the MVP and one that you are saying bye-bye to.
Oh, the MVP dish would be sweet potato casserole. Okay. Oh,
So
what do I
good.
have to cut?
So good.
You have to cut one.
Pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin pie.
Yes.
I knew I loved you, Coach. I knew I loved you.
So we like pecan pie?
Nah, man.
What,
Sweet
apple?
potato pie. Apple pie is all right. I'm a sweet potato guy. Sweet potato pie guy.
But the casserole's different because it's
It
served
is.
with the dinner, but it's sweet, right?
You get that little bit of sweet to go with the savory, and then you finish it off a little later.
There you go.
It's like you just dip your toe into the water full on, as opposed to a full-on dive in.
There is going to be a whole lot of conversation and evaluation of Thanksgiving foods over the next few days and beyond, maybe. Let's get to this now. Tank Dell on Texans postgame with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. Had a huge game yesterday. Again, 40-yard touchdown reception, goes over 100 yards again, putting up historic numbers for this franchise as a rookie receiver. And here's some best of the conversation that Dell had in studio, his big performance.
So take us through the touchdown right before the half, because CJ gets flushed out of the pocket, has a guy in his face, and you... As soon as you saw him, it looked like as soon as you saw him getting flushed out of the pocket, you took off. Take us through that play.
Yeah, first off, all glory to God. But, I had Coach Slow dialed up a great play. It was like a cop route, so a corner post. And, I executed the route, and then I saw 7 getting flushed. They say he pointed, but, we work on it at practice. So as soon as I saw him get flushed, I already, started to turn up field and take the high angle on the field. So took the high angle, 7 threw a great pass, great ball to me, and, we executed the play.
Is that something, Tank, that you saw in your route? Did you know there was no deep help beyond the guy that was obviously on top of you? So once you made that break, you knew if he had time to get the rock there, it was going to be 6.
Yeah. So once I broke into the post, I knew where the cornerback was. I didn't know where the high safety was, but when I saw 7, I wasn't even worried. I was just trying to extend the play. And once I did break high, I saw a straight open grass, open area. So I ran to the area and, executed the play.
What is it, Tank, about this team? The last 2 weeks, it was you guys on offense who were going and getting things done at the end of the game. Today was the defense getting off the field three straight times on 4th down stops. I think it's a sign of a good team to me, the ones that can win in different kind of ways. What does it say about this team, and what was the feeling like that it was the defense coming up big for you guys?
Man, that just shows you that from offense, defense, special teams, that we're going to fight all 4 quarters, and we got each other back for sure. 1 week is the offense, the defense, who got our back. So that's all that matters, as long as at the end of the game is a win for the Texans, and, that's all that matters. But it shows you, we're a brotherhood, man. Each and every week, from starting in practice, our preparation, how we study throughout the week, and then, how we come together and, joke on each other. It's just that brotherhood that we built in the locker room. Start from the top down, even with our coaches, man. Everybody trusting everybody, and, we having fun with it. And when you're having fun with it, going out there to play on Sundays could be a little bit easier. So, and everybody want to play for, especially Coach D'Amico. Everybody want to play for him because what he brings to the table. Great coach. He's a football coach, man. He was in our position before in the locker room playing for the Texans, so he know what it takes. And he's just a great coach, man. You want to play for him, and he brings it to the table. His energy, his execution as being a coach, everything. So.
Take us inside the wide receiver room, Tank, because I'm watching you guys, and we watch a lot of football on Sundays, obviously, and it just looks like cats out there running routes. Quarterback's not real sure where guys are going. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about on Sundays. He's looking at me like, what the hell are you talking about? No, I'm talking about just big picture. When you watch NFL, sometimes it just looks like it's chaos, and guys don't really know where they're supposed to be. The quarterback, they're on the same page. When I watch you guys, whether it's you, it's Noah, it's Nico, it's Dalton, it seems like you guys, from a receiver perspective, are beyond just running routes. You guys appear to be very cerebral and purposeful in what you're doing. Do you see it that way?
Not even with just the pass game. You can see how much we love we got so much game. You know, you see all of us, me, Woody, Noah, Nico, Mitch, Hutch, everybody, man, we trying to execute our block so the running back can have a great game. So we all just piggyback off each other. And, you know, when we playing like that, you know, you saw Nico had some great grabs today. Rob had great grabs. Mitch, everybody, we was all, like, feeding off each other energy. And I just feel like as a group, man, we motivate each other in a way, like, we not a hating group, like nobody like, sure. Or a selfish group, like nobody's mad that he's making a play. Like if I make a play, everybody gonna run up to me. Nico or Mitch, Hutch, Woody, anybody gonna make a play, man, you'll see the whole team run up to him. So that's what type of team we are, man. We brotherhood, like I said before, but we just got so much love for each other.
How rare is that, though? You played a lot of football, a lot of different places, right? I mean, you bounced around in college a little bit and found your way and all that. But and I'm not asking you to throw anybody on the bus, obviously, but this is, to me, that's very unique and very rare. Do you see it that way as well?
I do. I've been on a couple teams. I've been on some teams where it was like people was hating on each other on the team. Like JUCO, everybody trying to make it out. Right. Everybody trying to make it out. You make a play, this man might not be happy for you because he wanted to make that play. But I've been around some teams where you have that brotherhood, and you know, every time, like this team is special. I can see it. Like every time that brotherhood is in there, you know, it's always been a winning season. It's always been a great season. So I can see that brotherhood that we have built here at Houston Texans. So I can see it for sure.
Tank Dell joining us here on Texans Post Game. 8 catch and a touchdown. You guys had 333 yards in the first half of this game. Like everything was clicking for you guys, other than CJ had the one interception and you had the stop. They had the stop on 4th and 2. They didn't stop you guys other than those two plays in the first half. Can you describe what it's like when your guys' offense? I mean, Motor has 84 yards at the half rushing. You guys have 250 yards passing, and you've had a lot of halves like that this year as an offense. Can you put into words what it's like when you guys are humming like that?
Yeah, that just goes to show, like, if we play a whole 4 quarters, you know, we still got stuff to clean up, but if we play a whole 4 quarters like we did the first 2 quarters of this game, without the mistakes, then you see what type of team we can be. You know, the win, that's the most important thing.
For sure.
We got that, but just building off this, going to correct the mistakes throughout the week on Monday, because we're going to forget about it after Monday because we got the next game, the big game. So going to forget about it, but correct our mistakes while we can and try to come back next week here at home and put up 4 quarters of football. So.
How do you recover this time of year, man? I mean, because obviously I heard CJ talking last week and his time with Tom Brady and talking about, hey, man, really the important season, the important part of the season is coming. The important games are coming, man. How do you take care of yourself? I mean, you're bouncing around out there on that turf. That touchdown catch is a prime example. I mean, you go as high as you can, come down on your side. How do you take care of your body, and how do you feel, and then how do you take care of your body?
I say our training room, we got a great staff in the training room, so they help a lot. Then you got some players, not me, I don't got enough money yet. But some players got their own personal people that they work their body with. But in the training room, they're awesome, man. They help us for sure get on it. They set up schedules for us if we need it or if you want it. And they stay on us. Like even if you're not, even if you don't have an injury or anything nagging, you know, they just gonna want you to come in and just stretch you or do something just to keep your body going, and that's important. And we for sure respect them and thank them for all that. But our training room, and I don't really like the cold tub, but you know, our strength coach, Coach Mike, man, he get on me by getting in the cold tub every week, and it has helped me. So. Just stuff like that.
As long as we got you here, you had a huge game against Jacksonville the first time around. That was a trip back home for you, back to Florida. You got to be, already getting pretty amped up for Jacksonville coming to town next week.
Yeah, I get amped up for any game, man, just to go out there because, all glory to God is a blessing just going out there, put your feet on the turf, and being able to play. There's a lot of people who can't, so.
Tell people about that piece you got around your neck, though, right there. I mean,
Clint loves talking about guys'
radio.
Jewelry, man.
Come on, man. I mean, we're on radio. They can't see it. I mean, what is it? Why'd you go? What is it, Flash?
Yes, Flash.
Where does that stem from? Tell us a little bit about that piece.
Really, my brother, DeMarcus Adams, he played back home, but he called himself Zoom, so I call myself Flash. And that's just something we was calling each other, and that's just how we feel like we moving on the football field. Like, we bouncing around, we moving fast, and we making plays. So that's just something we came up with. So.
Yeah, well, you're correct, by the way. Yeah, I know that's how it feels. I can tell you with the eye test, it passes the eye test. You are Flash on the field for sure.
There is some best of the interview with Tank Dell on the post-game show with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner here on the head coach in the locker room right after the game. What did he have to say? Also, Andre Johnson was on the pregame show yesterday and talked about his opinions on what his expectations were of the season. You might be surprised. And Tank Dell as well, as he talks about his rookie campaign versus Dell. Or maybe he doesn't mention much about his rookie campaign. Let's just get his thoughts, shall we? It's coming up here. It's Texans Radio.
There's more of our exclusive talk with head coach D'Amico Ryans on the way.
It's time for the Make the Holidays Bright sales event at your local Ford dealer. Get special offers on our adventure-ready Ford SUVs or on our great selection of Ford trucks. Choose from a large inventory of Ford vehicles equipped with technology, space, and flexibility for any season. And let Ford make the holidays bright, bringing everyone together. Visit your local Ford dealer today during the Make the Holidays Bright sales event.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My life coach has a terrible life.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
It's the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700 on Sealy. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. And if you see a better price, we'll match it. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This Thanksgiving and Christmas, imagine the juiciest smoked turkey, a ham that's the envy of the block, and sides infused with that irresistible smoky flavor. All thanks to the Big Green Egg. Its innovative design and precise temperature control turn every meal into a masterpiece. Say Texans and get a free gift with your Big Green Egg purchase at Texas Star Grill Shop. From game day grilling to legendary holidays, the Big Green Egg from Texas Star Grill Shop elevates your cooking to championship levels. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
The Texans knocked off Kyler Murray and the Cardinals.
CJ drops back in the pocket, looking, flushed out to the right. CJ guns it long downfield and caught. Touchdown! Wow. Amazing catch, Tank Dell!
Around Thanksgiving, you want to be playing your best football, and I feel like we're doing that. And it's the NFL, you know, so every game is a fight and a battle to the very end, and we're going to just keep going.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Clean, reliable energy infrastructure for the future. That's what Burns & McDonnell delivers for you. Through integrated engineering, architecture, construction, and environmental services supporting a reliable, renewable power supply, our clients count on us to help Texas thrive. As an employee-owned firm, we're dedicated to making our clients successful. Interested in joining our growing team? See why we're a best place to work year after year. BurnsMCD.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston, because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
The Whataburger Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit is back, but some folks have yet to try it. So let's not do the thing where we're like, "You've never had a jalapeno cheddar biscuit before?" You know what? It's okay. Let's just invite them to try this flaky, cheesy, and slightly spicy goodness for themselves. The Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit, available as a sandwich or on its own from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. for a limited time at participating locations. Whataburger, just like you like it.
It's been said that your network is your net worth. What better way to grow both than through Houston's most exclusive business network? 50% of Fortune 500 companies in Houston are part of the Texans Lux family, where you can tap into our network from day one. Lux is an asset that goes beyond game day, and our team is here to help you make business connections and gain visibility to meet your needs. Find out how you can make lasting, intentional connections by visiting HoustonTexansLux.com.
We're back with more of the D'Amico Ryan Show, presented by Amagi Bank.
Keeping it rolling here on the D'Amico Ryan Show, Texans Radio, in the locker room after the latest win, third in a row, this one over the Cardinals, and yes, another heart stopper down the stretch. Here's the coach with his players.
Hey, when can we not have a heartbreaker? Oh, hey.
right. Love it, man. Couldn't win on right there. It doesn't matter. We found a way to win. Yes, sir. We found a way to win. Yes, sir. That's what good teams in this league do. Yes, all right? We find a way to win. It doesn't matter. Defense, way to stand up. Yes, yes. All right, way to stand up. All right, hey, everything about what we do, we have each other back. All right, oh, we got your back. All right, everybody fighting for each other. We play complementary football. This is a family. We keep it tight. Texas!
There's D'Amico Ryans in the locker room. More about the game in a moment. What about before the game? Andre Johnson visited on Texans Countdown, presented by Modelo Especial, and Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne conversed with him. One of the subjects that came up was his expectation leading into the 2023 campaign.
Well, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but I made a bet that the Texans was going to have 10 wins this year.
Really?
Yeah, before the season even started.
Based on C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just watching practice and just, like, you know, being out there and just the energy, like, it's so different, you know. I don't nothing against the Bill O'Brien situation and all that. You know, we went through all that stuff. But, like, just even, like, the press conference when D'Amico got hired, like, I've never seen a press conference like that before. And I've been to every press conference here besides Dom Capers because he was here before I got here. So everything was just different, man. Like, the energy was different. It was just a great feeling. And, man, I'm so, like, amped about where this organization is going, man. Like, it's really trending in the right direction. So, I'm just excited, man. I don't even really know how to put it into words because I just see great things coming.
I have to echo that. I mean, I talk for a living, and sometimes it's hard for me to verbalize how unbelievably great it feels. The vibe you get from these coaches and players in this 2023 campaign, and you're just thinking the future is so bright, but the present is so bright. And Andre Johnson was also asked by the pregame guys, Sean and Seth, about Tank Dell. Speaking of the present, another 100-yard outing yesterday, but this was before the game, his comments on Dell.
Tank is different, man. Like, I tell people all the time, I didn't really know about, well, I actually went out to a U of H scrimmage. The coach invited me out, so I went out and watched the scrimmage, and everybody was raving about him. When I watched the scrimmage, he didn't really do too much in the scrimmage, and I got the chance to watch I always watch the Senior Bowl the whole week, like, leading up, you know, to the game, and, like, during the Senior Bowl, he was killing everybody, and I'm like, this the same dude I watched, you know, at practice that day. And, man, the separation, the creativity, I compare him to, like, a Santana Moss, you know, a guy I played with in college.
Sure, yeah.
Like, he was, and I think for him, like, just right now with, like, what he's doing, he's just going to continue to get better and better.
So a couple of hours after that conversation with Andre Johnson on the pregame show, Tank Dell would perform in the amazing play of the game, brought to you by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. And here it is.
Offset eye. CJ drops back in the pocket, looking, flushed out to the right. CJ guns it long downfield and caught. Touchdown! Wow. Amazing catch, Tank Dell. What a throw by Stroud, and Dell with the reception jumps into the stands.
That was fantastic. More of that, please. And you know you're going to get it Sunday against the Jags. But let's go to this. Christian Harris had a good game yesterday, a couple of bat downs. You saw him in action, and let's catch up with him. Hyundai Texans radio studio visit with the linebacker in his second year at Bama. Christian, congrats on the win. How's it going?
I appreciate y'all. I'm blessed.
All right. Well, great to see you. Before we get into the game and everything, how do you feel a day after a game physically? And I'm sure that some of it has to do with the kind of hits you took or delivered in the game. But what about in general after a game, Christian?
I mean, you're generally pretty sore after a game. I mean, I guess it kind of also goes on how the game went. And, I mean, I think this next day, you know, we put a lift in. You know, get the body moving around a little bit, do a little bit of recovery so you're able to kind of get all those kinks and soreness out and kind of, you know, you got time to rest on Tuesday. So, I mean, you know, when you get back to Wednesday, you're usually pretty good.
So I want to ask you, and you probably know what I'm about to ask you. You had a number of great plays yesterday. yesterday, but Brian's over there, and I was sitting about that close. I was probably closer, and I could see you from one side, and I could see Kyler Murray from the other. He's running for the end zone, and you're going, and it's a heck of a collision. What were you thinking as you realized, oh, this dude's about to challenge me to get in the end zone? What were you thinking at that point?
I didn't really think he would,
Did you think he'd cut back on you?
Yeah, I thought he was going to try and cut back. I mean, he tried to, like, he broke down a little bit, tried to get me to slow my feet down, but on film a lot, and like when he plays, he likes to slide usually. So in a moment like that, I really wasn't expecting him to kind of lower the shoulder until that last second, and it was just like split-second decision. I just tried to give it to him, bring it to him, but I wasn't trying to let him in, though. It was 3rd and 10. Yeah, like, nah. I was just trying to deny, like stay on the straight line in front of the pylon as much as I can and just go straight through him.
It's got to be tough, though, because if he does slide, then you can't touch him.
Yeah,
otherwise, flag, fine, whatever. So is that going through your mind a lot as you're approaching these guys when they're trying to run for first downs?
Like this week, it was in the game plan. Like D'Amico even mentioned it a couple times in the meetings, just, understanding that, quarterbacks, obviously, when they slide, you can't touch them. And, some guys may wait last minute and, put you in a bit of a predicament. Yep. I think DP had one a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
in the game.
Yeah, against the Bengals. Yeah.
So it's just like, you gotta be on the lookout for those things.
So you didn't have DP yesterday. You didn't have Henry yesterday. So you and Cash pretty much, I think it was 100% of the plays. I mean, I think you guys were on the field for the whole thing. How did that kind of go with the two of y'all yesterday? I know Cash was, had the radio comm, but playing every single play yesterday. How did you feel yesterday? Kind of going through that process, Christian.
I mean, it felt pretty good. I think, it was a lot of confidence developed from the week. The time we put in together this season, I think everybody, coach having us rep with everybody, making sure that every single person in that room knows what they're supposed to do and is able to communicate. So whenever somebody goes down or, we have to switch up the rotation a little bit, it's not too much of a fall off.
Christian Harris with us. How do you feel personally? Your game seems to be elevating in progress week to week. How's that going for you, that process?
I mean, it's a blessing for sure. I mean, I'm just kind of trying to keep chopping at the tree and apply what these coaches are telling me to my game. And overall, mainly right now, I'm just trying to win. So I think it's allowing me to have more enjoyment and more fun with it, just bringing it to the games. I think everybody having that mentality to want to win, prioritizing that. I mean, like, you're going to have good plays. You might have bad plays, but if you're just focusing on winning, bro, we'll be good.
So you had kind of two avenues yesterday. You had Baton Rouge boys showing up. You had Bama boys showing up because Will got a sack, got a TFL. You had Sting with the interception down the field. You had both avenues represented yesterday. How'd you feel about each one?
Man, it was lit seeing Sting make that play. When I was watching him, when they threw that ball, like, he wasn't looking back at first. So I was just like, I was wondering when he was going to look back at the ball. And, I mean, he made a spectacular play. And I even mentioned to some guys, like, knowing Sting since high school, 7-on-7 teams and camps and all that type of stuff. Like, I've seen him make a lot of even crazier plays. So, I mean, it was amazing to see him, with the adversity that he went through, with his injury and everything, to come back and, not have a step off. Like, and I mean, Will is just a Terminator. He dominates every time. So that's what I've been seeing since I got to Bama, since his day one at Bama. So, I mean, that's nothing new for me.
Is it the two of y'all, you on the field?
Yeah.
Like, you got an edge. Like, you're kind of demure. I mean, you're talking on the mic like, hey, man, it's good. It's kind of nice. You get on the field, like, you talk trash. You get up in people's faces. You challenge people. Like, that's you on the field.
Yeah.
Will feels like he is so locked in that there is nothing else. Like, he's not in tune to anything else. Like, y'all two have completely different personalities on the field than off.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see in Will's visor, like, he's making this. He's like mugging the entire time. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he's not talking too much, but he's just like on straight like kill mode the whole time. So, I mean, I've been feeding off of that since college, because you come into practice and he's practicing the same way. He practices the same way he plays. So, like, you get to the game and you see a guy like that and he's juiced up, he's locked in, like, he's feeling passionate about what we're about to do. Like, we're about to go to war, basically. Like, I mean, that turned me up every time.
Christian Harris with us. You had that big pick against the Titans last year at their place. Big division game. Now we're back into the division on Sunday with the Jaguars. You've already beaten them once, but this is a huge game. It's the biggest game the Texans have ever played against Jacksonville. What about the feeling going into this matchup, Christian?
I mean, it's a lot of excitement for sure. I mean, like I said, I was just talking. I mean, we got to go 1-0 every week, so I don't think we should necessarily pay too much attention or fixate on the outside noise. Saban used to call it rat poison, but I mean, it'll just do nothing but distract you, fill your head up. I mean, we got a job to do, and I mean, that only gets done by coming in here every single day and doing what we're supposed to. supposed to do. So be solid.
Christian Harris with us, part of our player visits here on the D'Amico Ryan Show. And the coaches segment is